For 3 decades, he rotted at the absolute bottom of the barrel, as a forgotten nobody, even though he secretly possessed one of the most insanely broken abilities ever created. His unique trick: he could literally feast on magical artifacts to steal their power. But by the time he figured out how to actually use this glitch, he was already 55 years old, way past his prime to play the hero. Just when it seemed totally hopeless, his sponsor Constellation pulled a massive plot twist, tossing him straight back to the now armed with future cheat codes and literally 0-level caps. He is on a mission to gobble up every single legendary item before those top. Fast forward to the present timeline, our main guy, Shin San-yong, is pushing 55. Seriously, what on earth is a boomer like him still doing on the battlefield? Anyone else would be kicking back in a retirement home by now. Instead, he is slumped inside a dark, grimy cavern, trying to catch his breath after an absolutely brutal raid. But his scaly target's massive dragon tracked his scent in no time. Honestly, his entire existence has been one massive flop. So how exactly did he end up as such a colossal failure? As the colossal beasts slithered into his hideout, he forced himself up, absolutely fuming that these monsters couldn't even give him a 1-second breathe. Without warning, they lunged at him, letting out a totally deafening screech. Let's be real, his peers from back in the day are strutting around with flashy titles, like the Holy Sword or the God of Blades. Meanwhile, he is just known as that crazy old geezer, swinging a rusty blade, or worse, the boomer swordsman who lost his marbles. That is literally. Want to know why his life is so tragic? Growing up as a totally lonely orphan, his only sanctuary was completely ambushed by grotesque beasts one random afternoon. Those monsters snatched away his beloved teacher. Yet even with her health bar flashing red, her only focus was his safety, desperately begging him not to look back and just run for his life. She was brutally eliminated right in front of him, a traumatizing sight that shattered his entire world. The other kids, the only real family he ever knew, were also totally wiped out by that mob. The moment that terrifying dimensional rift ripped open the sky, those nightmarish beings and stole everything he held dear. But he absolutely refused to just roll over and give up. The exact same creature that took out his mentor was inches away from making him its next snack, until a top-tier warrior crashed the scene and totally obliterated the beast. Just as the Grim Reaper was literally tapping his shoulder, an absolute miracle drops down. This legendary fighter flashed him a warm, comforting smile, asking if he was hurt. San-yong could only break down into uncontrolled. That savior gave him a second chance, and he made it his ultimate life goal to mirror that greatness, risking absolutely everything on that dream. From his teenage years onward, he did literally, but no matter how many mobs he defeated, his stats leaving him completely powerless to shield anyone. He could not even keep his best buddies safe. Watching his friend fade away right in his grip, he let out a totally heart-wrenching, agonizing scream. Fast forward to the present. Having finally cleared out the scaly threats, San-yong dragged himself out of the cavern. His super frail, battered body was completely giving out, putting him in the red zone. Suddenly, a massive, thunderous roar shattered the sky above, and he violently flinched as an absolutely gigantic boss dragon touched down right in front of him. As the beast unhinged its jaw to charge up a blazing breath attack, he just smirked dryly, chuckling at his own cursed luck. Not a chance. No cozy home to return to, no loved ones waiting. His entire run had been a massive loss, and the weight of his regrets was slowly crushing him. If only he could hit the reset button and rewind the clock. Yet somehow pulling off an absolute miracle, he actually managed to take down that gigantic, officially clearing the insane, high-level raid known as the Ancient Dragon's Nest. Panting heavily, he just screamed his lungs out in pure frustration. Why on earth was he pushing himself to the absolute limit while pushing 60? 3 whole decades had blown by since he first picked up a blade, and to this day, his biggest flex was barely scraping into the national top 100 rankings. Honestly, outside of the Korean server, he was practically a total nobody, completely eclipsed by the global heavyweights. Catching sight of a mysterious tome lying in the loot pile, he instantly guessed this raid's drop was a rare skill book. He had snacked on magical gear before, so would this taste just as good? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light exploded nearby as a bright red system alert popped up. His personal sponsor, the late blooming scholar, made a flashy entrance. Some dude literally leaped out of the glowing dimensional rift, blabbering in some totally alien tongue that the system auto-translated in real time. The scholar casually praised him for the insanely hard carry, even tossing him a bonus reward for landing such a clean critical finisher. This flashy guy, who just spawned in out of nowhere, was actually tied to him through a sponsor contract. Sanyong just chuckled, tossing back a quick thanks. Honestly, getting back, after all, he was basically a washed-up trash-tier fighter. But their pact came with a totally broken passive buff. Once he hits level 850, every single stat from his consumed gear and titles would get a massive double multiplier, and hitting level 900 boom, triple the stats. The only problem, he is currently hard stuck at level 650 because of those insanely steep unlock requirements. He honestly hasn't seen a single drop of benefit from this partnership yet. Just then a blue screen popped up letting him know that the late blooming scholar was hyping him up to literally devour the skill book, causing him to flash a super awkward grin and mutter that he was already on it. Reaching out, he activated his signature artifact absorption skill right on the cover. This insanely weird munching ability was literally the only power he unlocked during his trying to crack the code on how it actually worked. He spent ages boiling his magical items like some weird soup, and even tried tossing them on the grill for a crispy finish, but the taste never changed. By the time he finally wrapped up these totally unhinged cooking experiments, 30 entire years had completely vanished. It turns out syncing his mana with gear of the exact right tier was the real trigger for his absorption cheat code. Sadly, he figured out this game-changing mechanic way too late. Every other player had hit the ground running with overpowered stats from day one. Total silence. Nada. Frustrated, he slammed the book onto the floor and snapped. Where are the damn instructions? There is zero chance this is a skill book. Right on cue, the system chimed in. The late blooming scholar admitted he was completely clueless about this ability, nervously apologizing for being so useless. But he pushed back, suggesting that since they still had all the time in the world, our guy should just suck it up and start sinking his mana. That absolutely set him off. He spun around, tears of rage welling in his eyes, and screamed, "Who the hell told you I have time? I am pushing 60, man. If I had a kid at 30, he would be 30 himself right now. Heck, if I started earlier, I would literally be bouncing grandkids on my knee. You might be some immortal constellation, but newsflash, humans actually die." The scholar frantically backpedaled, trying to apologize. He let out a heavy, defeated sigh, murmuring that he didn't mean any harm. His entire life felt like one massive fail. He still couldn't shake the image of that man's back walking away. He busted his ass to reach his level, but now he was just completely drained, just way too old. If only he could rewind the clock. The constellation paused, a cryptic smirk creeping onto his face, just as our MC threw in the towel, declaring his retirement. "Put that on the record. I am breaking our contract, so go find yourself a shiny new player." But the constellation wasn't having it. He stepped in and literally warped the fabric of reality. That dizzying flash was his final memory. As a 55-year-old boomer, the system flashed a giant warning. The late blooming scholar was burning up his very essence. He was actually hacking the timeline reality rewound itself. Fast forward, and a news anchor named Park Jong-min was live interviewing Han. In Chun, the big boss of the Hun Chun Corporation, she pointed out how dungeons and gates were triggering human awakenings. Basically, the era of players had begun. He nodded in agreement. Dungeons were essentially stepping stones for these players. But the gates, those were wormholes to alternate dimensions, completely wild, uncharted frontiers. Players had to dive into these danger zones and pave the way. Sun Young watched the broadcast from his living room. A smirk formed on his lips. He really did time travel. He hadn't seen this retro broadcast in decades, even knowing the lore 4 days had passed, and his brain was still totally scrambling. He jumped back 30 whole years. He had blacked out, and the moment his eyes fluttered open, he was staring at the ceiling of the crusty old studio apartment he rented 3 decades ago. He wasn't a wrinkly 55-year-old anymore, but a fresh 25-year-old dude packing a lifetime of memories. No matter how much he racked his brain, the only logical reason for this insane regression was that mind-bending miracle pulled off by the constellation. Nothing else made sense. He was still tripping over it, but whatever it was, time to grind. He locked eyes with his weapon, the bronze-tier Venomoth dagger he had managed to snag back in the day. The dagger's grade was absolute trash, but he knew exactly what sick hidden perk it carried. A basic bronze artifact usually coughed up a measly 10% stat absorption, plus a 10% duration buff, bringing the final stat steal to 20%. Sure, the drain speed was painfully slow, since it had been gathering dust forever. But that secret ability was the real game changer. The system suddenly chimed, confirming that the mana synchronization with the dagger was locked in, tossing him straight into the trippy gap of the subconscious. This void was the mandatory checkpoint for devouring an artifact. He always felt his heart pounding in his throat whenever he crossed over, never knowing what freaky menu item he would be forced to scarf down. Suddenly, a plate of grilled chicken dripping with olive oil materialized. He let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God it was normal food. He was sweating bullets, thinking he would have to choke down some nasty swamp centipedes or something equally cursed. He crushed that meal in seconds. The moment he licked the plate clean, the system rang out. His agility skyrocketed by 2 points, and he unlocked the hidden skill, Demon Strike. Having sucked the Venomoth dagger dry, the blade shattered into nothingness. Snapping back to reality, our boy gave his stomach a satisfied pat and let out a heavy breath, kinda bummed that his starter weapon was totally dusted. He never really planned on wielding it, but it still stung to lose it. Hey, at least he scored an OP skill, right on schedule. So it was time to gear up and move. A bit later, the Yunde King squad rallied up right outside the dungeon portal. The Porter Crew's captain jogged over, hyping up their fresh meat. The new guy had signed on 4 days prior, a rookie named Sun Young, but Taekun waved him off, telling him to chill. Management had bumped the newbie straight into the actual player squad. The captain was totally thrown off. Wait, why the hell is he rolling with the frontline players instead of carrying our bags? The boss shut him down, stating the paperwork was already signed. You got a problem with that? The captain lost it, yelling that the kid had literally just awakened and had not even survived the academy. He had never let a total noob ride with his veteran squad before. Dropping a rookie in now would completely wreck their team's synergy. How on earth was he supposed to deal with this mess? Deacon stalked toward him, practically radiating malice, and demanded to know if he was even paying attention to the operation. That meant managing his own squad and overseeing the whole loot distribution setup. He let out a shaky chuckle, quickly mumbling an apology, before sprinting off. The captain shoved the roster into his assistant's hands, his face twisting with pure annoyance, complaining that giving the baggage carriers any voting power would instantly spark a full-blown mutiny. His right-hand man frowned, asking why he even agreed to such a risky deal. He thought the whole thing was completely unhinged, too. The captain spun around a wicked grin, stretching across his face, and asked, "Do you really think he is any different? When someone inevitably bites the dust, it is going to be him, not our guys. He is basically cannon fodder. Once he drops dead, those annoying porters will finally zip it, and we will keep our actual body count low. Besides, what the hell can a level 1 rookie actually pull off?" The assistant's eyes lit up as he chuckled, praising his boss for hatching such a ruthless master plan. He honestly had not even caught on to the scheme at first. Right on cue, our main guy strolled up, casually throwing out a greeting, announcing that he was officially rolling as a player from now on. The carriers immediately shot him toxic side-eye glares, while the veteran hunters just exchanged mocking smirks. The heavy tension made his skin crawl, but honestly, he fully expected this exact toxic. They were dead-ass staring him down like fresh meat. Deacon, however, flipped the script, throwing his arms wide with a fake plasticky grin, welcoming him to the crew. "Man, I was starting to think you were gonna ghost us." His eyes darted to the rookie's gear, raising an eyebrow at the massive blade. "Are you seriously lugging around a longsword?" And admitted he had basically just binged a video tutorial on how to swing it. Deacon let out a heavy sigh, pointing out that a longsword was hands down one of the absolute hardest weapons. Unfazed, our guy just smiled brightly, promising he would at least try not to get totally clapped, and joked that the boss should just trust the process. The captain burst into booming laughter, aggressively throwing a heavy arm over his shoulder. "I like that fiery energy. That is exactly the kind of reckless guts a real man needs." Slapping his back, the leader swaggered back over to his squad, hollering that the raid was officially a go, and things were about to get crazy. The hunters started pouring through the shimmering portal, one by one, while the captain barked orders for a guard to lock down the exit. The second they crossed over, the crew was already hyping each other up, taking bets on how many beasts they were going to slaughter today. But right as Song Hyun stepped up to cross the threshold, the captain shot him a dark side-eye glare. "Watched a video. This kid is a straight-up clown. He has zero clue what a real dungeon actually is, acting all cocky just because he caught a lucky awakening. Looks like this trash is practically begging for a death wish. According to his master's strategy, this brutal orc den was the ultimate graveyard for overconfident rookies. The kid was going to learn that harsh reality real quick. He had completely written the guy off as a total loser, but the second he actually watched him wield that blade, his jaw practically... Our boy was out here soloing the entire horde, effortlessly shredding the dungeon boss to pieces. And suddenly nobody in that crew had the guts to call him a joke ever again. Now normally orcs are just basic mobs you see in video games, comic books, or some cliché fantasy movies. Because pop culture made them look so painfully generic, people naturally walked in with some hardcore bias, assuming these green giants were just weak fodder. Sure, if you stack them up against a literal dragon, they are definitely just brainless savage grunts. Thanks to that fatal misconception, cocky newbies always dive headfirst into the meat grinder, without a single ounce of strategy. But the raw stats of an orc are terrifyingly simple. They stand at a towering 250 centimeters, and weigh in at a massive 180 kilograms. Their brute physical power is absolutely off the charts, and that is exactly why. Tossing a fresh recruit into an orc pit is a guaranteed one-way ticket to the afterlife. Rewinding to when they first stepped foot into the cavern, a veteran hunter aggressively called out Song-hyun, barking that he was not going to get any special treatment, just because he was fresh meat. The head of the carrier squad spat on the dirt in pure disgust, scoffing. He just barely awakened and he thinks he is a real player. What an arrogant little punk. Our guy just took the harsh hazing like a champ, letting out a nervous laugh, and promising he would grind hard. The veteran snapped back, telling him that trying was not enough. He better actually pull his weight. Sure, he would try his best. Song-hyun just flashed a cool, knowing smirk if he should just take the front lines then. But the second a hulking monster actually ambushed them, the veteran whipped around, totally panicked, and screamed, "Are you out of your damn mind?" Absolute terror flashed across the guy's eyes as a massive orc charged right at their backs. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun was practically buzzing with adrenaline, hyped out of his mind, because this was his very first taste of combat since regressing to the past. But before he could strike, the veteran intercepted charging the beast, and barely tanking the brutal swing with his shield. He screamed at Sung-hyun, calling him a brain-dead moron, roaring, "Are you completely psychotic? How are you going to swing that heavy sword when you move like a turtle?" Our guy calmly replied that nobody asked for a rescue, and coldly told the veteran to shut his mouth and actually focus on the fight. He casually warned the guy to keep his eyes on the lethal threat right in front of him, instead of yapping. The veteran exploded. "Is this the thanks I get for saving your life?" But the second he whipped his head back to the orc, the massive beast was already swinging its blood-stained axe right at his face. The guy froze in sheer terror, realizing there was zero. Just then the squad leader swooped in for the save. He slammed his heavy shield right into the orc's skull, launching the brute backward. "What is this, a romantic little date?" he barked at the squad. "Snap out of it and focus." The rookies watched in sheer awe, totally hyped by his command. Whipping his blade around, he ordered the crew to fall back. He was going to handle this monster solo. The beast unleashed a guttural roar and lunged, swinging its massive battle axe. But the captain deflected the strike like it was nothing, driving his blade straight into the creature's chest. "Piece of cake," he scoffed. The massive brute stiffened, paralyzed by the sudden agony. The squad started cheering, thinking the fight was already wrapped up. Big mistake. The beast refused to drop, charging the captain with a reckless, wild swing, putting every ounce of its rage into the attack. The captain narrowly dodged backward, clicking his tongue in sheer annoyance. "Damn, that almost got me," he grumbled. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon watched the whole messy showdown with deadpan boredom. Yoon Dae-kyung was supposedly their top dog, but the guy was only sitting at level 50, so his damage output against this mob was totally pathetic. Dae-kyung rushed back into the fray, plunging his weapon deep into the beast's torso one more time. And that final strike actually finished it off. The rookies practically had stars in their eyes, while he just chuckled and brushed it off as child's play. "You guys holding up?" he asked. They nodded eagerly, hyping him up and calling him a total lifesaver. But right as they let their guard down, an ear-piercing shriek shattered the silence. A massive stampede of blood-red orcs was charging straight for them. Panic instantly set in. The squad started freaking out, begging the captain for a game plan. His call, a full-blown tactical retreat. Honestly, he was sweating bullets himself. He had barely survived that lone scout, and these variants were built way tougher. But out of nowhere, Sung-Yun casually stepped up and asked calmly, "Mind if I take this one?" The veterans flared up, absolutely triggered by his reckless attitude. The captain snapped, warning him that getting newly awakened powers did not make him invincible. This was a suicide mission. But our boy completely ignored him, sprinting headfirst toward the horde. "You are literally going to get yourself slaughtered," the captain screamed. In a flash, Sung-Yun whipped out his blade, cleanly wiping out the vanguard with a single flawless strike. He inspected the weapon, genuinely impressed. Not a bad slice at all. Watching him obliterate the beast effortlessly left the entire team completely gagged. Meanwhile, he lazily rested, smirking to himself. He wondered if the slight resistance was just because he was stuck at his old self would have sliced through it like butter. The remaining monsters roared, completely enraged by the disrespect. They swarmed him from all sides. "My level might be trash," he muttered, "but my combat IQ is off the charts." Then he blurred into motion. Spinning his blade in a deadly arc, he sliced through every single enemy standing in his crash path. Finally, he came face to face with the mob boss. He effortlessly sidestepped a heavy smash, taunting the monster. "Do you even realize how many of your kind I have already wrecked?" Jaws dropped all around. The rookies whispered in disbelief, asking if that absolute menace was actually Sung-Yun. He was literally soloing the whole dungeon. The final target was an elite, armed brute. The monster violently lunged, swinging a massive mace, but Sung-Yun just vaulted straight over the bone-crushing strike. Mid-air, he twisted his body and slashed at the creature's thick neck, landing gracefully behind it. But the armor-like skin barely took a scratch, sending Daekyung into a full-blown panic. "Your blade cannot pierce that. Get out of there," he shrieked. The brute violently swung its heavy weapon back around. The lethal edge halted literally inches from Sung-Yun's throat. Cool as ice, he threw on a cocky smirk. "Chill out, guys." He had just triggered Demon Strike, totally paralyzing the raging beast. This overpowered hidden skill causes total sensory interference, locking down any target man or monster for 0.2 seconds. "Stay right there," he whispered with a chilling grin. The brute screeched in absolute terror just before Sung-Yun unleashed a vicious slash, sending its severed head soaring through the air. It rolled right to the players' trembling boots. They were completely paralyzed by the insane flex. Did not this guy literally just awaken like... Plus that interference trick he pulled. That was no basic stagger spell. Top-tier hunters maxed out at 1.5 seconds. And his swordsmanship was way too clean. Like seriously, what hardcore combat tutorials was this dude binging on YouTube? The team captain was left speechless. He could not fathom how that move completely destroyed an elite armored variant. For a total rookie, where the hell did he unlock such a broken ability? Right on cue, the glowing system interface popped up, congratulating Sung-Yun on hitting his next level. He had officially checked all the boxes to unlock a brand new achievement. The system slapped him with the F-rank title, Fearless Immature Puppy, a quirky perk that gave his evasion a solid +5 boost. Sung-Yun scoffed, not giving a damn about the rank itself, but admitting the name had a certain edgy ring to it. A fresh alert chimed in, reminding him about his unspent bonus stat points. He only had a single point to blow right now, but there was zero hesitation. He already knew exactly where to dump it. In his past life, he figured out this meta way too late. The luck stat heavily boosts high-tier artifact drop rates, making it an absolute must-have for his current build. The second his luck upgraded, the captain cautiously stepped up. Are you seriously a beginner?" he stammered. Was that actually an interference skill? Where the heck did he score that Sung-Yun honestly wanted to come clean and explain everything? How he survived to age 50, then time-traveled back to his teenage body, with all his veteran combat instincts intact. But his lips were completely sealed, so he totally lied, claiming he snagged the power right after awakening. Daekyun wasn't buying a single word, and instantly got in his face, aggressively demanding to know if he was playing him for a fool. He warned the kid to stop dodging the question, convinced nobody could possibly be that absurdly lucky. There was zero chance he randomly dropped a diamond-tier artifact, or maybe something even crazier. While ranting, his eyes stayed glued to the rookie's blade. Smirking, our main character casually tossed over his weapon, challenging the veteran to inspect the gear himself. The captain cleared his throat super awkwardly, snatched the blade, and completely lost his mind when he realized it was basic trash. "Wait, This is literally just a normal sword, he yelled. Then, is this insane power all from his personal skills? He anxiously ground his teeth, spiraling into a mental crisis over how he'd been grinding in dungeons. Yet as a level 50 veteran, he didn't possess a single ability anywhere near that busted. At this toxic pace, the rookie was going to hog all of today's epic loot. Suddenly, a panicked teammate completely derailed his mental breakdown, screaming that the mid-boss was officially awake. Rocking an absolutely miserable scowl, the captain ordered the crew to push forward. He immediately pivoted back to Sang-yoon, growling that while the kid definitely carried them through the easy mobs, he needed to check his massive ego. That flashy trick of his would be completely useless right now, since they were about to clash with a terrifying demonic orc. Our boy just smirked. Honestly, he had practically forgotten the core reason. He purposely joined this exact raid party after regressing in time. He boldly shouted out to the raid leader, asking a super specific question. If I completely solo this demonic orc, do I get— You see, the Crimson Stone is an insanely rare magical item that only spawns from the corpse of a demonic orc. And honestly, even if you slaughtered a solid 100 of these beasts, your drop rate is still utter trash. The RNG on this thing is practically zero. But back in his past life, this exact team epically failed to slay the monster, yet managed to trigger the ultimate glitch. A Crimson Stone magically dropped anyway. Some rival guild totally swiped it from under their noses. While his old crew was miserably patching up their near the dungeon exit, Sang-yoon clearly completely losing his mind over the god-tier loot. His absolute fanboys swarmed around him like bees, hyping him up and asking how he scored it. That little shiny rock could easily sell for millions. After all, wasn't it the literal only item in existence packing a time delay perk? Sang-yoon had his eyes glued to the prize, desperately thirsting for that exact buff. Back in the present, he locked eyes with the captain. If my memory isn't totally fried, he started, this party splits the bag based on pure contribution, right? So, if he solo carried this boss fight, he figured, claiming all the loot wouldn't trigger any toxic drama. Daekyun remained dead silent. Sang-yoon smirked to himself, knowing that grabbing that time delay perk right now would be a massive cheat code for his future progression. But let's be real, most veteran players absolutely despise cocky newbies, acting like main characters, so nobody was taking his flex seriously. Two bulky dudes aggressively stepped up, totally tilted. Are you mentally ill? Who the heck do you think you are? They barked. You think you're some kind of absolute legend just because you sliced up a few basic grunts? Our guy casually told them to chill out. Surprisingly, the captain bitterly snapped, "Fine, do whatever you want." The two guys totally lost it in pure shock. But the leader threw down a major condition: the kid could only step in if the main squad completely wiped. That was his absolute final offer. Only after they failed would the rookie be allowed to rush into the— Well, that was way less dramatic than our hero expected. So, I just literally sit this raid out, he asked. The captain aggressively stomped toward the boss room, giving a harsh nod of confirmation. Internally, the leader was absolutely seething. What a disrespectful little punk, he fumed. The kid spam clicks one basic move, and his ego is already in the stratosphere. He silently vowed to completely obliterate this dungeon, so the brat wouldn't get a single dime. He'd violently force the newbie to realize that pure, gritty experience is the only thing that matters in a war zone. Kicking open the heavy iron doors to the mid-boss chamber, an absolutely terrifying hulking orc glared right back at it. And there it was, the legendary Crimson Stone, dangling straight from the monster's neck. The captain whipped out his blade, screaming at his squad to get— The beast looks terrifying, but the forums say he's incredibly squishy, the leader thought confidently. He commanded the party to flank the target and ambush its blind spots. A cocky grin spread across his face as he praised his own leadership. Sorry, kid, but there's no room for edgy lone wolves in a real raid guild. Screaming his battle cry, he recklessly charged forward to draw the aggro. And then, a total disaster struck. Boom! He instantly snapped back to reality, face planted on the stone floor, and absolutely drenched in his own blood. What the heck just hit me? He choked out. Sang-yoon, casually standing over his, mentally noted how the squad completely panicked the second they rushed in. Honestly, who could have predicted the boss would speed blitz them? In his past life, this exact squad had totally choked when the beast managed to land a few devastating critical strikes on the vanguard. A terrified teammate shrieked at the captain, begging for orders, because they were literally going to get wiped. Daekyun locked horror-filled eyes with the towering boss, violently realizing that both the grunt orcs and this massive demon were ridiculously overpowered. This was exactly why blindly trusting sketchy walkthrough from the black market was a fatal mistake. Screaming at his entire crew to fall back, he yelled that dying today wasn't worth the grind. But as he scrambled to retreat, his eyes locked straight onto Sang-yoon. The kid flashed a cocky ear-to-ear grin. That totally triggered the squad, but the captain barked that they had bigger problems right now. They needed to fall back immediately. Since the beast had trash peripheral vision, they were going to slip away through its blind spot. The crew let out a massive sigh of relief, while the boss marched straight up to Sang-yeon. He sternly warned him not to come crying from the grave, making it clear that Sang-yeon just kept that smug smirk on his face, gripping his blade tighter. He told the guy to chill. There was zero chance he was catching a game over today. Right on cue, the hulking monster bulldozed straight toward him, and our boy braced for impact. If this was just a pure stat check, he would be absolute toast against this brute. But lucky for him, his past life veteran instincts were fully intact, and he was about to weaponize them. He whipped his sword up, flawlessly deflecting the crushing strike with a deafening metallic clang that left the beast roaring in frustration. The peanut gallery stood there completely shook, unable to process how he just tanked a direct hit from that mass. Shaking off the bone-rattling recoil from his hand, the MC casually muttered that dodging looked like his only viable strat right now. His eyes darted toward the glowing red gem, a wave of nostalgia hitting him as he realized it had been way too long. The whole reason he was hardcore thirsting for this specific loot was its broken synergy fusing the delay skill right into his signature Demon Strike. Honestly, Demon Strike's base 2-second paralysis was already pretty top tier, making it super hard to imagine how it could get any better. But thanks to his insane artifact devouring ability, he could literally mash different skill effects together, sparking an absolutely devious idea in his head. What if he snagged an ability that let him infinitely stack those paralysis procs? It would literally be the ultimate game-breaking meta build, granting him a perma-stun loop. If he could just... He actively taunted the behemoth to make a move, sending the furious creature launching into a relentless, bloodthirsty lunge. Mockingly praising the beast for being such a good boy, he ruthlessly sliced a deep gash right in. He figured a little bloodletting was the fastest way to expose the monster's vital spots. Squealing from the agonizing flesh wound, the brute totally fumbled its giant axe, dropping it into the dirt, freezing the giant completely solid for 2 whole seconds. The squad leader's jaw practically hit the floor, completely shocked that crowd. Sang-yeon mentally noted that your average run-of-the-mill greenskins were complete meatheads. But this guy was a hell-spawned variant, and that is when things went completely off script. The beast violently snapped out of the paralysis way too early, instantly launching a brutal roundhouse kick. His reflexes barely saved him as he threw up his guard, but the sheer kinetic force still sent him skidding aggressively backward. That is when it totally clicked he forgot one crucial detail. This freak of nature had an insane healing factor, which massively cleansed debuffs, meaning he was locked out of stunning it again for a brutal 15-second cooldown. This right here was exactly why securing that delay buff was life or death. With his crowd control totally nerfed, he had to win this the hard way. The monstrosity roared, charging forward like a freight train, with its axe swinging wildly. But this time, our boy danced out of the way with buttery smooth footwork, roasting the monster's super predictable attack patterns, while the rest of the team just watched from the sidelines. One of the squad mates nervously nudged the boss, begging him to ditch the area, fully convinced that not even this cocky rookie could solo the beast. But the captain's brain was already working in overdrive. The kid's stun was useless, and the sheer gap in their raw stats was astronomically wide. So why the hell was he wearing that confident, psychopathic smirk? Was this guy secretly totally cracked? Meanwhile, Sang-yeon decided it was time. He had literally written the playbook on this in his previous life. When your stats are completely dwarfed by your opponent, you stop trying to hack and slash. Instead, you dump all your focus into one flawless counter, hijacking their own massive momentum against them. To deliver a fatal piercing blow, the exact millisecond the hulking freak launched itself forward, he flashed a vicious smile and impaled his blade straight through its chest. Instantly, the system flashed a massive victory screen for dropping the mid-boss, showering him with insane amounts of EXP that skyrocketed his level. He also unlocked a highly exclusive new title, Rank E Demon Hunter. Now, whenever he squared up against mid-tier bosses or higher, his health regen would get a massive 5 times multiplier. Considering he already casually held 2 other titles, he figured playing solo was definitely paying off. He desperately wanted to pull up his status window, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the squad stumbling toward him, completely mind-blown by the carry. Knowing he had to keep his overpowered identity strictly undercover, he threw on an Oscar-worthy performance. Dropping a dramatic, exhausted sigh, he loudly complained about nearly getting flatlined. He hyped up the captain, loudly declaring they only survived because the boss did all the heavy lifting and massive damage. Hearing this, the squad mate chuckled proudly, saying the team was baffled about when their leader even managed to land those hits. Daekyung stood there completely clueless, his gaze slowly shifting over to Sangyeon. Sangyeon did not say a word, but his intensely glaring eyes practically screamed, "Just play along, idiot. I am literally serving you free clout right now." The captain glanced down at the ultra-rare gem dropped by the monster, finally putting the pieces together. Realizing the kid just wanted his promised loot, he swallowed his pride, giving a quiet, breathy chuckle. He barely whispered that he had been completely outplayed, before loudly pivoting to his team, hyping them up for officially conquering the mid-boss zone. The squad was finally prepped for the ultimate showdown. While the crew kept hyping up their latest clash, our boys snuck a peek at the glowing loot, figuring it was the perfect time to snatch its power, since nobody was watching. This crimson stone wasn't just any shiny rock, it was a silver-tier relic that didn't just pack a wild special effect, but also slammed. His vision faded to black as he slipped into a trance. But instead of a dark void, his subconscious served up a steaming bowl of classic Korean comfort food, a massive serving of chewy cold noodles, stacked high with savory meats and crisp veggies. Dude was practically drooling over his insane luck with these god-tier dream meals, and immediately dug in. Right on cue, the system chimed in confirming the upgrade was downloading. Thanks to that sweet 20% absorption rate for silver tier artifacts, his base strength and health bars ticked up by another 2 points. Better yet, he unlocked the rare delay effect, ready to be stacked onto his arsenal. Swiping open his status screen, he laughed off his earlier anxiety and slammed that shiny new delay buff straight onto his signature Demon Strike. The math was insane. If he chained Demon Strike right before the first stun fizzled out, he'd lock down a guaranteed secondary stun. A third hit boasted a 90% success rate. The fourth dropped to 60%, and chaining 5 in a row, snapping back to reality, his eyes locked onto his floating holographic stats. He was now packing a guaranteed 4-second stun lock. On paper it was absolutely broken, but could he actually pull it off in a real brawl? While he was busy hyping himself up, the squad captain rolled up, pulling him aside for a quick chat before they breached the final boss chamber. Our guy cut him off mid-sentence, smirking, as he asked if the captain wanted him in the main party. The answer was a flat no. The captain admitted he'd lose all his authority if a powerhouse like him stole the spotlight. Still, he reached out a hand, pitching a temporary alliance. Sang-yeon firmly shook it, flashing a confident grin as he agreed on the exact same conditions. The deal was sealed with zero drama. Just then, one of the scouts jumped, giving the captain the green light. Daekyung's expression hardened as he declared that it was go time, ordering the entire crew to stay frosty and push forward. But since the scout caught the two of them, locked in a super intense handshake, the dude shot Sang-yeon an incredibly toxic glare, making our MC low-key uncomfortable. The captain dragged the scout away, promising to buy the whole squad rounds of drinks once they crushed this last fight. Sang-yeon just brushed off the weird beef. Moments later, they kicked down the massive doors to the boss room, coming face to face with a towering, bloodthirsty orc berserker. The absolute unit locked onto their scent, its massive muscles bulging as it slowly stood up, sweating bullets. Daekyung nervously told Sang-yeon to take the lead. Stepping up to the plate, our boy ordered the crew to stick to his shadow. He sucked in a massive breath, calculating his odds. Orc berserkers were literal meat shields, but their magic resistance was way lower than those freaky. Landing a stun on this big guy would be a breeze. As long as he didn't choke and kept his combos tight, this was an easy clap. He launched himself forward just as the hulking beast charged. Mid-dash, a random thought hit him. Why the heck did he just tell everyone to hide behind him? Since when was he this cocky? Back in the day, he was a massive coward, flinching at his own shadow. Growing up was just one desperate struggle to avoid a game over. But he couldn't afford to be that pathetic loser anymore. He had to evolve. rewriting his entire mindset to stop repeating history and secure that top-tier future. And step 1 of that glow-up meant flexing his actual potential, right here, right now. He flawlessly deflected the monster's heavy swing, immediately bouncing back on the offensive. Channeling every ounce of his raw power, he unleashed a devastating slash that had the captain twitching with a nervous smile, internally screaming. The blade chewed right through the monster's bulky shoulder armor. Without missing a beat, Sangyeon roared at the squad, confirming the 4-second stun lock and giving them the green light to jump the boss. Daekyung barked the command, and the entire team swarmed the paralyzed beast. The orc was basically a sitting duck as the crew rained down a relentless combo of critical hits, melting its health bar to 0 in seconds. And just like that, the raid was cleared. Staring down at the glitching corpse, one of the scouts scratched his head, wondering if that fight was a little too brain-dead. Dude didn't even have to pop a single health potion. His buddy nodded, totally mind-blown by how insanely broken crowd control skills were. Meanwhile, our boy caught the background chatter from the lower-tier scavengers. Their crew leader was actually whispering to his bro, trying to figure out if this god-tier player already had a dedicated bag carrier. Should they shoot their shot? One dude got totally hyped, claiming dibs on being Sangyeon's personal loot monkey. They straight up started bickering over it, making Sangyeon sweat drop with a super awkward smile. These guys had literally done a complete 180 on him, even though he originally hadn't wanted to lift a finger for them. Suddenly, the sweet sound of leveling up echoed, dropping a sick D-rank title into his inventory. Player with unrivaled strength, slapping a flat 10% buff onto all his status effects. A huge grin spread across his face as he realized the system was basically throwing achievements at him today. In his tragic past life, he never even sniffed this kind of elite treatment. But honestly, for a guy aiming for the absolute peak, this was barely the tutorial. Tukionsu wasn't just some random. He was a ghost blade, a master collector, and the ultimate sword. He's Korea's undisputed blade king, rocking a literal mountain of titles. Just 2 years after the player era kicked off, this absolute beast had already hit level 500. Sure, the guy was his ultimate idol back in his original timeline. But right now, our boy is totally in the perfect position to close the gap, if he just grinds like crazy. Catching him gripping his fists tight and panting like a maniac. The squad captain raised an eyebrow, asking what on earth he was up to. He rubbed the back of his neck, blurting out that it was just a warm-up. Tossing a piece of loot his way, the boss grinned, praising his massive carry during the raid. Consider this your bonus. Our MC practically dropped his jaw at the random flex, asking what sparked this sudden burst of kindness. The captain flashed a warm smile, admitting the kid really put his back into it today, and he isn't the type to ignore pure effort. Plus, it's just a bronze teardrop, so tossing it over is no skin off his nose. Our guy chuckled awkwardly, teasing that maybe he was being a little too bluntly honest. Daekyung just smirked right back, dropping the cold hard. If that gear was actually top tier, he definitely would have pocketed it for himself. Deep down, though, the captain kept the real reason locked in his head. This was a parting gift, since their paths were about to split for good. A wave of bittersweet sadness washed over him, but he swallowed it down, knowing this was exactly how things had to play out. Because our MC, he was operating on a completely different wavelength now. But naturally, someone in the shadows was practically foaming at the mouth with toxic jealousy over Sangyun's glow-up. That salty scumbag ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked seething in his own. Is the boss actually simping over this absolute clown just because he flexed his trash skills a few times? He had been the loyal right-hand man for ages. The disrespect was insane. Ripping his phone out of his pocket, he silently cursed them both to hell and dialed a super shady number. Fast forward. Our MC crashed at his place and instantly started hyping over his insane haul. Checking his bank app, he stared at a fat 6 million sitting right there. Regular bag boys make absolute peanuts compared to this. It looked like the captain had actually blessed him with a payout more than double what the rest of the crew snagged. And let's not forget the icing on the cake. Daekyung had hooked him up with the Berserker ring, a nasty little bronze artifact that slaps on a flat 10 extra points to his strength stat, while unlocking a rare passive buff called Lightweight. He figured, sure, it's just bronze trash, but bagging a weight reduction mod totally for free, that's an absolute W. Lightweight literally chugs 1 mana per second, just to make your gear feel like feathers. Honestly, it suddenly made total sense why this thing was stuck in the bronze tier. 99% of players would drain their mana pool completely dry before they even took a swing. But hey, that brutal drawback only ruins ordinary players, not an absolute unit like him. Back in his original timeline, he only unlocked the true cheat code, which is exactly why he spent his past life mastering every single glitch in the system. Back then, he used a similarly mana-hungry piece of gear, and the results practically broke his brain. You see, when an artifact demands a non-stop blood-sucking mana tax, his unique skill slaps a penalty on its raw power, but in exchange, it permanently deletes the mana cost. 0. Zip. Smirking, fusing his raw energy directly into the Berserker, he couldn't care less about a tiny nerf. Stacking endless passive buffs is literally how you break the game. Meanwhile, buried deep inside an ultra-exclusive VIP lounge down in Gangnam, that exact same snake, Dae-kyung's supposed right-hand man, was currently partying his stress away. He slammed his drink down, swearing up and down that he wasn't. Capping that total scrub, really pulled off a massive 4-second stun. The shady guy sitting across from him instantly shot him a glare, shushing him before he caused a scene. "So what?" the guy muttered coldly. "You dragging us in just to play hitman for your hurt feelings?" The snake frantically waved his hands, denying it. He swore the kid was absolutely loaded, claiming he absolutely had to be abusing some broken high-tier stun artifact. The boss was heavily losing his vibe, rolling his eyes as he demanded to know the actual point. The snake slyly pitched it as a lucrative business collab, heavily dropping the hint that the kid was Dae-kyung's brand new golden boy. Stepping out of the shadows, the absolute top dog of this dark scene scoffed, calling out the blatant thirst for revenge. A stunning girl clinging to Juntae's arm leaned in, whispering, "Aren't they supposed to be tight? This guy's giving major loser energy." Without warning, Juntae whistled to get the snake's attention, only to casually whip out a blade and slice a clean red line straight across the guy's ear. As blood dripped, "Did you seriously think we're your personal attack dogs?" Juntae snarled ruthlessly, splashing hard liquor right onto the fresh cut. As the snake screamed in agony, the boss declared, "And that bloody ear was just the down payment. Now, where do we hunt down this kid?" Fast forward to a brand new day. Sang-yoon burned through the entire morning grinding at the training yard, finally collapsing onto a bench to catch his breath. A shudder ran down his spine as he remembered the bizarre phantom meat the second he absorbed the Berserker ring. Like, who in their right mind would expect a bowl of cursed cold cucumber soup to pop out of thin? A dish so utterly foul, it could literally one-shot anyone who took a sip. His stomach was still aggressively doing flips, but hey, high risk means insane. He casually chucked his heavy broadsword straight up, letting it spin wildly in the air, before catching it because the thing basically weighed nothing now. Thanks to the brutal mechanics of his artifact devouring skill, the soul-crushing mana drain from the original buff got totally wiped out. As the system's penalty, the lightweight power got slashed directly in half. Still, every single piece of gear he holds now locks in at exactly 100 grams. But honestly, having physics broken like this came with a sketchy downside. Our MC was genuinely paranoid he might accidentally yeet his weapon into orbit mid-swing, so he decided to rock a chunky two-handed greatsword just to feel somewhat grounded. Shaking off the weird physics, he swiped open his... Staring down his current stats, Sang-yoon realizes he desperately needs a constellation. But since a player can only lock in one cosmic patron, he has to play this smart. If he had his pick of the litter, he'd roll with an entity that perfectly vibes with his absolute highest, attribute sheer luck. But let's be real, his current numbers are way too trash to grab any heavyweight's attention right now, so his only option is to grind it out. Fast forward a bit. He rolls up to a deep forest, finally peeling himself out of the driver's seat, stretching his stiff muscles and groaning that he's practically half dead. 3 straight days of brutal grinding mixed with a marathon road trip will do that to a guy. But hey, at least he bagged a sick new skill. He's been relentlessly grinding his dual-wielding proficiency, seriously boosting his adaptability with literally any blade, minus daggers, and one-handed longswords. He locks eyes with the massive swirling portal dead ahead, thinking about how he'd normally be waitlisted for months just to step foot in a solo dungeon. Honestly, he should just be hyped he even made it this far. But then his eyes dart to a sketchy ride parked nearby, wondering what kind of creep would tail him all the way out into the woods. He doesn't know what their deal is, but whatever they're after, he can just handle their garbage inside the rift. Without missing a beat, he strides right through the dimensional gate with those absolute clowns. But Sang-yoon is already standing there, waiting the second they spawn in smoothly, asking if they forgot this was a solo run. Juntae glares right back, snapping that there's zero chance. They stumbled into the wrong zone. He was obviously the first guy to cross the threshold. The goons immediately label him a moron, so he casually grips his hilt, telling them he won't snitch to the authorities if they just turn around and bounce. But scanning their lineup, something feels way off. There's no healer, no mage. They completely ditched the basic survival comp needed to actually clear a raid, running a hyper-aggressive kill squad stacked purely with raw attackers, close-range swordsmen, and a single archer. This isn't a raid party, it's a pack of hyenas hunting other players. The scavengers just crack up, mocking him for acting like a tough guy. They remind him that if he gets packed up in here, there are no respawns. Our MC just flashes a cold smirk, dropping that he already knows the stakes, remembering how these exact rats got completely wiped out back in his past life, all thanks to the Hunter Association's relentless crackdown on player killers. But with scrub squads like this, the absolute biggest headache is always the sniper in the back. The archer knocks an arrow telling his crew to just execute this kid and wrap it up. Sang-yoon just chuckles, stating that's exactly why he waited up for them. If he needs to dump some trash bodies, an unmapped dungeon is literally the perfect graveyard. The beefiest tank loses his mind, charging forward while spitting pure venom. But his shot caller instantly blocks him, ordering him to stick to the easiest route. The meathead glares at his boss, totally pissed off, growling about how stepping back is supposed to be the easy way out. He threatens to rip the kid's tongue straight out of his mouth. Our boy just taunts him, calling him a good little lapdog for obeying his master's commands, telling them to stop wasting his time and just rush him all at once. The brute snaps, roaring for him to shut his mouth, before launching himself forward in a blind, raging frenzy. Sang-yoon doesn't even flinch, dripping with absolute confidence as he waits for the perfect opening. It's pure survival of the fittest out here. Honestly, is there a better rule for the abyss? If the dungeon's nightmarish monsters aren't trying to rip your throat out, greedy players definitely will. There's always a target painted on your back. If your stats are garbage, you're dead meat. Laws don't exist once that portal closes. So it is literally just kill or be brutally killed. He lived through this exact hellscape in his past life, and that harsh reality hasn't changed one bit in this timeline. Therefore, whatever carnage he's about to unleash is 100% justified self-defense. In a flash of steel, he mercilessly shreds the charging tank, then locks eyes with the rest of the crew, asking why they're suddenly frozen like statues. They clearly wanted a piece of him, but instead of swinging, they scatter scrambling past his blind spots to secure better high ground. Juntae barks at the remaining grunts to hold the line, ordering the sniper to rain hell for cover. The archer nods in a panic, his mind racing as he realizes their heaviest hitter just got one-tapped. Even if Sanho was dumb as bricks, the dude had ground his way up to level 100 and literally just unlocked his awakening. Sang-yoon twirls his bloodied blade, tauntingly, asking where the hell they think they're running. The terrified sniper looses a barrage of arrows screaming that this kid is a total freak of nature. Sang-yoon just effortlessly slashes the projectiles out of the air, closing the gap with terrifying speed. The ranged attacker shrieks in pure horror, realizing he's completely outplayed. In a brutal split second, he gets permanently logged out right next to Sanho. Juntae whips his head around in absolute shock, his jaw dropping as he realizes the kid just chucked his primary weapon. But wait, that means this psycho is completely unarmed right now. It's the ultimate wide-open window to strike. Seeing Sang-yoon sprinting to retrieve his blade, the leader pivots, flashing a vicious hand signal to his last standing goon. The duo blitzes straight toward the sniper's corpse. Our boy is inches away from gripping his hilt, but right on cue, the two assassins lunge at him with lethal intent, their weapons colliding with a deafening shockwave. But totally destroying their they don't even scratch his armor. Evading the deadly pincer move with insane reflexes, Sang-yoon, using the very sword lodged in the ground, balances into a flawless one-armed handstand, chuckling that they almost had him there. The goon stammers out that he's completely insane. Smirking, the MC violently rips his blade out of the dead sniper's, leaving Juntae completely cornered. With zero hesitation, the ruthless boss grabs his own teammate by the skull, yanking him forward to use as a human meat shield. Sunyan's blade ripped across Juntao's torso, barely missing his fingertips. Pinning the guy to the dirt beneath his boot, he leaned in. "You guys traffic body parts on the side, huh? I know damn well you aren't exactly running a tight-knit brotherhood. Let me guess. You're harvesting mana stones by swapping out human organs." Despite his rugged look, Juntao had been around the block. The smuggler just hacked out a bloody laugh, asking what good knowing the truth would do a dead man. He exploded forward, driving his weapon right at Sun face. But mid-air, his body completely locked up. Our boy just smirked, admitting he only asked because he was dying of sheer boredom. That sudden paralysis, that was his demon strike skill kicking in. Now Juntao was locked in place for 4.4 seconds. Absolute panic flooded his eyes. Trapped in his own body, his mind raced. What the hell is this? How did he stun me? Those were barely even scratches. Just what kind of broken ability is this? Sun Yun closed the distance with terrifying calm, whispering, "Game over." Juntao's blood ran cold. What is he talking about? Am I seriously about to get wiped out right here? No freaking way. He was the apex predator around here. He did the slaughtering, never the other way around. That was the rule of the wasteland. His mind flashed back to a clueless rookie they had ambushed. Instead of ending it quick, his crew had ruthlessly tortured the kid, mocking his screams while systematically dismembering him. He had always held all the cards. Sun Yun tilted his head, asking if the smuggler had ever tasted his own medicine. For the first time in his miserable life, Juntao felt the suffocating. With the trash finally taken out, Sun Yun strolled over to the nearby river to scrub the crimson stains off his blade. Letting out a heavy sigh, he muttered that he really shouldn't get too comfortable with cold-blooded murder. After all, he had just scored this second chance at youth. Catching the eye of a constellation for a sponsor contract was probably off the table now. But hey, a guy's got to defend himself, right? Shaking off the guilt, he eyed the glowing loot dropped by the dead scavengers. Finders keepers. Right. After tossing on some fresh gear, he pulled up his status window. Devouring those artifacts had given him a massive stat boost. A cocky grin spread across his face. Sure, skipping that ambush would have been ideal, but checking out these insane buffs, totally worth the hassle. Plus, absorbing all that mystical gear didn't add a single. Raw stat-wise, he was already packing the punch of a level 50 veteran. Seriously, how many days had it even been since he regressed? His growth rate was absolutely busted. He also snagged a Ring of Restoration, a slick silver tier item. By burning 10 mana, it could instantly cleanse any debuff. The catch, spamming it within a 60-second cooldown, doubles the mana cost. Turns out the first thug who jumped him had been rocking this exact accessory. Realization hit him like a truck. If he had banked everything on that stun skill alone, he would have been totally screwed. Note to self, never underestimate the enemy's loadout. Channeling his aura, he began linking his core to the Ring of Restoration, drifting into a deep meditative trance to sync the artifact. Once he snapped back to reality, it was grinding time. He ventured deeper into the pitch-black underground tunnels. A pack of goblins was scavenging the area, hauling their stolen junk. Suddenly they spotted a lone human rocking a thick blindfold, casually stalking them through. Inhaling the damp cavern air, he admitted this was borderline suicidal. But the unlocked conditions for the Lucky Day title were absolutely psychotic. A player had to slaughter exactly 500 mobs while completely blind. The green runts just stood there scratching their ugly heads, wondering why this weirdo wasn't making a move. But the second they caught the gleam of his razor-sharp katana, their greedy little mouths watered. They wanted that premium steel. Our guy just waited, practically begging them to strike first. Even without his sight, their filthy presence was suffocating. He had to tune into the microscopic shifts in the air currents and isolate every single rustle in the dark. Total focus. The dripping water and echoing wind faded into absolute silence, leaving only the frantic patter of goblin footsteps. I can do this, he mentally locked in. The instant a goblin lunged, Sun Yun flawlessly parried the strike, chaining it into a brutal sweeping arc of pure silver. That single devastating slash wiped out the entire front line. He flashed a cocky smirk. Not a bad warm-up, but the real slaughter was just beginning. A silent arrow zipped towards his blind spot. Without even flinching, he snatched the projectile out of midair and snapped it in half, leaving the hidden goblin archer completely stunned. Sun Yun casually strolled toward the sniper's hiding spot, dropping the fact that he'd been through absolute hell recently. But enduring that trauma, it forced him to tap into his past life instincts, pushing his sensory perception beyond. Sensing a massive heat signature behind the archer, he taunted the hidden army. daring the entire swarm to come at him, all at once. A tidal wave of screeching monsters flooded the cavern. He didn't take a single step back, meeting the green tsunami with a blinding flurry of lethal slashes. Watching his brethren get reduced to a bloody puree, the straggler in the back practically wet himself in pure terror. Minutes later, the massacre ended, and that sweet level-up chime echoed in Sun Yun's head. System notification. Title acquired. Lucky day. Ripping off his blood-soaked blindfold, he let out a triumphant breath. Lucky day was a broken achievement that slapped an instant 20 points onto his luck stat. Plus, every consecutive kill of the same mob type bumped that stat up by another 0.1. With the passive capped at 10 bonus points, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Slow and steady, he was hoarding every overpowered title in the game. Right on cue, a fresh patrol of goblins wandered into the depths of the mine, totally oblivious to the absolute slaughterfest that just went down. Catching sight of the towering mountain of goblin corpses, they froze in sheer horror. Sun Yun slowly turned to the fresh meat, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Hey, who was he to turn down? They actually showed up. The dude pulled up his status window and practically lost his mind laughing. Why? Because this shiny new title just spiked his luck stat by 30 massive points. We are talking a value of 500 million. Honestly, maybe even billions. In this second life, he could actually afford to buy his own house. But right as he was daydreaming about real estate, a massive dimensional rift ripped open right behind it. The system flashed a red alert as the entire world started to warp and blur. He whipped around, completely caught off guard. Whoa, already. Boom. 3 literal gods constellations were dropping contract offers. The purifier of the fallen dimension leaned in, wondering if our guy was down to cause a little absolute misery. Then, the pilgrim of the great cosmos stepped up, totally obsessed with his mysterious vibe, politely asking to open up negotiations. Finally, the goddess of fortune flashed a gorgeous smile and reached out her hand. Our MC was absolutely hyped that this was popping off so fast, and catching 3 of them at once, crazy he cheekily asked if they enjoyed the show he put on. But suddenly the goddess of fortune glided right up into his personal space. His heart hammered. Was he flexing a little too hard? He honestly had no clue, because absolutely nothing like this ever went down in his past life. The divine being just kept smirking at him. The goddess of fortune was totally hooked, simply because she had never laid eyes on a luck-based swordsman before. He gave this super awkward stiff smile, mumbling, "Yeah, people tell me I've got good RNG." Inwardly, he was sweating bullets of relief. It looked like all 3 cosmic powerhouses were desperate to lock him down. So why rush? He might as well milk this moment and weigh his epic. The system pinged again. The purifier of the fallen dimension was offering a blessing specifically for his twisted, hidden cruelty. He figured this dark entity probably hung around, the most psychotic, bloodthirsty players out there. This guy only noticed our MC because of that absolute goblin massacre he just pulled in record time. Then his eyes shifted over to the pilgrim of the great cosmos. Honestly, he had zero clue why this holy dude even showed up. That guy usually only spawned for players radiating hardcore saint energy. Wait, if that was true, was the pilgrim only tagging along because he was stalking the goddess of fortune? Rumor had it she was basically the ultimate IT girl, even up in the cosmic realms. Catching him staring the goddess of fortune smoothly clarified she wasn't demanding exclusivity. Even if he picked a different sponsor right now, they could totally still link up down the line. He flashed another nervous grin, suddenly hit by a wild memory he had completely pushed aside. This was honestly a legendary flex. He remembered this one god-tier archer who could literally snipe targets blindly into the void and still land a headshot. Fueled by pure worldly blessings, that guy never even had to stress about his ammo. They called him the Archer of Miracles, Hashimoto Yuki. The absolute GOAT among rangers, boasting insane DPS and an undeniably cracked luck stat. But here is the crazy tea. All those myths about his raw talent were straight up cap. In reality, his entire broken build was hard carried by a dual contract, with 2 massive constellations, and the one pulling the strings, turning the impossible into reality. Yep, the goddess of luck herself. Our boy awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, stuttering out that having 3 divine beings just randomly jump him like this was a lot to process. He definitely needed a hot minute to think, but the system chimed in, warning him that the constellations were getting impatient. They demanded he drop the overthinking and claim his destiny right now. One of the stars even threw a petty tantrum, threatening to retract its offer. The MC rolled his eyes. He seriously could not stand these dramatic divinities. Obviously, the goddess of luck was a top-tier sponsor, no debate there. But he had to be smart. If he factored in the harsh reality that nobody else might ever throw him a bone, this single click would literally lock in his entire future as a player. Looking back at his past life, he had grinded for 10 agonizing years, and only one pathetic constellation ever slid into his DMs, the late blooming scholar. Back then, that notification felt like pure salvation. He had been so insanely hyped. Even though he had been eating dirt his whole life, he really thought he was about to glow up. Spoiler alert, absolutely nothing changed until he hit 55 years old. Honestly, he still didn't even know what a constellation's backing actually felt like. And all of that misery was purely because of those insanely toxic level cap requirements. Like sure, having a sponsor is the ultimate cheat code in this game, but he never even got the chance to exploit it. Hell, he basically gave up on the system entirely. But to be fair, it was thanks to that nerdy scholar's final push that he managed to rewind time and regress. So yeah, he owed the guy some respect. But that exact trauma meant he had to play this smartly. He had to operate on the hardcore fact that there were 0 extra lives left. No third retries. So, holy light pure destruction or literal RNG. What's the move, duh? He instantly smashed accept on the Goddess of Fortune's contract. A holographic prompt flashed, warning him that if he died, this pact would bind his soul for 30 grueling years. High above a shadowy, higher-dimensional entity silently locked its gaze on him and the goddess as the cosmic ink dried. Instantly, 15 friendly stars blew up his chat with massive congratulations, wishing the kid total success. But those 3 salty, hostile constellations who just got rejected. They outright declared war, swearing to completely sabotage his run. He just stood there sweating nervously. Seriously, why are so many gods suddenly obsessed with me? But honestly, none of that mattered anymore. He reached out, shaking hands with the Goddess of Fortune to seal their deal. She happily shook back, hyping up his big brain choice. He tried to speak, but a system alert cut him off, flashing the insane perks of his new contract with the literal goddess of luck. First off, every single attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Plus, snagging an artifact ranked unique or above unlocks a secret hidden ability. And the absolute best part, he now has a guaranteed 100% drop rate for boss and mid-boss loot, no matter how trash their rank is. His jaw literally dropped at these broken stats, while the goddess just smirked, soaking in the glory. But hold up, there was more. Whenever he dumps points from leveling up his luck, could trigger a multiplier doubling his stats with just a single point. And yeah, that totally applied retroactively to all the points he had already spent. Reading through this god-tier buff list, he was practically in tears. The goddess then threw a sideways glance at the other constellations, asking what he planned to do with their little offers. He casually brushed them off, telling them to bounce for now. His eyes were glued solely to his new divine sponsor. The cosmic beings were shook by the disrespect. The pilgrim of the great cosmos just chuckled, saying he would be waiting for their next run in. Meanwhile, the purifier of the fallen dimension went full psycho, promising to do whatever it takes to rip his head clean off his shoulders. Once the haters vanished, the goddess praised Sang-Yan for standing his ground and not folding. He just laughed, noticing she was in a ridiculously good mood. Backed by these ultimate luck buffs, he was 0% stressed about future fights. He just needed to chill and wait for his moment. Wasting no time, he stepped right into the final boss room. As the brawl kicked off, his goddess watched anxiously from the sidelines. Our boy launched himself at the monster, taunting, "Is that seriously all you got? Put your back into it." The Goblin Lord deflected the strike with a furious growl, swiping his massive weapon to knock Sang-Yan back before popping a skill. A system ping popped up. The Goblin Lord had slapped him, with a heavy debuff, Depression. But honestly, Sang-Yan was hyped knowing he could steal this exact skill once he clapped this boss. It was not a hard stun, but it absolutely crushed a target's will to fight. Quickly tapping into his recovery ring, he wiped the mental debuff clean off. The goblin lunged out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Dodging by a hair, Sang-Yan realized that, while the debuff had limits and couldn't freeze a target completely, it was still going to be super clutch for sweeping low-tier mobs. He flashed a cocky grin, declaring it was time to put his luck to the test. Panic flashed in the monster's eyes, as it realized its ace in the hole was useless. In a flash, Sangyeon slammed a brutal hit right into the creature, mocking. "Did you actually think that would stop me?" His Demon Strike passive triggered, hard stunning the Goblin Lord for 2 crucial seconds. Sangyeon went absolutely feral, chaining a barrage of heavy attacks before hitting his delay skill, locking the boss down for another 2 seconds. The beast let out a pathetic groan, desperately trying to swing back, but it was completely paralyzed. Sangyeon chained another hit, extending the stun lock yet again. He casually walked up, practically glowing with victory, and drove home the final devastating blow. The massive boss finally collapsed into dust, as the system congratulated him for wiping out the Dark Goblin Swamp dungeon. He leveled up instantly, and bagged a brand new D-rank title, "Don't Touch Me." Dropping to his knees with a massive sigh, our guy let out a breath he did not know he was holding. It was finally over. This new title bumped his luck up by 30 points, and his evasion by 10. Plus it gave him a one-time buff to a specific skill, scaling perfectly with his personal system stats. Sangyeon was completely drained, because it had been an insanely chaotic day, bouncing from a literal deathmatch with bandits straight into a dungeon raid. Why was he grinding himself into the ground like this? The goddess of luck chimed in, saying his past misfortune wasn't just a basic losing streak. There had to be a deeper reason. He shot back, asking if that meant luck was basically just a skill now. She grinned and confirmed it absolutely is a skill, and she was super glad he finally had it. He called her out for switching up so fast, but she just flexed smugly, taking all the credit. Rolling his eyes, he pulled up his system interface, ready to dump his new stat points first. His luck stat had already blown past the 100 mark, activating a system correction that boosted all related perks by 10%. For example, evasion amped up his dodge speed, while luck straight up rigged the loot drop rates. The only loot left from the boss was its shield, a silver artifact packing a unique sacrifice passive, and 20 defense points. It scaled off mana, literally eating incoming damage and turning it into health, though the whole mechanic chugged his mana pool at a 1-to-1 ratio. Staring at the insane drop, Sangyeon knew he totally owed this flex to his goddess. This perk is an absolute lock. And honestly, your luck stat totally runs the show when it comes to scoring rare artifact drops. One thing's for sure though, it absolutely trashes the stats from Late Blooming Scholar. He grips the shield tight, jump-starting the mana sink. Boom! Lady Luck is officially on his side. Riding that high, he struts straight to the quest hub, only to get totally shut down. He tries to play it cool, telling the front desk clerk he gets her vibe, but he's got his own agenda to handle. She practically begs him to reconsider. The poor girl is losing her absolute mind behind that counter. She's totally lost track of how many cocky players she's seen dragged back in body bags this week. He grits his teeth, stressing out. He can't let this roadblock stop his grind. Let's rewind 2 hours. He had just ditched the dungeon forest, tearing down the open expressway. Cruising along, he couldn't stop thinking about his latest meal. He was low-key dreading the taste, considering he literally consumed a goblin shield. Shockingly, it tasted exactly like kimchi fried rice. Not bad. But right then, his clunker of a car starts violently shaking and sputtering. The dashboard lights up like a chaotic Christmas tree. Panic instantly spikes in his chest. He realizes he desperately needs a new ride. But honestly, reaching civilization right now trumps upgrading his wheels. In this world, low-level zones are absolute breeding grounds for crime, and he is done looking over his shoulder. Upgrading his life to a high-security player town is the only logical move. Plus, he needs to farm used artifacts just to gobble them up for stats. Then it hits him. Cash. He needs an insane amount of it, and there's literally only one spot to secure that kind of bag. The game-changing system born from the player era, the high-stakes quests, and the absolute monopoly handing out those gigs, the player association. That's exactly why he practically sprinted into their lobby, only to hit a massive brick wall. Fast forward back to now, the frazzled clerk is lecturing him about sticking to dungeons in his own league. Like, why on earth is an unranked nobody trying to crash a level 100 zone? He crosses his heart, swearing he won't be a burden. Mentally, he's doing the math, he's realistically around level 17, but his skill set is way too cracked to waste on some beginner-tier garbage. The poor clerk literally bursts into tears, sobbing that every rookie says the exact same thing right before getting wiped out. She's begging him to just stay in his lane. Sangyeon totally gets her trauma. The world is packed with delusional wannabes catching ego deaths. But right now, he has to bulldoze through the rules. He stubbornly holds his ground until a shadow steps up from the crowd. "Is there a problem here?" a voice asks. The clerk instantly snaps to attention, stammering that everything is perfectly fine. Enter Kim Miso, a level 100 A-rank titan repping the Eden Guild. Our MC's jaw practically hits the floor. This girl is a legendary bloodthirsty archer, the first player to ever crack level 100 and snag that A+ rank. She is the ultimate rising star, but her lethal aim isn't her only flex. She's literal royalty, the daughter of Kim Yun-chul, the big boss chairman of sacred biotechnology. In the underworld, they whisper her alias, the Shadow Assassin, right up there with the nation's deadliest assassin, and second only to Korea's top blade Jo Jinho. Coming from the Megacorp, pulling the strings behind the Eden Guild, she's basically the most unfairly privileged player in the history of the game. Miso glides over, tilting her head. First time bumping into each other, right? She admits she's been low-key observing his little scene. "Why is a rookie dying for a level 100 quest?" she asks. He stares right back, bluntly admitting it's purely for the massive payout. The lobby absolutely freezes. The bystanders can't believe an A-rank VIP is giving this nobody the time of day, instantly whispering behind his back. They're totally roasting him, calling him a suicidal idiot. Miso warns him the quest is a total nightmare. He just smirks. "I know. High risk, high reward." Internally, he's swearing up and down that he's absolutely not doing this to be petty. See, in his past life, Kim Miso coldly rejected his guild application, but he's totally over it. Yep, no lingering grudge here whatsoever. She crosses her arms. "You do realize soloing quests is strictly banned by the association right now." Cue the record scratch. He completely blanked on that tiny, crucial detail. That solo play patch doesn't drop for another 4 years. He lets out a super awkward chuckle, trying to dip out while mumbling excuses. But Miso is already hooked. She completely blindsides him, casually offering to party up for the quest. The whole room collectively gasps. Is she out of her mind? Why carry that noob? The jealousy in the room skyrockets. Everyone is absolutely fuming that he bagged the carry. Sanghyun narrows his eyes. What is her endgame here? He cautiously asks what the catch is. She smirks. Can't a girl just do a favor? He forces a laugh, firing back that living in this hellscape has hardwired him to trust absolutely nobody. Miso waves it off. 0 strings attached. Think of it as charity. But her eyes turn ice cold as she drops the hammer. If he's just talk and his skills are trash, he's dead meat. But hey, if his bite is as big as his bark, they just might survive this. She'd be the one issuing a public apology. He just flashed this arrogant smirk. Oh, so she was totally testing him. You gotta understand, Kim Miso isn't just some top-tier player. She's a massive influencer. Any clothing brand she reps instantly blows up online. A single tweet from her spawns dozens of viral articles. If she labels some dude a cocky tryhard, his whole career gets canceled on the spot. But our guy didn't even flinch. He confidently declared they were hitting that quest right here, right now. It was going to be a blast. Flashback to a bit earlier. Miso rolled up to the association, annoyed that her entire guild was completely booked. She desperately needed a +1 for a raid which is usually a massive headache. But as fate would have it, she had the perfect excuse to drag Sanyang along. That annoying minimum party requirement was seriously dragging her down. But then she stumbled onto this insanely confident rookie. She had 0 clue what his actual stats were, which honestly just fueled her curiosity. So she marched straight up to the desk clerk, demanding to know which raid he was eyeing. The worker eagerly pulled up the mission specs. It was a pure defense mission, wipe out every single monster rushing the central tower. If the core shatters, it's instant game over. The wave consisted of exactly 300 feral wolves, carrying a brutal level 100 requirement. And the bounty, a massive 500 million won. She was genuinely caught off guard. No fetch quests, no simple hunts, a hardcore defense raid. These types of runs demand a total slaughter. The golden rule for a 4-man squad. You absolutely need at least 1 ranged DPS. Yet this maniac wanted to solo it. Let's be real, if she hadn't stepped in, he'd be absolute monster chow by now. Catching her slight hesitation, he threw her a mocking grin. What, getting cold feet? She practically short-circuited. He noted how she'd suddenly gone dead silent, teasing that she was totally shook. He casually offered to wait for a full squad if this was too intense for her. Maybe snag a sniper or a meat shield tank. He was about to lay out a backup plan, but she violently snatched his hand, slamming his palm onto the accept terminal. "I'm not scared, idiot," she snapped. In a flash of light, the duo was instantly warped straight into the combat zone. Back at the desk, the clerk sweated bullets, rationalizing that with her carrying him, they'd probably survive, right? But in a high-ranked dungeon, it's always a gamble. The surrounding players were left absolutely speechless. "Is this dude delusional?" one gasped. It made zero sense. He was a measly level 17 stepping into a level 100 meat grinder. "Why the hell is Miso babysitting him?" another chimed in. "She's legendary, the youngest A+ ranker in history." Another guy brought up the association's brand new grading system. You see, they completely overhauled the ranks, because judging raw power strictly by level was getting way too sketchy. Now it boils down to two hardcore metrics. First up is the total dungeon clear count, and the second is a raw evaluation of their pure combat instinct. That meant Miso secured her A+ status, heavily riding on her god-tier battle IQ. But that begs the question, if she's that cracked, why isn't she S rank? Simple. There's always a bigger fish. But who cares right now? This random level 17 just partied up with the Kim Miso. Naturally, the lobby was drowning in toxic jealousy. Fast forward. Our duo had locked down the zone and prepped for the slaughter. The sky faded to pitch black, prime hunting time for the wolves. Miso perched high on a rooftop, side-eyeing Sanyang as he casually strolled the ground below. She knew his big talk had to be backed by something. If he started getting cooked, she'd obviously step in. But seeing that cocky little grin of his, she kinda hoped this raid would serve him a brutal reality check. Just 30 minutes prior, he dead-ass told her to stay on the bench unless he gave the signal. If she sat back and just spectated, he'd toss her 5% of the cut. She practically choked on her words. Wait 5% for basically doing nothing. Bet. She totally accepted those terms. In her mind, there was zero chance he was surviving this solo. A swarm of 300 rabid beasts. Even as a level 100 prodigy, she'd be sweating to solo this mob. His rock-solid confidence completely threw her off. He just hit her with a smug look, telling her to grab some popcorn and watch the show. She let out an exhausted sigh. "Fine, but for every single wolf that slips past you, I'm docking your cut by 1%. You let 95 through, you walk away broke. Are we clear?" Right on cue. Glowing eyes pierced the darkness. The horde had arrived. Vicious snarls echoed through the ruins as our boy lowered his stance. Without looking back, he told her he accepted the bet because failure wasn't even on the menu. Not a single beast was getting past him. The carnage kicked off. A wave of wolves launched at his throat, and in a blinding blur of steel, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, shredding them to pixels. He smoothly sidestepped the falling bodies, smirking. They're lining up perfectly, not like you'd notice from up there. Up on the roof, Miso's jaw dropped. The kid's arrogance wasn't just talk. His technique was absolutely flawless. A masterclass stance that brilliantly maximized every inch of that massive two-handed blade. It was the ultimate combat posture. It mirrored exactly what her guild's elite swordsman Jinho always preached about. The perfect fusion of unbreakable defense and lethal offense. He wasn't wasting a single calorie, slicing through multiple targets with devastating efficiency. But despite this insane display of skill, the sheer numbers were overwhelming. At the end of the day, there was no way a level 17 could survive a horde this massive. A massive horde of monsters boxed him in. Yet this dude just flashed a cocky smirk and charged straight into the meat grinder. Up on the roof, the sniper girl caught onto something totally bizarre. The entire pack was frozen stiff. It clicked in her head. He had blasted them with an area stun. Her jaw dropped so hard, she practically tumbled off the ledge. Catching her balance, she pushed the vertigo aside. Wait, was that really just a basic stun? She ticked off the seconds in her head. 1, 2, 3, 4. No way. His stun duration absolutely dwarfed Jinho's. This guy was casually throwing down elite crowd control and obliterating beasts. Who the heck was this psycho? Down in the bloodbath, Sanyang effortlessly sliced through a few more grunts before a weird shift in the chaos caught his eye. A massive wolf was literally tearing its own packmates to shreds, bulldozing a bloody path straight toward him at breakneck speed. The wait was over. The Black Wolf boss had officially entered the chat. Sanyang remembered tangling with this beast in his past life, though it was super rare. Without missing a beat, the Alpha unleashed a massive stun wave, locking Sanyang dead in his tracks. The paralyzing shockwave rippled up to Miso, but her high-tier artifact sparked to life, instantly neutralizing the lockdown. It suddenly hit her this mutated Alpha had its own nasty crowd control. She had been so hypnotized by Sanyang's insane combat flow that she really wanted to scream at him to wake up, but things were escalating way too fast. Locking her sights, she prepped a cover fire shot, figuring that while he had a sick stun skill, there was zero chance he packed a debuff cleanse. Cleanse skills were practically mythical for low-level players, but flipping her entire logic upside down, he shattered the paralysis like cheap glass and launched himself right at the Alpha's throat. Her mind was totally blown. How was that even physically possible? A flawless greatsword stance, an absurdly busted stun timer, and self-cleansing abilities. All while sitting at a measly level 17, Sanyang blitzed the disoriented beast, taunting it. Did this mutt really think a little paralysis would keep its prey down? Nope, he was totally off the leash. Dropping low, he power slid right under its massive belly, catching that split-second flash of pure terror in the monster's eyes. Checkmate. He violently drove his massive blade deep into its gut, ripping it wide open. Panic, he smirked to himself, was basically a free stun without burning any mana. The second his blade tore free, the colossal carcass slammed into the dirt, burying him underneath. Sanyang wriggled out from the heavy corpse, cursing out loud about ruining his drip. Whatever. Since he was already drenched in gore, he figured he might as well go totally unhinged and start a real massacre. Up top, Miso watched this absolute unit with a crazy smile, thinking, seriously, what kind of freak of nature is this guy? Right then, the system pinged with a quest update. 299 out of 300 targets flatlined. A golden glow signaled his level up, granting him the D-rank title, Fearless, which gave him total immunity to all canine-based howl debuffs, though it was pretty useless against actual boss-tier monsters. Shaking off the blood, our hero shot a knowing glance up at the rooftop, where the sniper was perched. He noticed her initial skepticism was completely gone. She was locked into full-on. Dusting himself off, he smirked. Since his VIP audience was watching so closely, the star of the show couldn't just slack off. It was time to pull down the curtain. Right on cue, a demonic growl rumbled from the shadows behind him. Sanyang gripped his sword, asking if the mutt was ready. The ultimate nightmare, the full moon wolf, exploded from the darkness, swiping its massive claws. Sanyang barely sidestepped the lethal strike, realizing this thing's aggro patterns were wild and erratic. Too bad for the boss Sanyang had perfectly memorized every single frame of its moveset from 30 years in the future. Honestly, this felt like playing on easy. He dashed right into the danger zone, carving a nasty gash across the beast's snout, coldly whispering that he had it completely figured out. A system error flashed. His demon strike bounced right off due to the Wolf Lord's insane skill resistance. Sanyang shrugged it off, totally expected, when fighting a level 100 raid boss. Meanwhile, Miso let out a shaky, nervous laugh, absolutely losing her mind over this total absurdity. This wasn't just some rare glitch in the Matrix anymore. The dude was literally face-tanking boss-level crowd control. Plus, he was swinging that massive slab of iron like it weighed absolutely nothing. Back in the pit, Sanyang backstepped to create some breathing room, but the monstrous wolf instantly closed the gap, its razor-sharp jaws snapping mere inches from his nose. Eyes glowing with pure fury, the beast spun around and unleashed a brutal backhand swipe. Sanyang flawlessly parried the heavy blow, catching the beast totally off guard. He mocked the monster, reminding it that its moves were downloaded into his brain. Up above, the sniper realized that on top of everything else, he was perfectly reading the erratic twitch attacks of a raid boss. But the craziest part, he was totally flexing his overpowered stats just to show off for her. He flashed another arrogant smile, loving the attention. The deadly dance raged on. Sanyang slipped past another lethal bite, but internally frowned. This brawl was dragging out, way past his estimated clear time. He had already secured his cool points with the girl, but now his stamina was redlining. If his calculations had been dead on, this boss should have gassed out by now. So why the hell was its health bar still practically full? Relentless, the giant wolf kept hunting him down. Running purely on fumes, he realized this beast was going to outlast him. His stamina gauge and health bar were practically blinking red. Then a terrifyingly familiar pattern clicked in his brain. The wolf reared back, winding up for what looked like a crushing, heavy-handed swipe, leaving a massive window for a counterattack. But nope, this was the Wolf Lord's signature trap, a savage mechanic that had already sent countless players straight to the graveyard. Spinning around, he braced himself. "I've never actually tested this in a real brawl," he muttered. "But sometimes you just gotta full send it." Right before the beast could connect, he whipped his blade in a brutal arc, completely severing one of its arms. But the monster didn't even flinch, lunging right back with its remaining claw. Watching from the sidelines, the girl was absolutely paralyzed with fear. The beast's razor-sharp talons skewered him, tossing his body aside like a broken rag doll. Her legs giving out from sheer panic, Miso collapsed to her knees, her voice totally cracking as she screamed Sangin's name. Tears streamed down her face. This was so messed up. She felt totally useless, convinced she didn't even deserve the title of player. Sure, the guy was an absolute beast in combat, but her just consumed by guilt, she braced for the absolute worst, until a blinding flash of emerald light erupted. It was his newly unlocked secret weapon. Back when he absorbed that goblin's shield, he scored a totally busted sacrifice buff. Here's the catch: any damage taken on a specific body part instantly converts into pure healing. And if that hit deals more damage than his max HP, boom, it automatically restores his health to 100%. It was an insanely clutch ability, but the catch was tricky. He had to pre-select the exact target zone on his body. The system divided the human anatomy way too specifically. 16 different hitboxes. That was just painfully excessive. Normally you just pick the back to play it safe, but even that area was split into 4 tiny grids, making it super unreliable in a pinch. He had to galaxy brain this, so he purposefully chose the exact spot the wolf was aiming to shred. A cocky grin spread across his face. The crazy gamble actually paid off. If his math was off by even a fraction, he would have been instantly wiped out. Talk about a clutch moment. Plus he scored a sweet thanks to his demon strike. The massive wolf was left totally paralyzed. Sangin chuckled, honestly wondering if he just had insane RNG or terrible luck. His right arm, the literal bait, was chopped clean off. Who could have guessed that wild swing would shatter the boss's resistance and trigger a stun? Hoisting his greatsword high, he smirked, hyped to roll the dice on his next crazy move. Once he had the beast pinned, Miso finally scrambled down from the roof. He casually complained that the stun only triggered on his third. "Should I even flex that?" he joked. As Miso rushed over, he teasingly asked, "You finally joining the party?" She shot him a deeply concerned glare, letting out a massive sigh. "You seriously couldn't drop a hint that you had a self-heal," she scolded. "I literally almost had a heart attack. Seriously though, are you on New Game Plus or something? How do you memorize the Wolf Lord's attack patterns perfectly?" She'd watched plenty of pro swordsmen, but this guy was on a whole other level of mysterious. She was about to press him further, but suddenly stopped, totally caught off guard by his expression. He was wearing this incredibly cryptic, unbothered, making her blurt out, You give off total high-ranker vibes." That actually startled him. He was sweating bullets, convinced she was going to ask if he was some time-traveling regressor. He was stressing over absolutely nothing. Pointing a shaky finger at the paralyzed boss, she asked, "Wait, aren't you going to end this?" He finally remembered his prey. The giant wolf was completely gassed out, letting out a pathetic low whimper. Smiling coldly, he promised to make it quick before delivering the final, brutal strike. Ding! The system chimed, granting him the E-rank title, Death Duel. The buff was insane whenever he's completely isolated, with 0 party members within a 5-meter radius to back him up. Death Duel automatically triggers, jacking up all his base stats by a solid 20%. But the second that isolation breaks, the buff vanishes. He was absolutely hyped. This was his very first title of this rank. Catching his glowing vibe, Miso chimed in. "You just scored a title, right?" Smirking, he teased that absolutely nothing got past. "Have you been grinding solo quests this whole time?" he asked. She proudly puffed out her chest to confirm, but then instantly deflated, letting out a heavy, depressing sigh. She admitted it was honestly nothing to flex about. It was purely a pay-to-win carry, thanks to her shiny artifacts. She couldn't claim she solo cleared anything, using raw skill like he just did. But he quickly shot that down casually, saying that knowing how to leverage gear is a legit skill too. Her face softened, thanking him for the ego boost, while secretly cringing inside. Her gear literally cost over 200 million won, while this dude was out here wielding a dirt-cheap, mass-produced slab of iron from a bargain bin. Getting nervous again, she asked, "Wait, you aren't planning to test that title right now, are you?" Totally clueless about what she meant. He instantly equipped it. Immediately, a harsh system alert flared up. Player is currently isolated. As for Kim Miso, finding herself totally isolated with zero backup inside a 5-meter kill zone, the system instantly locked her into a savage deathmatch. Swiping the air above his head, he casually toggled off his title with a low chuckle, while Miso stepped up and volunteered to take point. She still had to ping the raid's porters to handle the heavy lifting, earning a He figured his loot definitely included all those juicy monster drops, so ringing up the scavenging crew was a total no-brainer. He used to lean on them constantly back in his past life, offloading the grunt work to them. Always a solid play. That girl also tossed out an insane offer, handing over 5% of that massive bounty she hyped up earlier. Flabbergasted, he instantly tried to decline, but she totally brushed it off. "Don't sweat it," she insisted. "No need to act so stiff. We're gonna be running into each other a lot anyway. Just consider it my personal investment in you." Flashing a strained smile, he realized keeping his guard up around her was a full-time job. But once she finally bounced, he could actually breathe. Pivoting toward the slaughtered wolf, his eyes locked onto a time to inspect the prize he'd been craving all along. A flawless blue moonstone, a literal platinum-tier crafting core. It granted the legendary passive Hour of the Wolf and Dog, while slapping on 100 bonus points to both XP and mana, plus a solid 50 to luck. He was absolutely buzzing. He finally secured a platinum rank item. These bad boys easily auctioned for over 1 billion. That's a straight-up penthouse in the city center. Suddenly a system prompt popped up. The goddess of luck was practically begging for his worship, claiming this insane drop was all thanks to her. He gave the notification a serious side-eye. "Are you kidding me, your touch? Bro, this was all me." Right on cue, another divine patron crashed the chat, the owner of Torn Lips. This guy fiercely protested the rigged RNG, launching a wild motion to completely boot the goddess of fortune from the entire player network. Instead of backing down, the goddess pulled a total boss move and called for a public vote. The poll instantly went live. But wait, the motion flipped. Now they were voting to banish the owner of Torn Lips. 64 constellations instantly mashed the kick button. And boom, he got completely exiled from the channel, while the goddess flashed a wicked victorious grin. "Is that even legal?" our guy muttered. Shaking his head, he snapped back to reality. First off, rocking a platinum tier item meant his body could absorb roughly 40% of its raw power. Plus that Hour of the Wolf and Dog buff, completely busted. It's a permanent passive, 0 cooldowns attached. As long as the moon was shining down inside the dungeon, his HP regen and stamina recovery skyrocketed by a massive 50%. And even if the moon was nowhere to be seen, any canine or wolf-type beast would instinctively cower in pure terror, just being near the player holding the blue moonstone. Even crazier under the moonlight. Those same beasts wouldn't even dare to lay a scratch on him. Seriously, once night falls, he morphs into something far more terrifying than the actual monsters. He didn't waste a single second locking the moonstone into his mana circuit. Once the absorption hit 100%, he warped straight back into the main lobby. The sight waiting for him was absolutely wild. A massive mob of players had completely swarmed the entrance. The entire crowd was losing their minds over him soloing a level 100 quest. After all, Kim Miso wasn't the type to cap. Right in the eye of the storm stood Ji-hee, looking frantic. Miso casually strolled up to her, trying to cool her nerves. Seriously, who in their right mind greenlights a level 17 newbie for a level 100 raid? I'd be freaking out too. You did exactly what you had to. Completely overwhelmed by the validation, Ji-hee immediately broke down. Miso then shifted her intense gaze towards some. "You're gonna be seeing a whole lot of him around here from now on." He chuckled softly to himself, actually feeling a twinge of guilt for the poor receptionist. She must have been stressed out of her mind. Moments later, a pack of desperate guild recruiters swarmed him, practically begging for a contract. But Miso ruthlessly swatted them away like flies, coldly announcing that the two of them still had some highly classified business to wrap. As they made their exit, the rumor mill spun out of control. Everyone assumed the elite Eden Guild was officially scooping him up. Turning to him with a sly smirk, she asked, "You're cool with having a little chat, right?" He forced a shaky smile, and nodded relieved she basically just saved his life. But seriously, what was her endgame here? She escorted him to her ridiculously sleek luxury ride, and they peeled off into the city. Pulling up his banking app, his jaw nearly hit the floor. 500 million won. Just seeing those digits had him absolutely hyped. The massive quest payout had already hit his account. He'd never seen cash move that fast in his entire life. Miso casually mentioned she had already dialed up the A-rank scavengers to handle the messy cleanup. He thanked her for the save, but then she shot the driver an incredibly... Catching her drift instantly, the driver totally slammed the button for privacy mode, and a thick soundproof partition slid up right between the seats. Sanyang gulped, mentally bracing himself. He knew this was coming. Yeah, nothing this good is ever free. Miso let out a soft laugh, leaning in close. I'm not exactly one to sugarcoat things, you know? He zeroed in on her offer. Joining the Eden Guild, a hard pass for him. But he caught her vibe right away. She wasn't masking any weakness with empty words. This girl radiated pure, unfiltered confidence. Flashing a brilliant smile, she leaned in. We aren't named Eden just for show, you know. To her, it was the ultimate player utopia, a sanctuary where she guaranteed he'd thrive, without a single regret. His gaze dropped, a shadow crossing his eye, if he claimed he hadn't anticipated this exact pitch. In his previous life, before time rewound itself, he belonged to a hopelessly average faction. Back then, that mediocre banner offered a fragile illusion of safety. It was nothing more than a ragtag shelter for bottom-tier outcasts with zero prospects. He stayed in that comfort zone right up until his friends were slaughtered. Now his power is skyrocketing way too fast to care about guild perks or fancy headquarters. Tying himself to an organization right now would only drag him down. Going rogue as a solo player is the ultimate catalyst for his insane leveling speed, so he shot her down cold. Unfazed, she immediately pivoted, asking if he planned to forge his own empire instead. His silence was all the answer she needed. Her sharp eyes analyzed his quick thinking. After all, gave her killer instincts. Factoring in his explosive stats, his endgame was glaringly obvious to her. But the absolute kill. She currently holds a total monopoly on this massive secret. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he pieced together her strategy. Even knowing he was bound to go solo, she willingly laid her cards on the table. She was openly investing her attention in him, planting the seeds for a high-stakes alliance down the line. The girl was an absolute masterclass in negotiation. Fast forward, and he touched down in the sprawling player city. The sleek real estate agent casually reminded him of their agreed terms. A staggering 100 million won deposit, stacked with a brutal 5 million won monthly rent. He watched her drop these wallet-crushing numbers, without ever dropping her sugary sweet grin. The crazy part, those numbers didn't even make him flinch anymore. Chuckling lightly, the agent assured him he had just scored the steal of the century. The waitlist for this exact unit was insanely long. Wrapping up the tour, she handed over the keys, told him to hit her line if any bugs popped up, and gracefully dipped out. As the door clicked shut, a genuine grin spread across his face. He had locked down a premium base of operations in record time. That was a massive win. That entire monstrous waitlist had somehow just vanished into thin air. Was Lady Luck actively pulling the strings for him? Stepping into his fresh sanctuary, he dumped his gear by the entrance and drifted straight to the floor-to-ceiling window. His mind spun. An absolute tidal wave of events had crashed down on him in the impossible timeline regression, the radical shifts in reality. It was enough to short-circuit anyone's brain. For the past 24 hours, he had been obsessively trying to decode the glitch in the Matrix, chasing dead ends. He was essentially flying blind in this new reality, until a massive paradigm shift rewired his brain. A raw, dormant sensation suddenly ignited deep in his chest. Just standing there doing absolutely nothing. He could literally feel the adrenaline pumping like liquid fire through his veins. This was pure, unadulterated youth, an entirely blank canvas, and that fiery energy refused to let him idle away. He cemented an ironclad oath to completely flip the script this time around. Never again would he exist as a pathetic, plus golden tickets to power up kept dropping right into his lap. Rewind to his guild chat with Miso. Her phone had suddenly buzzed with a call from Park Jong-min. He had been genuinely shocked to see an elite journalist from Player magazine flashing on the caller ID. Jong-min immediately dropped a bomb. He had caught wind of the latest intel. The media world was having an absolute meltdown. The entire industry was desperately hunting for the identity of this phantom player, Sang-yeon. Catching the hype, Miso excitedly spilled all the tea, blasting her voice so loudly through the receiver that practically the whole newsroom whipped their heads around to stare at Jong-min. Sweating bullets, the reporter hushed her, begging her to turn it down a notch to avoid blowing their cover. Fast forward past that chaotic call, and Miso personally chauffeured Sang-yeon straight into player C. But right before he hopped out, she dropped a massive hook. An expedition to an unidentified gate was locked in. They were assembling an exclusive rogue squad, just 4 elite players, all capped under level 120. She assured him it was strictly off the books, totally stress-free. Without missing a beat, he enthusiastically jumped at the chance, cutting off her sentence before she could even finish pitching it. She playfully called him out on his hypocrisy, pointing out how he had ruthlessly curved her guild in only to instantly snap up a dungeon raid. But honestly, who wouldn't? This was his ultimate golden ticket to dive straight into a high-tier gate. Here is the breakdown. Standard dungeons are rigidly programmed. You walk in, the spawn points are static, the layouts are locked, and the mobs just loop their basic AI routines. But gates are chaotic living labyrinths. Once you step inside to clear one, the architecture aggressively shifts in real time. Even the monster variants mutate on the fly. And as the golden rule of gaming dictates, the deadlier the risk, the more insane the loot. It is the ultimate unbreakable law of the player hierarchy. Throw an unidentified tag on that gate, and the system is practically forced to cough up a guaranteed top-tier artifact as a first clear bonus. Knowing Kim Miso's pedigree, she had probably farmed those rewards before, to wield an item potent enough to totally negate the Black Wolf's savage aura. That kind of broken gear shouldn't even exist in this level bracket. But then again, maybe he was giving her inventory too much credit. Flashing a final wave, she promised to ping him the second the raid details dropped. It looked like their paths were about to permanently tangle. She casually tossed him her phone, asking him to punch in his digits, but his thumb accidentally swiped back to her lock screen. And right there, staring back at him, was a heartbreaking wallpaper, a photograph of her fallen, deceased comrades. Catching his frozen gaze, pure panic flashed across her face. She practically snatched the device out of his hands, stammering out a fragile excuse. She let out a soft, amused sigh, shaking her head at her own thoughts. It was obvious he was totally looking at her in a whole new light now. Stepping back into the room, he studied her face. She definitely gave off major hidden past vibes. But honestly, what hunter did not have some dark baggage? Take him, for example. His own secrets were locked up tight. If anyone ever found out he actually regressed back in time, the fallout would be an absolute nightmare. His mind drifted to the late-blooming scholar. Where was that guy anyway? They had survived side by side for years in his past life after all. The least he could do was show his face. Meanwhile, over in the guild's VIP lounge, Miso sat next to Cho Junho, completely glued to her glowing phone screen. Junho groaned, complaining that they were supposed to be catching up over coffee. Who on earth was she waiting for? Staring at her screen like a hawk. Without looking up, she casually dropped that she was waiting for a text from Sang-hyun. They were planning to raid a newly spawned gate together. Junho smirked, teasing that she was totally falling head over heels for the guy. Her face flushed red as she defensively snapped back, denying it completely. Still smirking, Junho pointed out, wasn't this the exact same rookie who could hold a stun way longer than he ever could? Plus, the kid had ice-cold rejected Kim Miso's recruitment offer. No wonder she was obsessing over him. Miso flashed a wicked grin and told him to watch his own back. Sang-yeon's sword skills were just as lethal as his, maybe even deadlier. Junho busted out laughing, asking if she was just crossing the line because he struck a nerve. Comparing some newbie to him, that was a massive stretch. After all, he was the legendary Cho Junho, a level 700 S-rank powerhouse. A little while later, at the Jamsil training grounds, Sang-hyun picked up his buzzing phone, confirming with Miso that he got the files. She immediately asked, "Was now a good time to chat about the gate?" Surprised, he replied, "Already? That was crazy fast." But yeah, he was free to talk. Miso got straight to business. An unidentified gate had just ripped open 500 meters northwest of Chunwi Station on Line 7. Her team had already swept the mid-zone for some preliminary intel. She was literally feeding him top-secret guild intel. Sang-yeon asked for a quick second to pull up the data, and Miso softly told him to take his time. His jaw practically hit the floor when the screen loaded. Right there was a mid-sized Cerberus hound. Definitely a canine-type beast, sitting pretty at an estimated level 100. Its signature gimmick was unleashing nasty delay debuffs and rocking multiple terrifying heads. Sangyeon was absolutely losing his mind. What the actual hell? He had literally just scored the perfect counter skill for this. The timing was unreal. A Cerberus only dropped loot for matching classes right. Since it was a canine-type monster, his brand new passive effect would be constantly active, with 0 cooldown. As long as the moon was visible inside the dungeon, his health regeneration would skyrocket by 5 times, completely ignoring lunar phases. Any canine beasts would be locked in a state of sheer terror the second they faced a player clutching a blue moonstone. Even better if the moon was shining. Those feral wolves would never even dare to strike the stone's owner. Snapping back to reality, he replied that he just reviewed the file, thanking her for the massive heads up. Miso brushed it off, saying she did not mind leaking this kind of info, and promised to hit him up later. Just then, Daegun strolled over casually asking if he had invited someone to the grounds. What was the kid plotting? Now Sanghyun quickly apologized to his captain, brushing it off as a joke. He was practically a celebrity now, and he totally knew how to handle the heat. Waving his hands, Sangyeon begged him to drop it, insisting he was nowhere near famous yet, and still had a massive grind ahead of him. Daegun raised an eyebrow, judging by his clueless vibe. He had not gotten flooded with those wild phone calls yet. Confused, Sangyeon blinked. What calls? Smirking, Daegun shoved his own phone screen in his face, declaring that seeing it was way better than hearing about it. Boom! Sanghyun's face was literally plastered all over the Hunter Association's front. If making the main headline did not make him a superstar, then what would? Sanghyun completely froze, then let out a panicked, echoing scream. What the hell was that? Daegun cracked up, warning the rookie to toss his phone on airplane mode immediately, before it absolutely blew up with spam calls. It was not like he hated the cloud, but since when did these journalists drop an explosive feature without getting any kind of consent first? Chuckling, Daegun told him it was too late to panic now. Even his distant fourth cousins were already blowing up his line. Sanghyun deadpanned that he only had first cousins, quickly trying to pivot the conversation back to business. Daegun shot him a skeptical look. Oh, so he wanted to talk about the gear, right? Daegun hoisted up a heavy duffel bag. Sanghyun's eyes lit up instantly. Spot on. He bowed slightly, thanking the captain profusely. Daegun scoffed, pointing out that people might actually think he was handing out high-tier loot for free. By the way, all these battered artifacts were absolutely coated in his gritty old fingerprints. He stared at the rookie, genuinely baffled. Why settle for this junk? Would it not just be easier to buy fresh, shiny gear? Flashing a cheeky grin, Sanghyun claimed he just wanted to inherit the captain's raw fighting spirit and sheer grit. Daegun rolled his eyes, asking if he was seriously using that corny excuse again. Sanghyun just chuckled, telling him to write it off as some weird hunter superstition or a lucky charm. After all, how was he supposed to explain the crazy system secret that older, heavily used artifacts yielded way better absorption rates? Anyway, right before he could even finish it, out of nowhere, a girl dashed over, totally out of breath. So sorry, she gasped, blaming her brutal hunt for a— Are we diving into the appraisal? Sunhan blinked, completely clueless about who this random chick was. Deacon chimed in, clarifying she was the official appraiser, brought in to lock down their deal. They were old acquaintances. Deacon chuckled, but Sunhan's shoulders instantly stiffened. As Sunhan scattered the glowing loot across the table, the girl channeled her mana, letting raw magic scan the artifact's hidden stats. A beat later, she let out a massive exhale. All done, she announced, wiping a bead of sweat. Looks like their original asking price was golden, and honestly, Deacon didn't look like he was going to lowball him anyway. No shot, Sunhan smirked internally. But then the metallic ring of a blade echoed as Deacon slowly unsheathed his sword. Before we close this out, how about checking out my form? Deacon requested. Sunhan froze, deadpanning that he definitely wasn't the guy for that job. Deacon scoffed, telling him to drop the fake modesty act. He wasn't blind. He knew exactly how absurdly overpowered Sunhan had become. Deacon swallowed his pride, desperate to level up. Sunhan groaned inwardly, absolutely despising the spotlight. But catching the burning determination in Deacon's eyes changed his mind. Brushing off someone grinding this hard, that'd be messed up. Fine, he thought. I'll just flex the basics. Deacon's face lit up. Bet. Sunhan immediately whipped around, ordering the appraiser to take cover behind him. She nodded frantically. "Here I go," Deacon roared, his muscles bulging as he violently sliced the air, teleporting across the room in blinding flashes. Sun Han raised an eyebrow. The dude had seriously leveled up since their last dungeon run. You could literally smell the non-stop grind. But just as a crazy barrage of light beams exploded outward, Sun Han cut him off. "Already," Deacon gasped, totally caught off guard. "I got more." Sun Han just stared. "Dude, what's wrong with your left arm?" Deacon flinched like he'd been shocked. How did you spot that? Your left shoulder flares way too early during your right-handed swings." Sun Han broke it down. "You're overcompensating hard, unless I'm tripping." Deacon's shoulders slumped. "No, you're dead on." A lingering, nagging injury was totally nerfing his left side mobility. He had tanked so much damage as a kid, and during brutal dungeon raids, his left side got shredded. He knew the stats, but healing it was impossible. "I can fix that." Sun Han dropped the bomb. Deacon's jaw practically hit the floor. "It's a way easier fix than you think," Sun Han explained. "Stop trying to mask the glitch, lean into it, swap to a totally reckless fighting stance that turns your weak point into bait. Rewiring your muscle memory for the grip will suck, but your damage will skyrocket. Here, grip it like this. Squeeze that finger way tighter," Sun Han instructed, grabbing his hand. As the appraiser cautiously peeked over, she tilted her head in pure confusion. "Whoa, it's pretty stiff, isn't it?" Deacon winced. "Hey, be gentle. That actually hurts. Just hold it right there, a little longer," Sun Han grunted. Hearing these out-of-context moans, the girl's brain absolutely short-circuited. Her face turned the color of a tomato as the dialogue got spicier. Deacon let out a breathless gasp. "Yeah, exactly like that." Sun Han pushed further. "Like this. Feels better now, right? Now bend your waist. Right there." The appraiser was practically dying inside, completely, utterly mortified by what she thought she was hearing. The dudes were dripping sweat, grinding out stances, totally clueless that this poor girl was witnessing a downright questionable scene. "Yeah, we are definitely gonna need to bleach the appraiser's memory after that one." Cut to later. Sun Han was cruising through the neon-lit city streets. The payout was insane. Shelling out 4 million won was totally worth it. The buffs he'd score from this loot were going to be absolutely busted. Deacon looked hyped after that intense sparring session. Though why was that appraiser giving us the weirdest side-eye? Sun Han wondered. She probably just needs sleep. Whatever. The main quest right now. Devouring these artifacts as soon as possible to check his crazy stat boosts. He was too hyped to wait for the next gate spawn. Should he hit up Miso first? Suddenly, his heart dropped. He slammed the brakes, tires screeching wildly. A dude literally jumped into the street blocking his car like a complete maniac. "Whoa, my bad." Sun Han panicked, heart hammering. "Are you crazy? You came straight out of my blind spot." The stranger sneered. "Look who finally decided to show up." Wham! He aggressively slammed a folder onto the hood. "I have been out here freezing for you. The heck is your problem? Get out of the car, right now." Sun Han just stared at him. "Excuse me, what?" The guy's partner snickered from the shadows. These low-level scrubs always play dumb. Must have sludge in his ears. Sun Han's instincts screamed as an incredibly toxic aura suffocated the air. "So?" The first guy grinned wickedly. "You want to get roasted alive in that seat or step out?" As the punk's fists ignited with sparking mana, it clicked. Sun Han totally recognized these bozos. It was Yan Chol and Seonho, the notorious clout chasers from the Utopia Guild. Yan Chol was a classic bully, exclusively targeting low-tier players he could easily fold, while his lapdog Seonho filmed the whole beatdown to farm views and subscribers on their edgy live stream channel. Sure, this toxic streamer always had a handful of die-hard fans glued to his uploads, but the second he took things way too far, the player racked up a massive rap sheet of brutal crimes, got slapped with a life sentence behind bars, and faded into total obscurity. Right then, he started ruthlessly mocking the guy's stiff movements. Honestly, neither of these clout chasers even acted human anymore. Yan Chol sneered, demanding to know why he was being such a massive pain. Sun Han muttered that he just wanted to test out the raw power of his brand new artifacts, but he definitely didn't want to waste them on bottom-tier trash like this. Suddenly, Yan Chol caught on to something, prompting Sun Han to ask, "What's your problem?" The punk hopped out of his ride, stepping right up into his personal space. Yan Chol arrogantly shot back, "What do you think, genius?" He ordered him to chill out and back off. He practically bragged about being the self-appointed muscle, protecting the player's city, claiming everybody was whining about some absolute clown cruising around in a busted trash heap of a car. Basically, the locals were furious that their high-end zone was being dragged down by this junker. Without warning, he viciously slammed his boot into the car door, instantly making Sun Han's blood boil. Yunchul smirked, asking if reality had finally hit him, warning him that if he didn't want his precious ride smashed into useless scrap metal, he better pack up his garbage and scramble out of there. The surrounding crowd quickly caught on to the drama, groaning that these clout-chasing losers were back at it again. But then they spotted Sun Han. Wait, wasn't he that mystery guy from the viral thumbnail? The absolute legend who ran that high-stakes quest with Miso. What was his tag again? Sun Han. Yunchul scoffed, asking if this nobody was actually strong. Seonho chimed, recalling that he had been tracking Sun Han's stats, admitting the guy was totally entering his prime, especially since he was the absolute beast who wiped out a level 100 dungeon, completely solo. Yunchul raised an eyebrow. Solo bro literally looks like a gentle breeze could snap him. Seonho snickered, confirming the insane rumor was true. The two bullies just busted out laughing, instantly brainstorming the clickbait title for their next upload. Yunchul grinned, hyping himself up over his own toxic genius. They were dead set on humbling this rookie Sun Han on camera. Meanwhile, as our main guy silently glared at his totally caved-in car door, Yunchul stepped closer, mockingly, offering to take pity on him with a one-on-one duel, setting it up just like a standard training match. If Sun Han gets exiled from the player's city forever, and obviously gets clowned in their next vlog. But if Sun Han pulls off a miracle and wins, they'd back off for good. Deal. Sun Han coldly agreed, proving he wasn't one to back down from a fight. In that split second, a dark rage washed over Sun Han, and he snapped back, demanding they up the stakes, throw 500,000 and his literal wrist into the pot, and they have a deal. If you're terrified, just scurry away. Yunchul stood there utterly paralyzed. He was just about to hurl insults when Seonho frantically grabbed his attention, spinning him around. What now? Can't you see I'm busy? Seonho shoved the screen in his face. Their live chat was absolutely exploding. Yunchul broke a nervous sweat, while Sun Han pressed him again. So are we doing this, or did you already wet yourself? Yunchul's mind raced. If he accepted this brutal wager, the stream would instantly get slapped with an age restriction for extreme violence, completely tanking his ad revenue. Still, he figured he'd use this scrawny kid as a punching bag to blow off some steam. Cut to a few minutes later, the two locked eyes from across the central square, Player City, right outside the Cipaza building. The massive crowd was totally clueless about the escalating beef. Was that actually the legendary Sun Han? Typical clout chasers bullying the new guy again. Unfazed, Sun Han locked in training mode and dropped into a lethal combat stance. A glowing energy barrier materialized around the arena. Yunchul sneered, confirming the insane stakes 500,000 and their actual wrists on the chopping block. He arrogantly swore he'd honor the bet, warning Sun Han not to cry for mercy when he gets destroyed. He should just run while he still can. Right on cue, the system announced training mode, confirming the arena was fully operational. Players were cleared to initiate combat. Settings locked. Sun Han exhaled a cold, chilling breath as Yunchul kept yapping. Did you hear that? We're live, kid. I'm not playing around. But before that trash talker could even finish his pathetic sentence, he suddenly heard someone scream his name. He blinked in sheer panic, only to find Sun Han already airborne, launching a devastating strike from above. Sun Han roared that he wasn't playing around either. Even if he sobbed for his life, he wouldn't show him a single ounce of mercy. A massive brawl instantly erupted. Meanwhile, Miso, chilling on her couch and catching the live feed on her TV, stared at the screen muttering, "What on earth is happening over there?" The second she heard the loudmouth's voice, she recognized him as Yunchul from the notorious Utopia Guild. Sure, he had the player title, but everyone knew he was just an arrogant Nepo baby flexing, because his uncle was the actual guildmaster. So why was he picking a fight with someone like Sun Han? Her older sister strolled into the room, raising an eyebrow. What's the matter? Why the sour fate? This was Tairi, a terrifying level 700 S-rank powerhouse. Glancing over at the live broad, she immediately recognized the guy throwing down. Wait, isn't that the prodigy you've been dying to recruit? Miso sighed. Yeah, his name was Sun Han, and she couldn't fathom what a beast like him was doing on some cringeworthy streamer's channel. Terry fired back that the dude's movements were way too twitchy. And just like that, the brutal showdown between him and Yeonchol kicked right back into high gear. Yeonchol completely lost his mind, spitting absolute trash talk before dodging to the side. Sunhan's heavy swing slammed into the ground, blasting a massive cloud of shattered rock. Whipping up his glowing magical hand, Yeonchol sneered, "This little punk is straight up a thug, right?" before unleashing a massive wave of scorching flames straight at Sunhan. But Sunhan didn't even flinch. He gripped his blade and flawlessly parried the blazing strike, leaving Yeonchol absolutely shook. Sun Han effortlessly blocked the scorching inferno, swiping the fire beam off to the side, where it detonated in a massive blast. Yeonchol stared in pure disbelief, totally baffled. Straightening his posture, Sunhan finally broke his silence. Ever since he respawned into his old body, he absolutely refused to take an L. His mind drifted back to earlier. Thanks to the appraiser, the transaction was incredibly smooth, and the daily grind had totally paid off. That was 3 hours ago. The girl had just waved off his compliments, telling him to stop hyping her up. She insisted that they both busted their asses out there, and honestly, she was completely wiped out. Deacon loudly chimed in. "A major score like this needs a massive party. Come roll with us, Madam Appraiser. We are totally loaded now, so drinks are on the house." But Sunhan immediately shot the idea down. "I've got a pass. You guys go ahead without me." Deacon dramatically gasped. "Wait, why? Is it because I tossed you too much extra?" "Yeah, I'll totally refund you." But Sunhan casually shut him down, apologizing because his schedule was already fully booked for the day. Catching the drift, Deacon nodded and replied, "All right then, Madam Appraiser. Looks like it's just going to be you and me." Suddenly the appraiser gasped, realizing she totally blanked out on something. She remembered she had a super crucial meeting to rush to. Watching her panic, Sunhan smirked, knowing damn well that devouring these magical artifacts was going to taste way better than any alcohol. The moment the appraiser bolted out the door, Sunhan finally let out a heavy, satisfied exhale in the empty room. Instantly, the system interface popped up announcing that the energy absorption rate was actively calculating. The standard intake for a bronze tier was a measly 10%, but then the artifact's lifespan got a massive retroactive buff, resulting in an insane final absorption rate of 90%. Sunhan stared at his glowing palms, totally shell-shocked. 90%. The goddess of fortune smugly claimed that all these insane perks were entirely her doing. The goddess of fortune. Normally he would only scrape together a fraction of that power, thanks to those annoying intake limits. But just as he suspected, second-hand garbage hit totally different. Oh wait, there was actually something super important he needed to ask her. "Hey goddess of fortune, you're known for being a super social constellation, right? So maybe you've caught rumors about a specific entity, one that goes by the title, Late Bloom of a Model Student." The goddess defensively snapped back, insisting that lately, literally all of her divine attention had been laser-focused solely on him. She started aggressively nagging him for even daring to ask about another patron. Trying to cool her down, Sunhan gently explained that this specific constellation just held a ton of meaning for him. But thinking it over, he realized the goddess had every right to be salty about it. Feeling a wave of guilt, he sighed and mumbled that he should probably just drop the whole thing. The goddess visibly pouted. Acting all high and mighty, the goddess of fortune grandly declared that she would graciously track down this mysterious constellation for her favorite player. His eyes lit up with hope. "Wait, are you serious right now? You're an absolute lifesaver. Thank you." With that drama handled, it was finally time to dive into this magical buffet. The system flashed red, signaling the intense mana synchronization with 5 legendary artifacts had officially kicked off. The ultimate 5-course meal for a total alpha. As the glowing items hovered before Sunhan, he smirked, realizing that no matter how beaten up these relics looked, even a hardcore eating challenge wouldn't be this savage. Artifacts flexing a max absorption rate of 90%. He couldn't even fathom the insane level of overpowered he was about to hit. Once he swallowed their power whole. Snap back to reality. The system shrieked that the exclusive title, True Duel, was instantly triggered. The locked-on target was Yeonchol. 0 backup detected within the radar zone. The ultimate one-on-one dueling instinct was fully locked and loaded. Sunhan cracked his neck, grinning. Oh, things are about to get incredibly sweaty. The system rapidly projected his insane player stat. Title-equipped Death Duel alongside 6 massive buffs. Special active skill, Artifact Devouring, backed by the goddess of fortune herself, and his total devoured artifact count, a staggering 17. Across the arena, Yunchol's body started violently shaking, leaving the hyped-up commentators wondering if the dude was already complete. Sun Han was dialed in, locking eyes with his trembling enemy. Out of nowhere, Yonchol unleashed a blood-curdling scream and charged at him like an absolute maniac. Watching the stream from her bedroom, Miso gripped her screen in pure terror, screaming for him to watch out. But Terry smoothly told her to chill out. She already knew her boy could effortlessly dodge that trash. Stepping back, Sun Han coldly taunted, "Yo, did you seriously forget our little wager?" He slashed his great sword forward, declaring that for 500 million won, he was directly claiming this loser's arm. But right then, Yonchol burst into psychotic laughter, hyped that his bait actually worked, even as his own leg sank straight into a dark, magical abyss. Flashing a twisted grin, Yonchol roared that he had secured the dub. "You absolute clown." He aggressively flipped Sun Han off, doubling down on the ultimate disrespect to celebrate his trap. Sun Han was suddenly violently trapped inside a glowing magical seal. The system violently blared a warning. All trap conditions were successfully triggered. The paralyzing freeze debuff instantly locked Sun Han down. He stood there, totally paralyzed, his mind racing to process what. Watching closely, Terry loudly realized that this psycho didn't just spam fire magic. He was a dual caster. Wait, this trap might actually work. But Miso just softly chuckled, telling, "Listen closely, Sung-hoon could actually nullify the impact of an entire mob. Sleeping on his potential right now would be a massive mistake." She'd instantly get why she wanted to recruit him so badly if she just watched closely with her own eyes. Boom. In a flash, Sung-hoon morphed into a jagged ice shard. A split second later, dead silence. She was completely clueless about what was going down. Yunchol stepped up, totally confused, demanding to know where Sung-hoon vanished to. The skill was totally live. Until he popped that stat wipe, escaping was literally impossible. Maybe this dude wasn't some low-tier noob after all. Out of nowhere, Sung-hoon ambushed him from the blind spot, viciously slashing his blade right across his spine. Yunchol crashed hard into the dirt. Sung-hoon just smirked, taunting him. Wait, did training mode really just save your life? The system flashed a warning. Fatal damage blocked by training mode. Sunho gasped in pure shock. Yunchol! He started scrolling through the live chat, suddenly realizing that, honestly, this guy's aura hit completely different. So what exact ability did he just pull off? Terry chimed in, guessing it looked like a straight-up skill awakening. Miso blinked, totally lost. Sung-hoon unlocked an awakening. Terry nodded. Yeah, it's giving major transcendence or psychedelia vibes. Catching those pitch-black pupils, she bet all her money on psychedelia. From what she knew, maxing out those abilities required an insane grind. Was he seriously planning a flawless victory without letting Yunchio land a single scratch? That was borderline arrogant. Miso just let out a low chuckle. No way he pulls that off. Sure, he had definitely leveled up, but he literally never flexed that move around her. Plus, it relies heavily on insane RNG. Terry shot back, saying if that was true, it boiled down to 2 scenarios. Either he never felt pressured enough to use it when they were together, or she cut herself off mid-sentence, completely freezing up. Then she muttered the second option. He somehow speed ran, unlocking it in no time. Right then, the appraiser skimmed over the paperwork, realizing she desperately needed to test the exact relic. Sung-hoon copped earlier today to measure its true raw potential, but the drop rate for a hidden skill was basically 0. So if he actually triggered it, it'd be like hitting the ultimate jackpot with the goddess of fortune. The system flashed Psychedelia, a hidden awakening skill, an overpowered buff with a 1-hour cooldown, currently sitting at level 1. Popping it instantly maxes out health and triggers an awakened state, lasting exactly 100 seconds. Physical and mental stats completely break their caps, launching the user into a wild berserker mode, while awakened split-second decision-making and reaction speeds go absolutely off the charts. But the catch, once the trip wears off, the player crashes into a hardcore 10-minute stun phase from all the stacked damage. Sung-hoon locked eyes with him. "So what about that wrist of yours?" Pointing his blade dead at him, he casually asked if they should toggle off safe mode and run it back for real. Yunchol raged, telling him to back the hell off. He finally realized he had completely misjudged the guy for looking like a total noob, never expecting this kind of overwhelming output. It was time to sweat. First step, create some distance. But was that even an option anymore? This was completely off script from what Sunho fed him. Sure, he knew the guy packed a punch, but this was basically God tier. Maybe the psycho was just tripping. Sunho watched the crowd instinctively shield their faces against the massive shockwave, and genuine panic set in. Sung-hoon let out a savage roar, grabbing Yoon-chol by the head, promising he was about to end it all right now. It was payback time. He brutally smashed the guy's skull straight into the concrete, whispering for him not to freak out, since training mode would technically keep his health above zero. Yoon-chol shrieked in sheer agony. "Okay, you win. I'm wiring the 500 million right freaking now." Sung-hoon just answered with another brutal strike. Cool, the bet is settled. But what happens next? This is purely personal. Yoon-chol choked out, "Wait, personal? What do you mean?" Sung-hoon actually looked surprised he had to explain. "Let me break down why I'm dragging you. 3 days ago at the auto shop, the mechanic said he'd patch the ride up, but warned it was basically on its last legs." Sung-hoon had been totally thrown off. "What are you even saying?" The mechanic sighed. "Yeah, man, the model's a dinosaur." Sung-hoon was absolutely stunned. No shot that was true. The mechanic noticed how ridiculously attached he was, suggesting it was time to say his final goodbyes. It hit him hard. This trusty old ride had literally been his day one through everything. He genuinely thought the car was happy with him. Actual tears started pooling in his eyes. He pictured his beat-up car whispering its final farewell, telling him to stay safe after driving him everywhere. In that exact second, his sadness morphed into pure, unadulterated rage. Clenching his fists until his knuckles, he screamed, furious that this piece of trash ruined his precious car. Yoon-chol sobbed uncontrollably, apologizing over and over, while the bystanders stared in absolute confusion at the chaotic scene. Sung-hoon's murderous aura spiked so intensely that Yoon-chol literally wet himself on the spot from sheer terror, sniveling and sobbing out pathetic apologies. He begged Sung-hoon to just back off. The crowd was absolutely speechless. Was this dude seriously that terrified? The stench in that place was absolutely gut-wrenching. Seonho stood there completely frozen, trying to process the chaos unfolding around him. They had definitely just stepped on a massive landmine they had no business being near. Right then, some suit walked up asking, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Seonho?" The guy was an administrator, and his tone was dead serious. He flat out told Seonho he'd crossed a major line and was going to pay for it. Turns out he was the big shot running the Baekhyun district. The lackeys were busy apologizing, but Baekhyun, his eyes were already locked dead onto Seonho. Things just took a wildly entertaining turn. The boss stood up, pivoting around, clearly wondering if he was going to catch some of the blowback from this mess too. Word on the street was that Seonho was a total rookie who just awakened. But seeing as he'd just absolutely flattened Young-chol Baekhyun, was officially intrigued. Baekhyun squared up with Seonho, who was hitting him with a hard side eye, and smoothly claimed he was just there to do damage control and write a fat check for the trouble. "Got a second to chat?" the boss asked. Seonho didn't even blink. "Yeah, how about you flash some ID first before we talk?" Baekhyun internally scoffed. What sheer audacity. But then it clicked. That wasn't arrogance. That was ice-cold. The kid's vibe and raw talent were way above his pay grade. Realizing this, the man immediately snapped into a deep bow, practically shouting, "I am Baekhyun, the administrator for the Utopia Guild, out in the Gangdong district. Please forgive my terrible manners for not introducing myself sooner." Baekhyun's brain was working in overdrive. They needed to snatch this kid up, whatever the cost. He promised the Utopia Guild would cover, literally, all the damages. Seonho raised an eyebrow. Baekhyun figured eating a small financial loss was worth it to get on his good side. Taking advantage of the moment, Seonho casually threw out a quote for a purely symbolic 20 billion won. 5 billion, please, that wouldn't even make a dent in his stress levels. Seonho just slid him his bank info without missing a beat. And that wasn't even factoring in emotional trauma, or whatever else he could milk. Baekhyun's jaw practically unhinged, looking at those zeros. He swallowed hard. Fast forward a bit. Seonho was just trying to head home, but a literal swarm of paparazzi was already stalking him. Seriously, how did these vultures even track him down so fast? They were shoving mics in his face, screaming his name, dying to know if the Utopia Guild actually. Visibly annoyed, Seonho glared at the mob. Are you guys seriously planning to camp out on my doorstep all night? They totally ignored his sass, rapid-firing more questions. What's the deal with Miso? Come clean. Are you secretly backed by the Eden Guild? He shoved his way inside, muttering, yeah, whatever, give it a rest already. But they just kept yelling through the crack, asking if he was secretly out grinding levels. Seonho had to literally body block the door to slam it shut as the bloodthirsty reporters lunged forward, screaming that the public had a right to know the truth. They demanded he stop dodging. Were the crazy dating rumors between him and Miso actually legit? Leaning against the closed door, Seonho scoffed. The public needs to know about his love life, please. His own survival was barely hanging by a thread. The idea of him having a secret romance right now was shaking it off. It was time to lock in. He walked over and eyed the massive haul of gear spread out across his bed. It felt absolutely surreal. The day to finally dive into the gate. Miso was the one who pitched the idea of them partying up. That single suggestion turned his entire past week into an absolute meat grinder. But honestly, the payoff was totally worth the sweat. I mean, who could have guessed that shaking down Baekhyun would score him a high-tier artifact this ridiculously fast? Not only that, but his Demon Strike skill had seriously leveled up since that last bloodbath. His greatsword stats were looking beefy too. And when you stacked the brand new suppressive plus the title bonus, he was looking at a solid 2.6 second hold. But wait, if he chained the delay debuff on top of that, could he stretch the stun to a massive 5 seconds? Obviously, it totally depends on who he's swinging at. By baseline, Demon Strike slaps a nasty 2 to 4 second stun on any monster or unshielded player dumb enough to get hit. But you know how it goes, the actual stun timer and hit rate are completely at the mercy of the target's magic. Wielding a two-handed sword also came with a huge perk. It massively boosted his mastery over almost every blade in the game, minus daggers and single-handed longswords. A wicked smirk crept onto Seonho's face. Oh, they weren't even close to being done. It was finally time to test drive all this hellish grinding. Right on cue, a system window popped up, confirming his intense thrusting. His new charging skill was insane. It lets him pool a massive amount of raw energy before launching him forward like a bullet, to absolutely blitz his enemies. The longer he holds the charge, the more devastating the damage, and the longer the debuff lasts. The only catch, he's practically a sitting duck while winding it up. He let out a long, heavy breath and hyped himself up. All right. Let's do this. Armed to the teeth with upgraded weapons and brand new mobility skills, he wasn't just ready to raid this gate, he was about to absolutely own it. To be completely honest, his recent fights exposed some glaring, annoying weaknesses. He couldn't quite recreate that flawless god-tier flow he had back when he soloed the wolf. His awful attack range forced him into incredibly sketchy, high-risk situations just to land a hit. And during that brawl with Youngchul, his garbage mobility meant he face-planted straight into every single trap. Brutal truth time. Realistically, all his recent enemies outstatted him. Honestly, he had been inches away from just rage quitting it all. He desperately needed to face facts. If he didn't, he was just going to repeat the same tragic timeline as his past life. Especially with the second catastrophic collaboration event looming over them in the year 2040. This time around, failure wasn't an option. He had to rewrite history. He absolutely refused to watch everything burn down again in this second life. He needed extreme, overwhelming power. He had to reach the exact same peak as that man. But right before he could finish the thought, his phone started ringing violently, snapping him back. Sunhan picked up the phone, and his eyes immediately widened. It was Jongmin, the reporter. The guy was calling to confirm their interview, the exact one they had booked last week. Yeah, the one happening today. Jongmin just wanted to double-check if the timing still worked. Sunhan muttered a curse under his breath before shouting into the receiver. Oh, absolutely. It is coming. Jongmin gave an upbeat yes, suggesting they link up at a nearby restaurant. A second later, the address hit Sunhan's phone. His stomach dropped. He had completely spaced on this whole thing. The gate raid was set for 7 p.m. The interview was at 2, and right now, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He stepped out the front door, absolutely shell-shocked. A massive swarm of rival journalists was already camping outside the second they spotted him. Microphones were shoved into his face, begging for the spicy details about it. Furious, Sunhan barked at the crowd to back off. Without hesitating, he triggered his psychedelic skill, sending a surge of raw, explosive power straight through his veins. His speed stats instantly skyrocketed. In a flash, he made it to the private dining room, where Jongmin enthusiastically waved him over, thrilled to see him. The reporter had already ordered iced coffees and motioned for him to grab a seat. But mid-sentence, Jongmin froze, noticing how intensely wound up Sunhan looked. Sunhan's expression was deadly dark, his chest heaving aggressively from the mad dash over. Blinking in shock, Jongmin nervously asked, "Dude, did you literally just crawl out of a dungeon?" Wiping his sweat, Sunhan scoffed. "Not even close. Honestly, that was way worse than any dungeon run." Taking a breath, Jongmin waved it off like it was absolutely nothing. Then leaning in, he admitted that his initial pitch for this interview was purely based on the crazy chaos inside the quest zone. "But something way more massive just dropped, didn't it?" the reporter smirked. Sunhan shrugged it off coldly, claiming it was whatever, just a tiny, annoying bump in the road. Jongmin shook his head, pointing out that this exact incident was spreading like wildfire, blowing up every single-player forum on the net. Sure, people love to claim that rank and stats don't equal raw talent these days, but you break the mold, Jongmin hyped him up. Even at rock-bottom levels, the whole community is branding you as a god-tier. Sunhan just smirked. "Well, I definitely cannot complain about that." Jongmin leaned closer, lowering his voice. "By the way, did you know it is not just the press hunting you down? It is major guilds, too." He figured the guy was hinting at the Eden Guild, or maybe some local rivals making sneaky moves. But before Sunhan could even process the thought, Jongmin cut him right off. "No, man, I am not talking about domestic teams. I mean the heavy hitters from overseas." He guessed Sunhan had totally missed today's headlines. Exactly 5 top-tier international guilds had just slapped down official requests for his player data. They had filed the paperwork with the Korean Players Association that very morning. These massive global empires treating players like prized, pampered pure. Even if those rookies were sitting at garbage levels, Jongmin swore he had never seen foreign giants obsess over a fresh-faced newbie like this. "Look, no matter how you spin it, you seriously need to watch your back from here on out. Half the world has a magnifying glass fixed straight on you." Fast forward a bit. We cut to a grimy spawn zone. Sunhan was low-key annoyed. His whole game plan was to play totally solo, completely off the grid. Foreign guilds were not anything magical anyway. They just operated on a violently different scale. Bitter memories flooded his mind, reminding him exactly how much trash those global elites treated him like in the past. Yeah, they definitely hit like a... Just then a familiar voice called out. Miso was practically jogging toward him, waving a hand in the air, and yelling that it had been way too long, urging him to come over. The clock was ticking, but they still had a solid window to kill. Before Sunhan blinked, caught completely off guard by the intense girl standing silently right behind Miso. Before he could even ask who she was, Miso grinned and announced that her older sister had been... He stood there totally stunned. Miso chuckled, explaining that this was exactly why she kept staring at him during the pre-raid lobby. She gestured to the girl. Turns out, they were both heavy hitters, representing the Eden Guild. Miso casually offered to grab a spot at a nearby cafe to hang out. Terry stepped up, locking eyes with him, and gave a cool professional greeting. Sunhan awkwardly offered his name in return, muttering a shy, "Nice to meet you." But his mind was racing. Even though Miso had not hyped her up, there was not a single soul in the entire Korean server who hadn't heard of this girl's name. She was an absolute, undisputed S-tier legend. Her terrifying reputation easily bled past the borders of Korea. As a core pillar of the Eden Guild, just having her name on their roster artificially inflated the entire guild's global ranking. Regression really did change everything. Being able to casually bump into literal icons like this. In his past life, he would be absolute dirt to them. He let out a long, heavy breath to steady his... That is when Terry suddenly leaned in, asking if she could cash in a quick favor. Thrown off by the sudden request, Sunhan cautiously replied that as long as it was within his power, sure. "Oh, it is nothing crazy," Terry smirked. "Just spar with me." Miso's jaw practically hit the floor as she whipped her head around in shock. "Are you insane?" Miso gasped. "You guys literally just met." Terry just shrugged, totally unbothered. "So what, I gave you a heads up in the car." This right here is exactly why I needed to find Sunhan. Miso started screeching in pure panic, swearing up and down. Forcing an awkward laugh, Miso frantically apologized to Sunhan. She tried to play it off, claiming her sister just had a super intense, borderline crazy sense of humor. But Sun Han's eyes glinted. "I honestly do not mind," he said, leaving Miso utterly speechless. "In fact, why don't we drop into a duel?" He flashed a cocky grin, pointing out that you do not get challenged by one of the deadliest heavyweights in all of Korea every single day. To him, this was the ultimate free XP. Impressed, Terry crossed her arms, noting that Miso definitely had an eagle. "You will have to forgive my bluntness," Terry smirked, cracking her knuckles. "I know I came on a bit strong before. How about we keep it simple and settle this in exactly 5? Just say the word," she murmured. A crackling sphere of pure mana materialized in her palm, making his muscles lock up instantly. He knew his chances of surviving this were practically zero. But this was the ultimate reality check, a rare chance to gauge his actual progress and expose his fatal blind spots. Yet the second she picked her weapon, the atmosphere warped. Her aura spiked into something terrifying. No more holding back. Bracing himself, he popped his psychedelic skills, ready to drop everything he had right out of the gate. Misa blinked, totally bewildered. Wait, what is that? It was moving way too fast for her to track. Terry smirked, proposing they kick things off with strike number 1. As a shockwave of raw magic ripped through the air, Sun Han froze, a sudden realization hitting him like a truck. He was an absolute idiot. He had totally neglected the fact that his current physical stats made his reflexes horribly sluggish. Desperately throwing his sword up to block, he quickly learned that pure reaction wasn't enough. He had to read the future. Terry raised an eyebrow as his blade barely caught the strike. "Not bad," she praised. But did that hit just feel heavier? Terry casually announced they had 4 moves left to go. And right on cue, a barrage of blinding light beams erupted around him. He gritted his teeth. He saw this coming. An absolutely cracked combo. And her speed was only ramping up. In terrifying moments like this, much like when your eyes can't process a system glitch, he had to rely entirely on pure instinct to track her. Only this time, the difficulty was cranked past 10. Misa stared at him like he had lost his mind. He was seriously shutting his eyes in the middle of a death match. That was pure insanity. It was practically a suicide wish. Sun Han let his eyelids drop, desperately trying to channel his mana reserves. Every instinct screamed at him to move right now. Trusting his gut, he predicted the trajectory and deflected the fatal blow. Terry let out an impressed breath. His raw focus was insane. She honestly didn't think he'd parry her a second time. Even grandmasters struggle to lock in like that. That wasn't just raw talent, that was battle-hardened experience. He nodded, while Terry chuckled, calling him out for moving like a total veteran. "You flatter me," Sun Han replied. Terry casually reminded him he had 3 strikes surviving. But before they threw down again, he had a crazy request. "In that case, instead of showing me these last 3 moves one by one, why don't you drop them all on me at once?" Terry literally froze. "Wait, what did you just say?" He swallowed hard. "I know it sounds arrogant as hell, but I can't let a chance like this slide. Please, give me everything you've got." Staring into his eyes, she knew he was dead serious. If he couldn't survive her absolute max power, his growth would hit a brick wall. Misa started panicking, begging Terry not to do it. But Terry just grinned. "I'm down." Misa practically screamed at her to be reasonable, but Terry totally tuned her out. "I still can't go 100% though," she warned. "We aren't in training mode right now. So I'm just going to show you a pure, raw speed blitz. Heavy skills are too volatile to control. I can't risk blowing you to pieces." Sun Han nodded. That was way more than enough. A maximum velocity blitz from the legendary Terry herself. Just getting her to go all out was a massive win. She dropped into a low stance. "All right, real fight rules then. The second I twitch, I strike." His blood ran cold. He was actually going to die. With 0 time to track her aura, he had to be physically locked and loaded. And instead of wildly swinging his blade before she even popped up, he needed to project himself into the strike zone before she did. Suddenly his body locked up. The Shadow Mirage skill had triggered. He whipped around completely, caught off guard. What the? Smash! Her fist connected flush with his face, knocking the wind right out of him. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Terry gasped. Face planted directly into the dirt, he groaned out a muffled, "I'm fine." Hadn't she literally just said she wouldn't use skills? But she totally did, groaning as he peeled himself off the ground. He clutched his throbbing skull. Yup, that was definitely going to leave a nasty bruise. His entire face was flushed red from the brutal impact. Terry was frantically apologizing. "I'm so sorry, I know I said no skills, but my instincts just completely took over. Are you hurt?" Dragging him to his feet, he waved her off, insisting he was perfectly fine. Honestly, surviving her full wrath was an absolute honor. She gave him a soft smile, admitting the respect was mutual. "Maybe next time, we can actually just sit down and talk properly," she suggested. Sun-han blinked in surprise, then flashed a genuine smile. "I'd love that." Her eyes lit up. "Wait, seriously." They sealed it with a handshake while Misa watched the whole exchange closely. Snapping back to reality, Misa checked her watch. "Hey, the main speech is about to kick off. Plus, we desperately need to wrap up that guild report by tonight." Terry sighed in defeat. "All right, my bad." She wished him the best of luck on his upcoming raid, and joked that Misa would have to write the after-action review. Misa waved her off. As they walked away, Sun-han realized something. This was his very first loss since regressing to the past. If Terry had gone maximum power from the jump, he wouldn't have survived a single hit. Suddenly, a fierce new drive ignited within him. Right then, she locked eyes with him. Watching her walk away, Sang-hyun couldn't help but wonder, was she giving him the green light? Should he try to bypass her? Fast forward a bit, and the crew pulled up to the mysterious, unidentified gate 727 at Chunui Station. Miso was hyping everyone up, clapping her hands, and announcing it was time for introductions. These were the guys backing them up. The squad exchanged nods, and Sang-hyun dropped his name. He humbly admitted he was beyond lucky to have such heavy hitters on his side. But the new guy shot back, nah, they were the lucky ones. He'd just caught an article about Sang-hyun, and frankly, the dude was absolute fire. The guy introduced himself as Tae-suk. He's a mage, but not just any mage. He mains a class called Spell Igniter. Sitting at a solid level 120, this guy's an A-rank menace. "Wait, so your magic is just pure fire?" Sang-hyun asked. Tae-suk smirked. "Pretty much." It reminded Sang-hyun of the exact same. Tae-suk explained that since he grinded purely on flame skills, his raw destructive power was next level. He was still stuck at the blue flame tier though, so he hadn't fully peaked yet. "Nah, you look seriously overpowered," Sang-hyun reassured him. And honestly, it was a big brain move. Until hyper-focusing on one build is the ultimate meta. The whole reason he stomped Yoncho so effortlessly before was because that guy spread his stats way too thin, trying to be a jack of all trades, which just made him trash at everything. Zero mastery, zero threat. Next up, Miso hyped up Juhi, revealing she was packing some serious spatial abilities. She was a mage too, but her whole kit revolved around spatial communication. Juhi gave a shy nod. "Yep, what my sister said is 100. She's a level 100, A-rank magic caster." Flexing a bit, she figured since Tae-suk showed off his powers, it was her turn to drop jaws. But before she could even finish, the crew tried to stop her, as a massive shockwave of wind ripped through. Miso panicked, scolding her for popping off like that, while Juhi frantically apologized. Sang-hyun was completely lost. What the heck was up with that tornado? Wasn't her class supposed to be spatial communication? Our boy was absolutely stunned when an entire alternate dimension materialized inside a glowing magic orb right in front of him. "This is my ability," Juhi smiled, bowing as she asked him to look after her. Sang-hyun quickly waved it off. "No way I'm the one who needs to keep up." Honestly, Miso was an absolute genius. She had flawlessly crafted the ultimate balanced party. Sang-hyun was the frontline brawler. Miso rained down damage from afar. Tae-suk brought the explosive nukes to cover any gaps in their firepower, and Juhi was their wild card, setting up insane tactical plays. Even without a dedicated healer, this squad was literally god tier. But the real flex, their synergy was off the charts. You could instantly tell this core group had grinded dungeons together countless times. And having that deep trust in your teammates will keep you alive way longer than any textbook strategy. He used to have a squad exactly like that once upon a time. A nostalgic smile crept across his face as the memories flooded back. Snapping him out of it, Miso checked in, asking if he was holding up all right. Was he still banged up from the whole Terry situation? He brushed it off, assuring her he was perfectly fine, and just spacing out for a second. It was time to bury the past. Stepping right up to the glowing barrier, he turned back. "All right, we dropping in or what?" He had to stop dwelling on yesterday and focus completely on the bloodbath waiting for them right now. They had crossed into the unidentified gate, a literal frozen hellscape. The second they spawned, and Sang-hyun shot Tae-suk a grateful look. The mage blinked, totally confused. Sang-hyun straight up told him that without his buff, he would have instantly turned into a human pop. It was an insanely clutch skill called Blessing of Flames, giving them a massive boost in cold resistance. Shivering Miso pointed out that their last run here wasn't nearly this freezing. If it weren't for Taesuk, they'd already be dead. They totally hit the jackpot, bringing him along. Noticing his gear, Miso asked why Sang-hyun wasn't swinging his signature two-handed greatsword. Why keep his main weapon stashed? Sang-hyun smoothly lied, claiming he needed a high-mobility loadout for this specific raid, so he packed accordingly. Her eyes went wide with shock. Wait, are you saying you can actively switch between different weapon classes? Sword mains almost always strictly commit to one blade, and he'd been faking that limitation since day one. Honestly, making up these excuses was getting exhausting. That was literally the only headache of regressing back in time. Miso barely spun around to face Juhi when a monstrous abomination suddenly ambushed them. "Stick to the game plan," Miso screamed. Without missing a beat, Juhi channeled her raw mana, launching a brutal strike right at the beast, looming over them. A blinding explosive flash erupted straight into the monster's face. Sonhin and Miso wasted no time, violently flanking the beast from behind. Miso locked eyes with him, waiting for the signal, so Sonhin made the call, ordering them to lay down some heavy covering fire. Without hesitation, he dove straight into the bloodbath, while the monster unleashed a deafening roar. Suddenly Sonhan caught something out of the corner of his eye. The massive creature started collapsing right toward him, but then violently snapped its head around, locking onto their squad. Spotting the incoming danger, Miso panicked and screamed, "Taesuk, now." He didn't miss a single beat. "I am on it." Channeling his raw mana, Taesuk sent a blinding, high-voltage magic arrow, blasting straight into the beast, making it shriek in absolute agony, setting the perfect stage for our boy to slice the absolute soul out of it, dicing the monster into tiny pieces. He yelled out, "Julie, I got this," she shot back, instantly summoning a glowing magic circle that forced the beast to stiffen up and howl in sheer rage. Thrashing wildly, it smashed a solid wall into absolute rubble. The monster actually smirked, noticing Sonhin's fallen sword lying completely useless on the dirt. But in a literal flash, Sonhan materialized right behind it, whispering, "Did you really think you had me?" The monster froze in pure shock, spinning around only to eat a devastating strike straight to the face. Meanwhile, Taesuk barked at Julie to prep their next brutal combo. Right on cue, a glowing system prompt popped up. Strike skill level 2, activated. The beast didn't even have a second to blink, as Sonhin clenched his jaw, pouring pure, unadulterated rage into a skull-crushing blow that literally shattered its head. The rest of the crew just stood there, completely jawed. The headless carcass thumped onto the dirt, right as Sonhan landed smoothly back on his feet, like an absolute ball. Chaos erupted as the squad started freaking out over what they just witnessed. Taesuk stuttered. Bro wiping it out in one single hit definitely was not part of the plan. Sonhin sheepishly rubbed his neck and apologized, but the crew shut him down instantly, hyping up how insanely cracked that move actually was. Miso just crossed her arms and flexed. "Didn't I literally tell you guys I reacted the exact same way at first?" The boys just stared at her, totally clueless. She was not done spitting facts, casually dropping that he had not even unleashed his full potential yet. Hearing that insane claim, Sonhin suddenly felt the pressure kick in to actually show off his real skills. Like, why was she hyping him up to the moon right now? For a squad pulling off their very first co-op raid, this was basically a walk in the park. They were all high-tier veterans after all. The synergy was definitely there. It was time to push into round 2, and within minutes, they were totally steamrolling through waves of mobs. Taesuk could not hold back anymore, screaming, "Dude, you are absolutely cracked. Hands down the craziest carry I have ever teamed up with." Sonhan gave a modest thanks, leaving this super awkward silence lingering in the air, but Miso, trailing right behind, just giggled, teasing him to get used to the cringe compliments. With Sonhan carrying so hard, Taesuk didn't even have to spam his magic. Having the freedom to actually pop his skills without stressing over cooldowns had Taesuk grinning ear to ear. Sonhan suddenly realized something before meeting that hopeless swordsman. His party relied way too heavily on constant support buffs. But playing like this, it was incredibly fluid, zero micromanagement, and absolutely stress. Catching her breath, Miso randomly asked, "Yo, what even was that busted skill anyway?" Sonhan blinked, clearly caught off guard, as she deadpanned that she really ought to be immune to his flexes by now. yet he still managed to blow her mind every single time. Suddenly, an absolute nuke of an explosion ripped through the tree line, revealing a colossal, mutated beast stomping straight into their path. It was go time, all over again. The monster started throwing chaotic hit-and-run attacks, prompting Miso to scream that a whole squad of heavily armed ogre demons was rushing them. Panicking, Taesuk yelled for orders, totally thrown off by the brutal ambush. Miso snapped right back into commander mode, shouting, "Okay, focus all our firepower on this main target first. We have to force them back and make some space." Right in the middle of the chaos, Shonhan calmly asked Julie to warp a portal right into the enemy's face. The entire squad practically choked on their spit, with Miso arguing that portals were strictly for defensive plays. But looking at his rock-solid stance, she bit her lip. Sometimes, you just gotta trust the carry. A glowing spatial tear ripped open, and Sonnen launched himself straight into the void, without a glowing blue screen flashed before his eyes. Fully charged. Active skill. Movement skill. Level 1. This absolute cheat code drains pure energy, then acts like a homing missile, rocketing the user straight into the target. Hold the charge longer. You get way more insane range and bone-crushing damage. The catch: you are basically a sitting duck while charging up. Boom! A blinding, cinematic flash of light erupted, and in a split second, Sonnen rode the spatial current right out the other, blitzing the monster with hypersonic speed. His teammates completely glitched out at the sheer ridiculousness of the play, gasping. Are we seriously seeing this right now? Miso's jaw dropped. She knew it was just a basic mobility dash, but she'd never seen one nuke a target like that. Shonhan just shrugged, smirking that he could go total aggro because he fully trusted his squad to back him up. Before they could even celebrate, Julie shushed everyone dead silent. They had finally hit the jackpot. The squad dropped into stealth mode, crawling on their bellies to peek over the jagged cliffside, only to spot a terrifying mountain-sized beast snoozing below. Oh boy, it was the mid-boss, a literal ice hell Cerberus. The crew huddled up to speedrun a strategy, sweating bullets. Julie whispered that their intel was basically zero, so she'd better precast some emergency escape portals. Miso grimaced, realizing that we're already scraping the bottom of the barrel with Plan E. She glanced over, asking Sonnen for the play. The guy didn't say a single word, he just stared down at the hellhound, a menacing psycho grin stretching across. The crew caught that signature smirk flashing across his face again. Honestly, they just needed to let him cook. But of course the guys started grilling him. Did he actually have a game plan? Sunhan just slid his blade from its sheath. "Sit back and watch." He smirked, leaving the whole squad standing there looking completely shook. "Whoa, whoa, at least give us a heads up," they yelled. But Sunhan knew the clock was ticking. There was zero time for a TED Talk right now. To trigger his hidden buff, he needed a clear line of sight to the moon. Even a thin cloud cover would slice the power right in half. Muttering a quick, "my bad," to the squad, he launched himself straight at the beast. The massive boss snapped its eyes open, locking right onto him. Sunhan was totally operating on the ask for forgiveness, not permission mindset. "Man, you are way uglier up close," he casually roasted the behemoth. The monster responded with an earth-shattering roar. "Get ready to back him up," Miso shouted. Julie readied her gear but hesitated. "Wait, isn't this totally weird? It's not even swinging at him." Miso narrowed her eyes. Julie was right. Was the beast just playing it safe? Nope. Last time they ran into this thing, it came out swinging. Suddenly, the massive creature leaped into the air and let out a deafening shriek. "Yo, did it just bow down?" Taesuk asked, totally bewildered. Maybe his eyes were playing tricks on him, but hey, they'd take. Miso gasped. That wasn't an attack stance at all. It was straight-up submission. The terrifying beast just slumped down right in front of our boy. A system prompt flashed. The ice hell. Cerberus recognized him as an apex predator. It had completely surrendered. "Is this supposed to be cute?" Sunhan sighed, before instantly wiping it off the map. A moment later, the system pinged, confirming he had totally wrecked the mid-boss Ice Hell Cerberus. Taking out an enemy that literally threw in the towel felt a bit harsh, but they couldn't clear the zone otherwise. Plus, his rank evaluation just dropped a brand new title. Title perk check. He had to pick one skill to slice its cooldown in half. He instantly knew this would be a game changer for his healing abilities. It would instantly cleanse any nasty debuffs right off him. The buff kicked in, slashing the cooldown by 50%. With the original timer at 60 seconds, he was practically unstoppable now. "Hold up a sec," Miso suddenly yelled. Sunhan spun around, asking what was wrong. That's when a blinding pillar of light erupted right next to him. Oh, right. It hit him like a truck. They had never actually discussed how to split the loot. Being a lone wolf for so long really messed up his teamwork etiquette. You're not planning on hogging all that loot, are you? She teased. You literally soloed the Cerberus. Just take it all. The moment those words left her mouth, he froze, a massive grin spreading across his face. Thank God, he breathed out silently, blessing his luck. But wait, what about the rest of the party? Miso glanced back at the squad, and they were all nodding in total agreement. The crew was genuinely hyped, and insisted he keep the entire drop. Sunhan chuckled, shooting them a grateful nod. He seriously needed to kick that bad habit of jumping the gun, total baggage from his past life. Miso took charge, telling the group to step back, so Sunhan could step up and do his usual thing. Wait, what do you mean? He asked, suddenly sweating. Miso just shrugged. Don't you do this little routine every single time an artifact drops? Sunhan's brain short-circuited. What routine? He played, but Miso cut right through his panic. Relax, I've actually known your little secret for a while now. Back when they cleared the previous zone, she had turned around right before leaving and caught him totally red-handed. His heart dropped into his stomach. The day of reckoning was finally here. His ridiculously overpowered, game-breaking eating skill was about to be exposed to the world. Miso, he started bracing for the worst. But then she smiled and said, I know you're the type of player who needs to do a little victory ritual. Look, every gamer has their quirks, so don't be embarrassed, she reassured him. Turns out she had been guarding this totally wrong secret. Julie tiptoed up to Miso and whispered, Wait, does he seriously do some weird dance? Miso just nodded enthusiastically. And it's our job as his squad to respect his privacy, Miso declared. Wow. This was the most glorious misunderstanding in gaming history. Honestly, letting them think he was a superstitious weirdo. If the world found out his real power, he'd have a massive target on his back. Anyway, time to chow down on that icy heart. That glowing core pulsed with an absolute zero chill, holding enough frosty energy to plunge the entire planet into an ice age. A bit later, Julie fired off a burst of magic and yelled, That's the last one. Miso gave her a thumbs up. Nice carry, you literally saved my life just now. Sunhan chimed in, totally giving Julie the MVP credit. Still catching her breath, Julie looked at the pile of monsters and asked, Are you absolutely positive this bait strategy will work? She only dragged all these bodies together because he swore the main boss wouldn't be able to resist an all-you-can-eat monster buffet. Trust the process, he told them confidently. This boss is a total glutton for any kind of meat. Julie narrowed her eyes. Wait. How do you know it's diet? Caught completely off guard, Sunhan blanked. So he just aggressively pointed into the darkness, signaling Taisuk to start blasting immediately. Just pull the aggro, he deflected. Miso crossed her arms, realizing they were completely ignoring Julie's question. As the squad braced themselves for the incoming, they hit the dirt violently, catching their breath. 20 agonizing minutes dragged by before Sunhan broke the silence, warning the squad that the beast could ambush. A sudden freezing chill hit the air. Sunhan knew it was here. Barking at everyone to lock, and a cocky smirk crept across his face as he locked eyes with the towering nightmare. A glowing system prompt confirmed their worst fears. Final boss, the Ice Grizzly. Up until now, Sunhan's big-brain strategy had carried the squad flawless, but there was a major catch. Seeing this absolute unit in the flesh was genuinely terrifying. Strategy or not, picking a fight with this titan was borderline suicidal. Flashback to a few minutes ago. The crew huddled up with a highly confused Miso, aggressively demanding to know what his crazy plan actually meant. Sunhan didn't stutter. He looked her dead in the eye and casually dropped the bomb he was volunteering as human bait. He doubled down, fiercely insisting it was the absolute only shot they had to speedrun this raid, without the entire squad getting wiped out. It was a massive gamble, but perfectly calculated. Because every single colossal boss shares one highly fatal flaw. The exact second their health drops to critical, they completely lose their minds, violently triggering a brutal berserker. In this feral phase, their physical stats insanely skyrocket, and they go completely rabid, blindly swallowing up absolutely everything in their path. The master play. Stack up a mountain of dead mobs to lure the beast. But what if they severely spiked that free meal? Running with that genius idea while Julie frantically dragged the bloody carcasses through the portal, the squad heavily laced the pile with juniper wood, a highly potent natural knockout powder. The ultimate catch: they still had to violently beat the boss down to a fraction of its health just to force that gluttonous phase. They had to perfectly set the stage so the heavy hitters could unleash hell without holding back. And stepping up to the plate as the sacrificial lamb was him. For this wild strategy to actually work, they just snapped back to reality. The colossal grizzly swatted him like a literal fly, leaving him inches from the grave. Yet, coughing up blood, he could feel how much his battle senses had drastically, or had they? Coughing up a thick puddle of crimson, his overconfidence instantly shattered. He honestly thought he was tanky enough to eat a direct hit. Major reality check, he totally couldn't. How on earth did this boss hit like a runaway freight train? Were his pumped-up strength stats an absolute joke to this thing? One more sloppy mistake, and it was permanent game over. From this exact second on, it was full evasion mode. No blocking, purely dodging. Deafening shockwaves violently blasted the arena. The grizzly's raw kinetic power shattered massive boulders, sending razor-sharp shrapnel, violently tearing. Sun Han scrambled desperately, frantically weaving through the explosive chaos, but the horrific truth dawned on him. This hulking behemoth did he completely throw the match with this bait plan? Before he could even blink, the beast's cavernous, drooling jaws loomed directly over him, unleashing out of absolutely nowhere. A deadly volley of arrows rained down. They harmlessly bounced off the boss's thick armor like literal toothpicks. But Miso wasn't giving up, screaming her lungs out to buy him crucial. "Do it now!" she shrieked. A wild, adrenaline-fueled grin broke through Sun Han's sheer panic. "Miso, you absolute legend." That split-second distraction he ripped his blade upward, delivering a catastrophic heavy slash. The system chimed full charge. The sheer explosive impact violently erupted, instantly locking down the monster's spine in solid ice. A blinding system prompt flashed. The ice grizzly suffers a brutal 1-second deep freeze from the maxed-out charge effect. Sun Han flashed a wicked smirk, utterly hyped that by beautifully stacking the freezing perk, he looted from the icy heart, directly onto his fully charged heavy attack. Magic happened. He completely swore the boss's high-level resistance would just tank the debuff, but the massive gamble heavily paid off. If the beast was stunned, it was executed. He viciously glowing razor-sharp sword deep into the grizzly's unarmored gut, tearing a brutal gash that made the titan shriek in pure agony. System alert, Demon Strike, Level 2, successfully unleashed, spotting the massive opening. Miso frantically screamed for Taesok. "Way ahead of you," he aggressively barked, promising to drop an absolute nuke. An oppressive, raw, magical aura exploded from his body as he roared at Sun Han to clear the dam. Heart physically pounding out of his chest, Sun Han whipped around, suddenly realizing the terrifying scale of the incoming attack. A crimson system warning flashed flame of blue fire. Taesok ruthlessly blasted the paralyzed grizzly point blank with a blinding apocalyptic torrent of azure flames. The sheer destructive firepower was totally off the Still, the boss was an absolute tank, desperately eating the damage. But that massive catastrophic hit, it definitely dragged the beast's health pool. The heavy air around the scorched grizzly suddenly turned suffocatingly dark and toxic. Sun Han's eyes widened in sheer relief. It worked. They actually hit the massive damage check. The bleeding titan officially snapped, violently triggering the legendary Devouring state. The chaotic plan was perfectly aligned, until Miso screamed his name and a blood-red system warning dropped. The ice grizzly is now indiscriminately consuming its surroundings. And unfortunately, Sun Han was caught dead in the monster's massive shadow. Pure ice violently flooded his veins. Was this gluttony phase really supposed to be this terrifyingly severe? This wasn't the beast he was just fighting. This was Julie was strictly up next on the roster, but could he even survive 5 more seconds of this nightmare? As the massive jaws snapped aggressively, a panicked Miso desperately demanded Julie's status from Taesok. Gritting his teeth, Taesok aggressively yelled back that she was still desperately charging her cast. Meanwhile, in the deep backline, Julie was pushing her raw mana aura to the absolute breaking. "Is she even gonna finish in time?" Miso cried out. Taesok harshly shot back that they couldn't worry about her cast time. The actual crisis was whether Sun Han was going to get swallowed alive first. Sun Han violently sprinted for his life, desperately gasping for air, fully aware that Julie's ultimate trap wasn't locked and loaded yet. "To hell with it then," he fiercely cursed, brutally accepting that he might actually die right here on this dirt. Raw, unadulterated fear, the monster's towering shadow violently swallowed him whole. Knowing his stamina was completely burned out, he roared at his squad that the time had come, because dodging this final lethal strike, so he's charging in head first. The system flashed a giant warning that he just popped a psychedelic skill. Right at that split second, Julie's raw energy exploded across the battlefield. She screamed she was ready and instantly triggered her transformation. Sun Han unsheathed his blade, but Julie's aura surged so intensely that it practically sucked him right into the portal. Against all odds, she actually survived. The crew dashed over as Julie collapsed to her knees, frantically asking if she was hurt. She brushed it off, swearing she was totally fine. She just burned way too much mana. Sun Han's heart pounded. That was dangerously close. If he hadn't landed that desperate strike just a second ago, they both would have been completely wiped out. The system pinged again, stating that the massive grizzly bear was currently completely drugged by that sketchy snowy mountain juniper. Sun Han let out a breathless laugh, realizing that since the crazy trap actually worked, they officially secured the W. Julie was definitely seeing stars, but she was safe, and the squad pulled her into a massive relieved group. When the terrifying beast finally materialized near them, it was absolutely drenched in dark crimson. Blood violently sprayed from its gaping wounds, and the system flashed a massive congratulations screen. They actually took down the final boss, that absolute hulking nightmare of a grizzly. Right after that massive alert, the monster crashed into the dirt, officially clearing those mysterious gates of frozen hell. Miso smirked, pointing out how much of a total try-hard Sun Han was being. She joked that they were hard carrying off his back. He just chuckled, waving it off, insisting he was the one who practically begged to take the lead. These clear rewards were about to absolutely skyrocket their levels. They had been sweating bullets in this nightmare dungeon, surviving way too many near-death encounters. Julie chimed in, praising everyone's insane hustle, while totally apologizing for not sweeping up the mess herself. Miso hyped her up, saying she crushed it out there, while Sun Han genuinely thanked the squad for trusting his crazy strat. Julie grinned, adding that thanks to this insane raid, she finally discovered the absolute limits of her powers, making it totally worth it. Sun Han laughed, teasing that he'd definitely be relying on those maxed-out skills next run. Honestly, he was insanely grateful this crew actually trusted his wild calls. But even if they had completely ignored him, he still would have pushed through to the bitter end. The gates he challenged in his past life always ended in absolute tragedy. The average survival rate for those high-reward raids he constantly hunted down was exactly 90%. Considering those runs were totally packed with amateurs, that survival rate was actually surprisingly high. A heavy wave of nostalgia hit him, realizing that someone always fell into that doomed 10%. Who ends up in that deadly margin is pure RNG. Players are constantly staring death straight in the face. Leveling up is crucial, yeah, but keeping your team breathing, that is everything. The epic loot they just sweat blood for finally materialized right in front of them, and the crew excitedly huddled up to check their drops. The system chimed, announcing a super rare first clear bonus reward had just spawned. Sun Han's eyes lit up. He was finally snatching a first-time exclusive. The interface blinked, stating the loot would be granted, the absolute second they touched the glowing prize. Our guy reached out his hand, when the goddess of fortune suddenly whispered in his ear that he was about to witness her absolute peak power. He blinked, muttering, "Her true power." That mysterious vibe instantly cranked his hype levels to the absolute max. A massive system alert confirmed he scored a unique tier artifact, and could actually pick his favorite from a stacked list. Sun Han stared at the screen. He knew it was a unique rank, but this felt way beyond just cool, probably because it literally sat at the 4th highest tier in the entire game. He was completely mind-blown, especially when the system declared that thanks to the goddess of fortune's blessing, any artifact ranked unique or above would guarantee a fully unlocked hidden skill for him to instantly absorb. Sun Han stood completely frozen, realizing he totally forgot about this. That exact clause was 100% etched into their contract. The goddess of fortune playfully teased him, demanding he call her big sister Nuna. Meanwhile, his squad was totally zoned out, aggressively swiping through their own loot screen. They definitely didn't notice his crazy god-tier interaction. Was he seriously about to lock this in? Sun Han tossed out any humble thoughts and slammed the confirm button on the two-handed sword of fighting spirit. He had literally been dreaming about wielding this exact legendary weapon for years. The system detailed how this absolute unit of a blade, forged purely from a warrior's raw rage, packed completely busted attack stats and massive skill buffs, alongside a ridiculously overpowered, hidden wind blessing, completely handcrafted by the god of fighting spirit, plus an insane 10% wind regeneration boost. He finally understood why unique tier gear completely shattered the meta. These stats were absolutely cracked. He had all his hopes riding on this legendary blade. But the exact second he gripped the hilt, it instantly plummeted to the dirt, literally shattering into pieces. He stood there, completely stunned by its impossible weight. He's looking around like, yo, where's the lightning effect? The system pops up, dropping some sick news because of his crazy artifact devouring ability. His current skills, but there's a catch. The lightning effect gets slashed in half. On the flip side, every piece of his gear now feels light as a feather, weighing barely 100 grams. He squints at the screen, totally baffled. Like, is this some hidden insurance policy? When did this overpowered perk even drop? Miso slides up asking if he's all good. He brushes it off, saying everything's chill, especially since the whole squad just scored some insane loot. The crew is flexing their fresh artifacts, and Miso hypes him up, pointing out that everyone bagged gear perfectly tailored to their classes, all thanks to him carrying the team. Sunhan plays it cool, claiming he didn't do anything crazy, but Miso shuts down his modesty real quick. Straight up, none of this would have happened without his heavy lifting. So the squad huddled up and made a huge call. They're passing all their elite drops to him. We're talking the boss corpse, the magic stones, everything. Sunhan's jaw drops. Wait, what? He tries to turn down the massive haul, saying they really shouldn't do this, but Julie aggressively cuts him off. Nah, no way. She insists they gotta keep things completely fair. They crunched the numbers and tracked exactly who put in the work, so he shouldn't even stress about it. Sunhan grips his head, staring at the ground, completely blown away. He can't believe his crew actually pulled a... Bro, just a single piece of this loot drops a bag of 600 million. Throw in the extra drops, and he's staring at a staggering 1.5 billion. Honestly, he legitimately can't stop a massive grin from breaking out. Fast forward a bit, and the squad finally steps out of that freezing hellscape gate. Miso looks away awkwardly, asking if he's staring at her. She admits it's totally embarrassing looking this messy, but it can't be helped. He suggests they rain-check the victory party for another time, since he desperately needs to check his final stats. Miso throws up a peace sign, saying they'll catch up later. Our boy gives props to the squad for grinding so hard, and they start packing up. But right as Miso turns to leave, she hesitates, asking if it'd be cool if they finally dropped the formalities and just talked like real friends. Sunhan completely freezes. His brain short-circuits and he literally can't find the word. Like, is she seriously dropping honorifics with someone older? Finally snapping back, he tells her to go for it. A massive smile lights up. Get home safe then, my friend. She gives him this shy little wave. Sunhan blanks for a second. Then his face softens into a warm smile as he wishes her the same. It had been an insanely long time since someone called him a friend like that. Julie and Taesok are standing there completely caught off guard, blushing at the sudden wholesome vibe. After the squad splits, he ducks into a dead-end alley behind the gate to get some privacy. He instantly absorbs a massive greatsword, triggering that crazy lightweight effect. He mutters that it makes total sense, since the weapon didn't have any raw stat boosts attached. The core essence was super weak. But hey, the system handed him his absolute favorite spicy tuna kimbap as a reward, so he is definitely not complaining. Now that the dust has settled, it's time to crunch the numbers. His raw strength shot up by a massive 150 points, and his agility spiked by 50. His new skill, Counterblast, burns 27 mana to completely flatten an enemy. The hit rate and the pushback range completely depend on the target's magic resistance. He can also, which drastically buffs the stun chance and launches enemies way further back. He also bagged Clever Hunter, a solid C-rank title. This passive regens 1 health point every single time he wipes out a smaller, low-tier mob. He flashes a wicked smirk as he scrolls through his insane gains, just swapping his main weapon to a greatsword. Seriously jacked up his damage output. Not to mention he scored 2 extra titles and a cracked new skill. This dungeon was a total gold mine. He decides to dump some points into his luck stat, and the system flashes a pop-up. His luck has officially smashed past the 200 mark. The stat ceiling recalculates instantly, pushing the absolute cap to to a staggering 600%. He is absolutely hyped. He's about to be 6 times luckier than an average, everyday lucky guy. He's blitzing through his progression way faster than in his previous life, hitting level 50 in barely 2 weeks. That exact same grind took Yoon Kyung an entire year. He tightly clenches his fist, practically buzzing with confidence, knowing he's only going to get more overpowered. At this rate, he'll completely eclipse Do Kyung-soo in no time. Suddenly, a chaotic rift tears open right behind him. The system flashes red warning that the surrounding aura is getting dangerously suffocating. He slowly turns around, flashing a strained, nervous smile. This heavy, crushing vibe feels way too familiar. 3 massive constellations just descended to check him out. The Lion King is completely obsessed with his raw sword mechanics. The Master of Beauty and Flame is hyping up his relentless combat drive. Meanwhile, the Dark Reaper is straight up interrogating his existence, claiming he's an anomaly that doesn't belong in this timeline. And then, the Goddess of Fortune chimes in, pointing out that some heavy-hitting top-tier concepts have pulled up today, proving that Sunhan's scaling is totally out of control. Our boy is genuinely shook. He definitely didn't think the next wave of cosmic sponsors would slide in this early. It's gotta be because his EXP is skyrocketing at a broken pace. But the real reason? It's because the Goddess of Fortune is an absolute superstar in the cosmic realm. She shoots him a cheeky thumbs up, and he calls her out, telling her to stop acting like she's reading his mind. Wait, did she actually just read his thoughts? Shaking it off, he locks in and shifts his focus to the absolute legends who spawned first, the Lion King and the Master of Beauty and Flame. Literally, everyone knows these guys. They used to be living, breathing historic icons before ascending into the elite constellation ranks. They pulled up because they recognize his absolute peak warrior potential. But honestly, he couldn't care less about locking in a contract with these types of traditional heroes. Both of them instantly scowl, feeling the disrespect as the system flashes a new alert. The Lion King was absolutely roasting him, barking about how he dared to give his superiors massive side-eye. Meanwhile, the owner of Beauty and Flame was screaming his lungs out, flexing that back in his general days, he would have literally ripped the kid's head clean off it. He could only let out this awkward, sweaty laugh, begging them to chill out. In his head, he was groaning. The crazy part, he hadn't even signed a contract with these guys yet, and they were already micromanaging him like toxic bosses. But then, the vibe instantly dropped to sub-zero. A major red flag stepped into the chat, a Dark Reaper. If you're a player, this is she's basically a living firewall, hawk-eyeing the spatial lanes 24/7. Her main gig, hunting down any player who bags extra loot by exploiting matrix glitches. Rumor had it she was a ruthless bounty hunter, hardwired to track down anyone pulling serious cheat codes. A chilling memory flashed from his past life. You see, unless you lucked out with a super rare loophole, like a contract with the Goddess of Fortune, double-dipping was a death sentence. He remembered one dude who tried signing 2 contracts at once. She tortured him so ruthlessly, his mind completely snapped. Pure nightmare fuel. His anxiety went straight through the roof. Honestly, he wanted zero part of this mess. Sure, the Lion King dishes out an insane stamina buff, and the owner of Beauty and Flames jacks up your physical strength to godly levels. Yeah, scoring a this single choice completely rewires our guy's destiny. But right now, relying on basic luck just isn't going to cut it. If he holds out just a bit longer, he is guaranteed to cross paths with an absolute powerhouse, a literal divine beast. We are talking about a true mythical creature here. Only a handful of players in history have ever managed to lock down a contract with one. He hates gambling with his life, but he is out of options. He hits the current constellations with a polite apology, completely rejecting their offers for now. The deities instantly lose their minds. The Lion King takes it completely personally, roaring that he has never been so disrespected in his entire existence. The Master of Beauty and Flames playfully teases that she might drop by 3 times, just to recruit him as a blood brother. With that, the divine beings fade back into the rift. But he knows deep down, even if they begged him 100 times, his answer stays a hard no. He shifts his intense gaze right at the Dark Reaper. She freezes for a split second before vanishing, throwing a final warning over her shoulder. One day, she is going to drag his darkest secret. Once the heavy divine pressure fully clears the room, a deep scowl. The mental gymnastics completely drained him. He desperately wanted to dodge the drama, but apparently, Catching cosmic heat was inevitable. Moving forward, he has to tread insanely carefully around these overpowered constellations. He whips out his phone to check the time. Perfect. If he bails right now, he will hit his target right on schedule. The next rift is about to spit out a massive pack of kobolds canine monsters, exactly like that three-headed Cerberus he clapped earlier, meaning they are weak against his Hour of the Dog and Wolf debuff. There is zero chance he is passing up free XP like this. He tightly grips his blade. Hitting 3 massive raids in a single day is going to totally wipe him out, but he is pushing his limits anyway. He has to grind non-stop until that divine beast finally takes notice. Fast forward a bit, right at ground zero of the next quest zone. Back at the Players Association Rift Bureau, emergency lines light up. A frantic dispatcher picks up, and her jaw absolutely drops at the incoming report. She violently spins around toward the massive radar screens, whispering that this has to be some kind of sick joke. A supervisor screams across the room. Massive spatial tear, right at Bupyeong Station, Exit 1. Code Red, full mobilization. The dispatcher scrambles, telling the terrified civilian on the line that they have locked onto the coordinates and are dispatching the closest hunters instantly. But the caller stammers out something insane. Someone is already tearing through the monsters. The dispatcher freezes, asking if that is actually true, solo clearing the entire horde. Panicking, the girl begs the civilian to evacuate immediately before she gets caught in the crossfire. But the civilian, she is just standing there, captivated by how effortlessly our player is slaughtering the beasts at the portal. She calmly replies, "See, these sudden reality tears have not happened since the massive original outbreak, exactly 11 years ago. Unlike structured dungeons or gates, these random spatial fractures are absolute disasters, violently dumping bloodthirsty monsters directly on." But our boy fully predicted this. He stands dead center of the chaos, greeting the demonic wave with a dangerously arrogant smirk. Rewind 10 minutes. Stepping out of the subway station, his senses lock in. Sparks of dark energy crackle violently down the street. Bingo, the exact coordinates. Ground zero of the tier. This specific spot is burned into his brain, because in his past life, this outbreak was an absolute bloodbath. Endless but not today. On his watch, history is getting rewritten. Thank God he regressed to the past. Having grown up completely abandoned in a rundown orphanage, he literally does not even have a memory of his parents' faces. It never broke him, but he deeply understands the soul-crushing agony of losing family. No tragedy forgotten, no victim left behind. Flashing back to the fallen heroes of his timeline, his grip tightens, and a cold grin spreads across his face. Saving lives hits way harder than just grinding for raw power. Suddenly, the portal violently erupts. A swarm of vicious kobolds floods the pavement. Boom, his Hour of the Dog and Wolf passive immediately triggers. The beasts freeze in sheer terror, and he internally hypes up his perfect strategy. Still, the debuff is not hitting quite as hard as it did against the Cerberus. He clocks the sky. It is definitely because of the lunar cycle. With zero moonlight bleeding through the clouds, he does not have total mind control over the pack. Honestly, he prefers it this way. He explodes into a violent dash. Shouting over the chaos, he declares this the perfect time to test drive his new arsenal. He instantly triggers his brand new active skill, Full Charge. It is an insane mobility hack. The skill violently compresses massive amounts of energy into his core, ready to blast outwards in a single, locking the payload onto a target right in front of him. The longer he holds the stance, the more his launch distance and kinetic damage multiply ridiculously. The only catch, he is completely rooted to the ground while charging. A blinding streak of raw energy perfectly aligns directly at the lead kobold's throat. The monster actually smirks, thinking the attack totally whiffed. But the split second it registers the dense cluster of mana hovering by its neck, kaboom! The air shatters. It is his hidden trump card, Counter Explosion. Without skipping a beat, our guy brutally arcs. The sheer shockwave sends the frontline beasts violently flying backward, crashing like bowling pins into the fresh wave pouring out of the portal. Even he is slightly stunned. The area of effect on this counter explosion is stacking the full charge multiplier on top of the blast completely maximizes his damage output. It is a guaranteed one-shot combo. Combine that with his boosted luck stat, cranking up his critical chance. It is game over. His true critical hit modifier literally scales from 120% all the way to a staggering 600. Even after taking a brutal beating, The beasts stubbornly dragged themselves back upright. Realizing these tanks couldn't be one-shotted, he flashed a wicked grin and launched himself straight at the horde. He hoisted his massive blade sky high, taunting that 2 hits ought to do the trick. The creatures scrambled in sheer panic, but he was already moving in to inflict maximum carnage. Cut to a sleek ride screeching to a halt near the terrified bystanders. Lee Hun, a B-rank plus heavy hitter, chilling at level 110, leaped out, hyping up the crowd. Players Association is here to save the day. Who dialed SOS? He shouted. A trembling woman pointed frantically toward the raging beasts, saying she made the call. He ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. His partner Li Zhong, another B-ranker sitting at level 90, yelled out, telling him to focus on the real threat first. The duo locked eyes on the swirling rift. Right at the epicenter, a lone dude was throwing down with an absolutely massive kobold. Scrambling to equip his armor, Li Hun declared they needed to jump in immediately, while Zhong unsheathed his deadly weapon. "Back off," San Yang barked at them. "I got this handled. Don't interfere." A system alert flashed. Title: Face to Face, unlocked. Since he was locked in a pure one-on-one duel with 0 teammates within a 5-meter radius, his entire stat pool skyrocketed by 20%. A trippy psychedelic buff fired off, instantly restoring his strength and turbocharging his movement. Riding that massive speed and stamina boost from the buff, he watched the enraged beast blindly Our guy just bolted straight into the danger zone, a crazy confident smirk plastered across his face. Curious to test out his insane new buffs, he delivered a devastating strike that literally launched the monster flying through the air. The beast smashed hard into the shimmering rift, shrieking in pure agony before the portal's raw energy violently rejected it, tossing its battered body directly at San Yang's boots. The association guys were utterly stunned. "Wait, are you Shin San Yang?" they gasped. "That's me," he nodded. "You guys from the guild." Hun excitedly explained that thanks to his crazy solo carry, they had absolutely 0 civilian casualties. "It's an actual miracle, we owe you big time." San Yang just chuckled, brushing off the massive praise, claiming he was just happy to be strolling by when things went south. Hun then leaned in, asking a burning question. "You weren't honestly planning to dive into that dungeon alone, right?" San Yang blinked, genuinely caught off guard. "How'd you guess?" Hun chuckled, noting that every top-tier sweat does exactly that. "Mind letting us tag along if that's not too crazy of an ask?" Hun pleaded. Zhong instantly yelled out, frantically waving his hands to shut down that suicidal plan. But Hun swore they wouldn't feed or drag aggro. He was just dying to witness a pro in action. Hearing that pitch, our boy smirked and casually strolled toward the ominous portal. "Sure, why not?" he agreed. Deep down, he thought these eager newbies were honestly kind of cute. Then he cringed. What was wrong with him? He was starting to sound like a total boomer. The trio stepped straight into the abyss. San Yang immediately blitzed the front line, carving a bloody path, leaving the panting association workers trailing in his dust. He effortlessly executed another beast, while Zhong, gasping for air, questioned how a guy with such a low level could move at supersonic speeds. Hun snapped at him to ignore the stats and just keep his legs moving. "Did you close your eyes during that boss fight outside? His battle IQ is just off the charts. We need to analyze every move he makes." Then Zhong pointed out the most insane part. How the heck was San Yang's stamina still full? After basically soloing a mini-boss, reality suddenly hit Hun hard. He always bragged about having an elite gas tank compared to other players. But this dungeon run was turning into an absolute nightmare. Flashback to 30 minutes ago, the second they crossed the threshold. A massive horde of scaly kobolds completely cornered them. The monsters already had their weapons locked and loaded. Spotting snipers perched on the upper balcony, San Yang instantly hoisted a dead monster to use as a meat shield, yelling at the clueless duo to take cover behind the massive carcass. He literally dragged that heavy corpse along just to prepare for this exact ambush. The enemies unleashed an absolute hail of arrows. The fleshy barricade absorbed the brutal crossfire, but a stray projectile grazed one of the workers. Spotting the blood, San Yang silently cursed himself. Babysitting these low tiers was a massive mistake. Now he had to juggle wiping out the mob while playing bodyguard. He shook his head, realizing he was whining internally again. If he ever wanted to hit the big leagues, he had to adapt to these messy, high-stakes scenarios. No more excuses. He snatched a weapon off the ground and yeeted it like a javelin, straight at the sniper on the second floor, absolutely terrifying the rest of the mob. Closing the gap instantly, he ordered his squad to stay hyper-focused, firing off a devastating area of effect skill. He wiped out the entire ground floor in a single, perfectly executed strike, then flashed a confident grin. "All right, boys, welcome to level 2. But right as the words left his mouth, another massive kobold launched a brutal sneak attack from his blind spot. He bashed his massive shield forward, violently shoving the monster away like it was— Where did that even come from? He panicked internally. Thank God his reflexes kicked in. One single second of hesitation, and he'd literally be a human pancake right now. Turns out he was facing off against a champion kobold. Who knew floor 2 would pack such heavy hitters? Before he could even process it, the beast raised its ironclad shield and bulldozed straight toward him. His eyes blew wide open. He sprinted to the side, his brain going into overdrive. Should I drop another charged attack? Can I even bounce this back with a counter-strike? Nope, scratch that. Gambling right now was way too sketchy. He needed to play it smart, nerf the enemy's damage output while completely shutting down its combo. He launched himself forward like a rocket. His blade blasted right through the monster's defense, cleanly slicing its ugly head off in one fluid motion. Honestly, Sangyeon himself was totally shook by that insane damage. That heavy-duty shield might as well have been made of paper. He had totally shredded a champion kobold. But wait, his own base stats weren't nearly high enough for a one-shot kill like that. Which meant this had to be the raw, unadulterated power of his great sword of fighting spirit. As the champion's severed head went rolling across the blood-stained floor, the rest of the pack absolutely lost their minds in panic. Sangyeon let out a dark chuckle. Oh, he totally got the memo now. These guys were terrified. Without a second thought, he blitzed straight into the mob. A massive shockwave echoed through the second floor. Finally, the monster wave was completely wiped out, and as a sweet reward for his kills, Sangyeon scored the platinum artifact steppers. These killer boots literally radiate an intense craving for absolute speed. Packed with the blessing of the Earth Spirit, they boost the user's movement by a staggering 3 times in wild terrain, and everywhere else. They still give a flat 2 times speed buff. Talk about clutch timing. Everyone knew kobolds dropped way higher tier loot than those basic goblins. He had heard rumors about their rare artifact drops. He slipped the shiny new kicks on, grinning as they molded perfectly to his feet. Oh yeah, grinding just got a whole lot easier. He casually strolled over to the iron barricade, peeking down at the association hunters who were just wrapping up their own brawls. He had to admit they were actually throwing down way better than he gave them credit for. Right now, they were hustling, and he thought, man, this raid is going to be a total breeze. His haul so far, 5 silver, 4 gold, and 1 shiny platinum. Plus, wiping out those kobolds had practically topped off his health bar. He was seriously vibing with his brand new title effect. Clever Hunter was a rank C perk, and honestly, it was busted. Every single time he slayed a monster, boss or minion, he snatched back 1 stamina point. But suddenly his pupils dilated. A monstrous pitch-black aura started leaking from the heavy double doors ahead, and he instantly dashed through them, bursting into a massive, echoing chamber. And his jaw practically hit the floor, because the entire room was a secret vault absolutely overflowing with mountains of glittering gold. He sprinted toward the loot, yelling out that his gut feeling was totally wrong. Are you kidding me? He could literally retire right now. Who even cares about leveling up or hunting goals anymore? With this kind of cash, he was set for life. He was so hyped, totally lost in the sauce, that he completely missed the deadly shadow of a crossbowman creeping up right behind him. Twang. At the absolute last millisecond, Sangyeon twisted out of the bolt's path, flashing right behind his attacker. A sneak attack, really bro? He taunted. The beast snarled fiercely. Sangyeon swung his heavy blade, instantly reading its movements. It was the exact same attack pattern, and honestly, he was already bored to tears. But then, plot twist, the freakish monster actually sidestepped his lethal strike. Wait, a mob at this rank has evasion skills, he thought, genuinely startled. This was totally new territory. It suddenly clicked. All those weak fodder kobolds, they were just bait to distract him. This guy was the final boss. Mid-air, the creature twisted its body, aiming its loaded weapon dead at his chest. A cold sweat dripped down Sangyeon's neck, but he triggered a dash skill, violently jerking his body out of the kill zone, right before the projectile could skew. Staring at the vibrating arrow lodged in the wall, his heart hammered. Way too close. If he hadn't burned a full charge of aid, he would have definitely been a human shish kebab. Hitting the ground simultaneously, Sangyeon flashed a cocky smirk. Yeah, this was going to be a brutally tough fight. Taking down this bozo. Across the room, the boss knocked a fresh glowing arrow and unleashed a blood-curdling roar. Just then, the two association hunters finally burst into the vault. Catching their breath, they were stunned the boss fight had already dropped quickly, shouting out apologies for lagging behind. But a bone-chilling demonic screech instantly paralyzed them in their tracks. The Kobold King activated its Royal Gaze passive, slapping them with a massive intimidation. "What the hell is that?" Li Han shrieked in absolute terror. His entire body was locked tight, completely frozen like a statue under the sheer pressure. But Sangyeon didn't even flinch. He launched himself right at the boss, barking out, "Who gave you permission to look away from me?" Thanks to his built-in recovery passive. He instantly shook off the fear debuff, catching the monster completely off guard. He slashed a brutal gash across its arm, but his heavy Demon Strike combo completely fizzled out due to the boss's insanely high resistance stats. Gritting his teeth, he realized he barely shrugged off that psychological attack, and the massive stat gap totally canceled out his stun effect. Throwing a quick glance over his shoulder at the paralyzed hunters, he knew things were about to get messy. Seeing how that fear aura completely paralyzed two level 10 pros, he instantly did the math. This mutant was in a whole different league compared to that goblin boss he wrecked earlier. A cocky grin spread across his face as he launched himself straight into the danger zone. He fumbled the bag last time, sure, but today, he was absolutely snatching that fear debuff for himself. The beast suddenly ripped a massive handful of arrows right off its own back. Oh, a red system alert flashed the Kobold King was triggering a massive area of effect barrage. A split second later, a lethal rain of steel plummeted straight toward his skull. His blade blurred into a whirlwind of steel, deflecting every single projectile but the overgrown mutt just vaulted high into the air, instantly knocking a fresh volley of arrows. Sangyeon narrowed his eyes. This boss had actual battle IQ. It was worlds apart from the mindless mobs he usually farmed. Seriously, did this guy have an infinite ammo glitch or what? Talk about broken mechanics. The coward was strictly playing keep away, trying to kite him and drag out a battle of attrition while sitting at full health. Doing the quick math in his head, his own fear resistance would expire way before the boss ran out of stamina. If the monster caught on to that, Sangyeon would literally be paralyzed to death. Dragging this out was a death sentence. Man, if only he had some range damage in his kit, this would be a total walk in the park. His eyes darted to the massive hoard of gold coins nearby. A wicked light bulb went off in his head. Cut to the sidelines where the two guild guys were finally snapping out of their trance. John grabbed his buddy's shoulder. "Yo, you good?" His partner nodded, shaking off the cold sweat. "Yeah, but I've never been hit by a crowd-controlled debuff that heavy before." It totally locked him up. The two of them stared in pure shock at Sangyeon, who was out there soloing the boss like a demon. "How is he completely unaffected?" John muttered. "Does he have some insane passive to cleanse fear?" His partner just chuckled dryly. "Bro, looking at his movement, I wouldn't be shocked if he had a whole arsenal of hidden passive." But even as he said that, a bad feeling started creeping up the back of his neck. His eyes zoomed in on the battlefield. The monster's arrows weren't just missing. They were embedding themselves deeper into the dungeon floor in a very specific. Panic flared in his chest. "Crap, I should have seen it," he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Sangyeon, watch out! You're standing in a trap." But the warning fell on deaf ears. The absolute second Sangyeon's boots hit the targeted zone, the Kobold King flashed a sinister grin. Thwack! A massive crossbow bolt tore through the air, ripping straight into Sangyeon's torso with brutal force. The monstrous boss crashed down a few feet away, barking a triumphant, mocking laugh. Little did it know our guy was baiting that exact move. He scoffed, looking completely unfazed. "Bro, you really thought... Did you seriously think you were the only one here with some magic tricks?" The lethal bolt had struck the exact spot he pre-planned. Boom, his sacrifice. Passive triggered instantly, nullifying the damage and completely regenerating his health bar. He locked eyes with the confused beast. "You really should have caught on when I literally stood still and let you tag me." Activating his mind-bending psychedelic skill, he lunged like a predator. "My turn to deal the damage, ugly." His backfire perk violently engaged. The massive pile of gold coins suddenly turned into high-velocity shrapnel, shredding through the kobold's armor and leaving the guild guys absolutely speechless. The coins blasted the boss like a point-blank shotgun spray. What kind of insane damage multiplier does that counterattack have? Li Han stammered, sweating bullets. Nah, that's not even the craziest part. I've scouted hundreds of top-tier awakeners, but I've never seen anyone with battle instincts this cracked. Dust settled as the devastating barrage finally ended. Sangyeon calmly strolled through the smoke. Seeing the mangled boss stubbornly refusing to drop, he let out an impressed whistle. Gotta admit, you're one tanky son of a gun. But honestly, that just made the hunt more fun. Gripping his hilt tight for the executioner's blow, he blasted forward like a rocket. The desperate king thrust its massive broadsword, aiming right for his heart. But Sangyeon simply ghosted past the blade with zero effort, closing the gap in a heartbeat to deliver the brutal, clean decapitation. Ding! The sweet, sweet chime of the system confirmed the boss kill. His level skyrocketed, and a shiny new C-rank title popped up on his screen. Until the drink gets cold. This achievement was actually forged directly from the legendary memories of the constellation known as the Owner of Beauty and Flame. The passive buff was insanely clutch. For the first 2 hours inside any dungeon, a golden text box appeared carrying a personal message from the Owner of Beauty and Flame himself. The entity bragged that back in his golden days, he would casually slice off the heads of his enemies, that his freshly poured drink wouldn't even have time to cool down. Sangyeon couldn't help but smile. This was literally the first time he had scored a title from a constellation he had personally interacted with. But now for the main course, the loot. That broken intimidation aura. It was officially his. He pulled out the Amulet of Despair, a sleek platinum-tier relic packing that exact fear debuff. Alongside it, he scooped up a fresh pair of Boots of Speed, and the real jackpot, an Explorer's Necklace. This gold-tier beauty possessed a wildly overpowered tracking passive. The paranoid Kobold King had actually forged this thing himself, just to constantly scan the area for pure killing intent. It literally functioned like an in-game mini-map, highlighting any hostile target within a 100-meter radius as a glowing red dot. Just holding it made Sangyeon's mouth water with all the insane grinding possibilities. Playing it smart, he decided to quickly stash all the epic gear into his inventory, so he could secretly absorb their stats away from prying eyes. But right as he was stuffing his pockets, Li Han yelled out his name from across the room. Sangyeon spun around, throwing his hands up like, "What now?" as the frantic guild officers came sprinting. "Yo, we gotta bounce right now, this rift is collapsing." Hearing that, he exhaled a massive breath of relief. He honestly thought a major life-or-death crisis was going down, and couldn't figure out why his squad was tweaking so hard. Everyone knows these zones automatically shut down once the boss is toast. But then the brutal reality hit him. Closing meant he wouldn't be able to bag any of the massive piles of gold and jewels left inside. The crew practically dragged him by the collar toward the exit, while he thrashed and howled, begging for just 5 more seconds to grab the loot. Outside, a massive swarm of reporters had already staked out the portal. Catching sight of a shadow emerging from the gate, the crowd went absolutely wild, hyping up his insane clear speed since the gate was already sealing shut. But the hype instantly flatlined when they saw Sangyeon's face. The dude looked absolutely devastated, borderline in tears, while the crowd totally misread his depression, completely clueless as to why. Reporter Park Jong-min shoved a mic in his face, asking the hero who saved Bupyeong Station for a quick statement. Sangyeon stared at him, totally lost, and asked, "Wait, are you calling me a hero?" Meanwhile, back in Player City, Terry was sweating it out in the elite training sector. Choi Hyun, a level 120 summoner, spawned 3 B-rank rock golems for her. The second she booted up the combat simulation, the massive beasts rushed Terry. But she didn't even flinch. She countered instantly with a blinding flurry of dagger strikes, shattering the first golem into pure dust. Without missing a beat, she locked onto her next target. Spinning her blade, she secured a lethal grip and lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp, flawless cuts that obliterated the remaining monsters in seconds. Heavy boulders crashed to the arena floor. She glanced at the wreckage, totally unimpressed. Is the training mode glitched? These things move in slow motion. She only came here to lock in the adrenaline from earlier, but what she really craved was a rematch with him. "I swear I should have grabbed his digits, but Miso had to ruin it," she muttered. Suddenly, a breaking news banner hijacked the screen. A rogue gate popped up at Bupyeong Station today. The kicker, a solo player, wiped it out, and the press caught him on tape. Her jaw practically dropped when Sang Yoon's face flashed on the broadcast. The reporter asked how it felt to be the player who wiped out a rift completely solo. Sang Yoon awkwardly scratched his head, saying he was just doing what had to be done, prompting the anchor to praise his insane humility. Terry smirked, definitely not expecting to see him blowing up on national TV. The reporter pushed further, asking about the boss. Officially, according to the Players Association, rift monsters can easily scale up to level 150. Your level is way lower than that, so that boss fight must have been an absolute nightmare, the reporter stated. Sang Yoon hit back, saying level matters, but it absolutely doesn't dictate who wins or loses. Terry nodded. Pure facts. His absolute confidence meant he knew exactly how lethal he was. She'd already sensed that dark veteran aura radiating off him, like a survivor who had crawled straight out of hell. Who the heck trained this guy? Was his constellation the literal god of war? Or maybe he scored a divine contract, just like her. Fast forward to the next day. Sang Yoon chilled in his apartment, laying out his shiny new artifact haul, getting ready to absorb the loot. He slipped into a deep trance, a massive grin spreading across his face. Time to feast. Sifting through yesterday's epic drops, he realized every single piece was top tier, probably hard carried by his luck stat. At this rate, his ultimate build was perfectly on track. Back when the player era first dropped, the meta was dominated by beefed-up, heavily armored meatheads. Swordsmen were totally boxed into clunky strength or endurance builds. But when mutated monsters with wild, unpredictable attack patterns spawned, those slow, brute force tanks got completely wiped out. The classic swordsman class was practically dead meat, or so everyone thought. That is, until the sword demon Do Kyung-soo flipped the meta on its head. He dumped the heavy armor for max mobility, traded defense for insane agility, and stacked pure utility skills instead of just raw damage. Basically, he was the ultimate survivalist ready for anything, a literal pioneer of the jack-of-all-trades meta. In his past life, Sang Yoon's massive ego stopped him from adapting, but this time, he was playing by his own rules. The system pinged, confirming the absorption phase, and in a flash, a steaming bowl of wild mushroom soup and a black pepper kobold steak materialized right in front of him. Taking in the godly aroma of that flawless meal, his mouth instantly watered. No way, he thought. Is this the gourmet stuff the kobold king was eating? The guy was a total brainiac with a refined palate, so spotting just 2 measly dishes on the table felt like a massive letdown. Turns out his luck totally tanked with course number 3, a wriggling salad of fresh swamp maggots. Yeah, he instantly swallowed his pride and almost his lunch. So much for being a fancy foodie. Outside, it was absolute chaos. A massive swarm of hungry reporters had completely mobbed his front yard, practically foaming at the mouth. They wanted an exclusive scoop, but his security team formed an absolute brick wall. Things were getting heated, turning the driveway into a screaming match. Peeking through the blinds, our MC just sighed. What was even the point of this circus? And seriously, how did these vultures track his coordinates again? He shelled out major cash to dodge exactly this kind of drama. Stepping out to catch his breath over a lingering headache, the flashing cameras just instantly spiked his migraine. These paparazzi were crossing a major line. Ducking back inside to his sanctuary, he collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling with zero game plan in mind. He was completely flying blind here. Maybe taking a mental health day was the move, especially since yesterday's brutal exhaustion was still clinging to his bones. Suddenly his phone buzzed. Caller. ID. Kim Ji-hee, the player management rep from the association. She chimed in, bringing up their little run-in back at the quest zone. Ring any bells? He smoothly replied that her face was crystal clear in his memory, but cut straight to the chase. What was the occasion? Her tone stayed breezy, promising there was no crisis on the radar. She just wanted to drop the news that a shiny, custom nameplate was locked and loaded to honor his rift-clearing victory. But honestly, all this loud hype about him being some legendary hero and getting paraded around with a fancy badge made his skin crawl with pure cringe. In his eyes, this was bare minimum effort, especially when stacked against the heavy hitters, the actual titans, destined to block the impending doomsday. His little riff sweep was literally a drop in the bucket. He didn't earn that spotlight, so he bluntly hit her with a hard pass. Pivoting quickly, she begged him to at least snatch up the VIP dungeon pass he'd requested earlier. The target, a notoriously lethal zone, dubbed the Silent Lands. That instantly grabbed his attention. He leaned in. Green light. She firmly confirmed it. Riding the massive hype of his recent victory, the big bosses rubber-stamped his entry with zero pushback. Now the Silent Lands wasn't a joke. It was an infamous hellscape where basically every lurking beast spamcast the mute debuff. A chilling detail his buddy had heavily stressed not too long ago. His mind flashed back to glancing at his grieving friend, asking softly if he was lost in his late sister's photo again. The guy had just brushed it off as a lingering habit. Staring at her face was his coping mechanism whenever a chapter closed. A whole decade had vanished since she passed. When asked which specific death trap claimed her life, his voice broke. She had marched straight into the Silent Lands. She was a total spellcaster, heavily dependent on her magic pool. So the second that silence wave hit, she was completely defenseless. And looking at the present, our MC could steamroll that exact dungeon blindfolded. But tragically, all the raw power in the world couldn't rewrite a 10-year-old tragedy without actual time travel. Still, Sun Yin's blood was pumping with a fiery drive to avenge her memory. He barked at the association rep to lock in the coordinates. The absolute second the paperwork cleared, he peeled out toward the rendezvous point in a slick, brand-new ride. Gliding down the asphalt, the fresh leather and roaring engine honestly gave him a serious dopamine hit. Honestly, he would have much rather burned his cash on some high-tier artifacts. But that claustrophobic nightmare commute to the Bupyeong Station Rift totally rewired his priorities. Escaping the public eye was priority number one. He swore a blood oath against public transit forever. Mid-thought, his dashboard lit up. Ji-hee again. Her voice crackled through the speakers, dropping an update that a full-scale raid was actively pushing the Silent Lands today. He casually mentioned he was already cruising that way. She quickly tacked on that a different handler from the agency would be tagging along, since this hot zone officially crossed out of her pay grade. A smirk crossed his face as he realized how insanely fast time was melting away. He'd been so dead set on grinding his stats and leveling up, an entire week had just vanished since his last massive boss clear. Chuckling to himself, he gripped the wheel, absolutely hyped to test drive his killer new skill tree. But then reality hit the brakes. A massive roadblock loomed dead ahead. A sea of brake lights stretched out into a brutal bumper-to-bumper because a massive chunk of the highway was entirely barricaded. He tapped the steering wheel, completely baffled. A traffic jam. At this hour? No way. He literally planned this route to dodge rush hour. He started groaning and complaining like a cranky boomer, realizing this detour was about to eat up his entire afternoon. What was the holdup? A surprise rift spawn. Scanning the scene, he spotted a swirling portal locked behind police tape, completely swarmed by a rabid pack of reporters, orbiting one single guy, Do Kyung-soo. MC's jaw basically dropped at the sight of him. A massive mob of Ultra fans were shrieking their lungs out, completely swooning over the guy. A reporter shoved a mic in his face, gushing about his god-tier popularity status. What's the vibe like? Basking in all this wild adoration. With absolute ice in his veins, he just deadpanned. It's an honor. The reporter's smile completely froze as she mentally panicked. Talk about a personality as dry. Was the mega fame inflating his ego? Pivoting fast, she demanded his thoughts on the upcoming raid. What's the big brain strategy here? His response was brutally simple. Same as always. Annihilate the monsters. The absolute lack of flavor left her stunned, but honestly his brooding quiet boy aesthetic instantly made her blush. Her cameraman literally had to hiss at her to snap out of the trance. Just then the cameraman caught Sun Yin's head poking out of his luxury ride, and excitedly started screaming to the crowd. Busted. Our guy just shrank into his leather seat, gulping down pure panic. He snapped out of his trance, realizing his intense stare had totally blown his cover. Makes sense, though. The guy was basically a walking celebrity himself these days. A swarm of paparazzi instantly mobbed Sang-yoon, hyping up this random... Sang-yoon seriously had the raw potential to completely dethrone Do Kyung-soo. Kyung-soo's assistant leaned in, whispering that this was the exact rookie who had been solo grinding the rifts. Word on the street was that their sword techniques were freakishly identical. Kyung-soo just flashed a knowing grin. Oh, he already knew. Meanwhile, the press completely cornered our MC, firing off a relentless barrage of questions. Why did he show up out of nowhere? Was he trying to throw down a challenge to Kyung-soo? Totally caught off guard. Sang-yoon desperately not missing a single beat. They pivoted to interrogating him about his shiny new ride. Why the sudden upgrade? And exactly, he brushed it off, calling it a total accident. Honestly, the paparazzi's nagging faded into dead static. His eyes were locked completely onto Kyung-soo. Seriously, this was the absolute worst possible way to snatch the spotlight. How the heck was he supposed to salvage this mess? But then, catching that subtle smirk playing on the legend's face, he froze in pure— What was that about? He couldn't quite decode the vibe behind that grin, but a spark of thrill hit him, just knowing he had finally caught the guy's eye. Just meeting that heavy, suffocating gaze served as a brutal reality check. He still had a massive mountain to climb to reach that level. Kyung-soo casually pivoted back toward the swirling portal, tossing out a brief, "We're moving out." A quiet chuckle escaped him. He had crossed paths with plenty of overhyped rookies before, but this kid, he was built totally different. There was zero fanboy worship in those eyes, just the blazing hunger to rip the crown right off his head. Oh, they were absolutely destined to clash again. With that settled, Sang-yoon gunned his engine, heading straight for the Silent Lands dungeon. Stepping out of his ride, his mind kept replaying the encounter. Kyung-soo was an entirely different beast. The dude literally just stood there, yet his stance had absolute— But hey, the steeper the climb, the sweeter the loot. Just you wait. He's going to bridge that massive gap faster than anyone expects. Suddenly, a furious female voice shattered his focus. "What the heck is that supposed to mean?" she shrieked. Today was strictly her team's turn to raid the Silent Lands. Why was this random Sang-yoon guy casually cutting the line? Strolling right up to the heated argument, our MC coolly asked if there was an issue. An anxious association rep immediately bowed to him, but the totally ticked-off girl snapped. "Oh, perfect timing, big shot." She aggressively accused him of completely abusing his 5 minutes of fame. Every single hunter, no matter how hyped, still needs to follow basic raiding etiquette. The MC instantly recognized her fierce glare. A massive wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness he ran into her today. His memories of the past timeline were getting super foggy. But today was the exact day her sister was destined to be killed. Looking at her now, he never expected she'd have such a fiery, unhinged personality. She was the absolute polar opposite of her sibling. Managing that explosive temper must have been a total nightmare. But right now, coddling her wouldn't help anyone. Sometimes you just have to lay down the law and be straight up ruthless. Cutting right through her screaming tantrum, he deadpanned. "And your point is?" Her hurt feelings really weren't his problem. He was literally just following exactly what the association higher-ups ordered him to do. Why was she barking at the messenger? His icy logic totally short-circuited her brain. Dismissing her completely, he threw a lazy wave at the nervous worker. "I'm heading straight into the gate now," he announced. Snapping out of her shock, the girl screeched at the top of her lungs, demanding he freeze right there. There was absolutely no way she was just going to let this slide. He definitely needed to watch his back with her. He'd better snatch up— Her party members desperately tackled her, pinning her back. Because if they let go for even a single second, she was 100% going to punch him right in the face. Sighing heavily, Sang-yoon realized he really should have just stayed in bed today. His headache was already pounding, and his patience was wearing dangerously thin. The very second he crossed the threshold into the Silent Lands, a horrific, stomach-churning stench of rotting flesh. Not exactly a shocker, though. After all, the instant his boot crunched against the dark soil, a pair of mangled grayish hands brutally burst out from the dirt. A violently deformed creature dragged its grotesque body into the light, immediately wrapping its filthy claws right around. Ding! The system immediately flashed a glowing warning, slapping a total silence debuff onto him, thanks to the ghoul's filthy ambush. Total skill lockout for 0.5 seconds. Without hesitating for a fraction of a heartbeat, he violently ripped his blade from its sheath. So they had clocked his presence the absolute second he stepped through the portal. Shifting his grip on the hilt, he viciously drove the razor-sharp tip straight through. But the graveyard was just waking up. A massive horde of shrieking ghouls erupted from the earth, launching themselves wildly at his throat. Sizing up the chaos, it instantly clicked. The entire gimmick of this dungeon was simple. Dodge literally everything, and survive purely without skills. It was the ultimate test of raw, and if there was one single thing he was insanely skilled at, it was pure physical brawling. A wicked grin spread across his face as he welcomed the bloodthirsty swarm. Let the absolute carnage. Back at the association headquarters, the 4th Recon Unit kicked off a heavy briefing. Their main topic of discussion, the sudden rising star, Sang-yoon. Is this that viral rookie who literally bumped into Kyung-soo earlier today? One guy asked, raising an eyebrow. Word on the grapevine is that it had been barely 4 weeks since he awakened his powers, and started out as a lowly supply porter. The squad captain An Eon leaned forward, asking, "So this is the exact same freak of nature that the Lee brothers haven't stopped hyping up?" He glanced right at his second-in-command, Shin Min-jae. He nodded, admitting the guy had definitely been stealing the spotlight lately. Icone chimed in, pointing out that his insane leveling speed was literally blowing the competition out of the water. But was this dude actually a unicorn when absolute legends like Kim Miso Shinteri and Do Kyung-soo exist? Not a chance. His deputy totally agreed. Sure, speedrunners pop up all the time, and soloing that recent rift was undeniably a major flex. But honestly, without knowing the actual threat level inside that dungeon, they needed to pump the brakes on the hype train. For all they knew, the guy was just a massive clout chaser, manipulating the algorithm. Enter Lee Gahui from the scouting squad. She immediately shut that theory down, stating she wasn't buying it. This instantly pissed him off. The rest of the crew just sweat-dropped, whispering that she had basically ratioed the deputy captain 100 times already. Worse, she completely cut off his rant before it even started. Furious, he snapped and ordered everyone to shut their mouths. Breaking the tension, the team captain signaled for Gahui to spill the tea. She stood up, tossing a quick, half-hearted apology to Min-jae for stealing his spotlight. But Sang-yeon was her personal target. She had spent the last few days deep diving into every scrap of data on him. It took serious grinding to unearth the truth, and she highly suggested the rest, because once they did, they would realize this guy wasn't just some basic run-of-the-mill hunter. Everyone knows how it goes. Average players grind slowly. So they established a baseline for a level 50 player, assuming Sang-yeon was sitting around that bracket right now. Spoiler alert, his progression was straight up glitching the matrix compared to the norm. A standard level 50 scrub usually rocks maybe 2 skills and a couple of basic titles, right? Well, this absolute unit was carrying 11 skills and 7 titles. The room went dead silent before Min-jae barked that she was straight capping. Was she out of her mind? Did she literally forget how to properly appraise a target's stats? He warned her to remember her job description. Sure, having a massive skill tree was one thing, but racking up that many titles. Did she even grasp what that implied? Deadpan, she fired back that his pacing perfectly mirrored the legendary sword demon himself, Do Kyung-soo. She didn't flinch. This was cold, hard data, period. The receipts simply didn't lie. She had personally interrogated every single one of Sang-yeon's old raid teammates. Starting with Dae-kyung, she dropped question 1. "Did you notice any red flags?" The guy paused, then laughed, admitting the dude was basically a walking cheat code with way too many quirks. Gahui pushed further, demanding he break down Sang-yeon's skill combos, killer instincts, and raw aura on the... He just chuckled, swearing his abilities were absolute god tier. He claimed he had never seen anyone drop a stun mechanic with such savage precision, but that alone didn't make him the GOAT. The real terrifying part, his raw, unfiltered combat genius. Moving on to question 2. How would you rate his battle IQ? Juhee and Taesuk instantly took the mic for this one. They both completely fangirled, practically screaming about how flawlessly he executed even the most basic moves. Gahui forced a polite smile, joking she couldn't exactly put super cool on a professional report, begging for actual details. Did they mean he just outclassed players in his own level bracket? The girl aggressively shook her head. Not even close. If he was just good for his level, they wouldn't be hyping him up like this. Taesuk scratched his head, struggling to put the vibe into words. Ultimately, he explained that the real difference was his terrifyingly flawless mechanics. It seriously felt like raiding alongside a hardcore veteran who had been grinding for decades. Gahui pressed him to drop more specific. He confessed that Sang-yeon practically had wall hacks. His ability to read the enemy's next move before they even twitched was mind-blowing. Plus, every normal player drops their guard eventually. Gahui nodded, agreeing that usually, without enough raid experience to cover those blind spots, you are bound to take a few nasty hits. But Taesuk emphasized that Sang-yeon was just built different. His reflexes were entirely autonomous, reacting violently before his brain even processed the threat. Cut to the MC, right now absolutely tearing through a horde of ghouls. It was like watching a live demonstration of Taesuk's praise. The second a ghoul lunged, he flawlessly ghosted the strike and countered with a lethal blow. So basically his battle IQ is off the charts, Gahui clarified. Taesuk snapped his fingers. She had nailed it perfectly. His combat instincts were razor sharp. Throw Sangyeon into the most chaotic, hopeless meat grinder, and he would instantly carve out an escape route. Summing it all up, Gahui declared that Sangyeon's ultimate weapon wasn't his stats, but his terrifying predator instincts. It practically bordered on future sight. Honestly, his battle awareness easily went toe-to-toe with A-rank heavyweights. Throwing all those variables into the equation, she confidently rated him with the potential of a legit S-rank monster. Meanwhile, the MC wiped the floor with the last remaining ghoul. He let out an exhausted sigh, utterly unimpressed. These trash mobs were just getting annoying. Back at the guild, Minjae was literally foaming at the mouth in pure rage. He shot up from his seat, totally losing his mind. "Do you have any idea what being an S-rank actually means?" he demanded. She just hit him with a stone-cold stare, coolly firing back that she knew exactly what it meant. "Foresight, what garbage are you spouting?" he barked. "Are you seriously claiming Sangyeon magically knew the rift was about to tear open? And that's how he snatched the title. What's next you gonna say he's a time traveler?" She just smirked smoothly, noting that honestly, that was a pretty dope theory. She always knew their vice captain had a massive brain. He aggressively roared her name, but before things could escalate, Ikun slammed his fist down. "Zip it, both of you. Why are you two bickering like toddlers at every single briefing?" Ikun sighed, admitting he totally got why she suspected Sangyeon was built different. "From this second on, he's under your absolute surveillance," Ikun ordered. Minjae fiercely protested, but the boss cut him off, making it crystal clear she was flying solo on this mission. "Are we clear?" A massive thrilled grin spread across her face as she promised to go all out. Meanwhile, our boy was busy absolutely dominating the Silent Lands. Pinching his nose in absolute disgust, he grimaced. Monster blood was already rank, but this ghoul stench, straight up foul. These creeps kept jump-scaring him out of the shadows, put up a massive fight, and the worst part, 0 loot drops. Total scam. But then a light bulb went off. Wait a minute, he literally just unlocked a brand new skill. Why wasn't he spamming this from the jump? Flicking on his detection ability, the entire battlefield lit up. Every single lurking threat glowed as a glaring red silhouette, huddled in every possible blind spot. A nervous chuckle escaped him. The place was absolutely swarming, and he genuinely thought he'd already cleared half the mob. Suddenly, a tiny crimson speck buzzed right by his face. Just a random annoying fly. He casually poked a finger toward the bug, totally bewildered. Like, seriously, since when does the system— Boom! The second his skin made contact, the tiny insect violently detonated. Talk about a nasty jump scare. Thank God his insane reflexes let him dodge the scorching blast, because a microsecond slower and he'd be kissing his entire arm goodbye. But wait, if even the bugs were rigged as ticking time bombs, that guaranteed a freaky magic class threat was lurking nearby pulling the strings. If he didn't smoke them out immediately, he was officially toast. Suddenly, an endless swarm of explosive pests dive-bombed him from every— Massive shock waves rocked the terrain as a barrage of blasts went off. Up on a ruined rooftop, a creepy squad of sorcerers cheered like crazy. Yup, they were the puppet— Cutting back to headquarters, Minjae shot Gawi a serious glare. "Look, I get that you think Sangyeon is the ultimate prodigy," he started. "But strip away his raw battle instincts. Does he actually have official stats to back up those insane skills and titles? The intel suggests he's using some crazy off-the-grid methods to farm them." Gawi nodded, admitting that exact suspicion had been keeping her up at night. It was purely a gut feeling, but if her theory was even slightly on the money, then Sangyeon was a god-tier anomaly, totally breaking the game. Meanwhile, the smug sorcerers were instantly humbled. Their kamikaze swarm had nuked the entire zone to dust. But as the smoke cleared, Sangyeon stood completely untouched, his absolute defense sword technique glowing fiercely. "Are you creeps done yet?" Sangyeon smirked. "Because now it's my turn to play." Flashback to a couple of days ago. He was grinding hard, parrying an endless hail of incoming arrows. He had been sweating through this exact, brutal training arc for 3 straight days. Unless you were cheating the system by consuming overpowered loot like he previously did, unlocking abilities was straight up old school, relentless, agonizing repetition. Any basic forum guide will tell you that grinding out standard passive buffs is a total breeze. But scoring elite abilities like full charge, forget about it. Basic grinding won't cut it. You need mind-numbing dedication, triggered under— The few top tiers who crack these hidden requirements gatekeep them, like their lives depend on it cementing their legendary status. So basically bagging one is pure RNG luck. But here's the thing, our guy was an absolute veteran, and that hardcore hustle was exactly how he tanked that deadly blast without a scratch. The mages started fully freaking out, frantically spawning a massive, buzzing tidal wave of bugs. Zero hesitation. Sangyeon rocketed straight into the heart of the deadly swarm. His hard-earned Guardian Blade technique was honestly an impenetrable, but it had one massive flaw. You literally couldn't move while casting it. But hey, in gaming, every single limit has a hack waiting to be exploited. A chain of explosive shockwaves ripped through the alley, but Sangyeon violently burst out of the roaring flames, leaving a thick trail of dark smoke. He aggressively closed the gap, seamlessly weaving his absolute defense. The sorcerers absolutely lost their minds, desperately charging up a lethal inferno blast. They launched a barrage of toxic green fireballs straight at his face. Sangyeon just flashed a wicked grin. Too slow, he roared, unleashing a devastating slash that wiped the entire squad from existence in one What kind of nonsense was he spouting? His world got wiped out, Yuta chimed in, equally confused. Wasn't this guy an isekai player, just like the rest of them? Snatching up the glowing gem, Sangyeon's eyes lit up. A top-tier crystal like this, that was an easy 100 million won on the black market, proving that high-risk, god-tier dungeons definitely delivered the ultimate payload. But instead of pocketing it, he casually tossed it back into... Alright, time to dive headfirst into the real chaos. He fired up his radar one more time, and froze. The scan only pinged a single solitary target. His jaw dropped. How did a massive horde just vanish into thin air? Where exactly was this missing freak? A massive shadow loomed right behind him. The spine-chilling pressure hit him like a truck. Panic set in. Zero time to brace himself. Was the fatal blow coming from the left, the right, or straight up from the ground? Damn it, he gritted his teeth, his mind racing. To survive, he had to read this completely blind attack. Trusting pure gut instinct, he vaulted into the air. Boom. The undead nightmare smashed the very wall he just stood on into Staring at the wreckage, Sangyeon gasped. This is absolutely insane. It all clicked. The lower-tier mobs didn't just vanish. They were terrified. They went into hiding because this absolute unit spawned. The apex predator that butchers players and monsters alike, a Death Knight. The armored giant lunged. Sangyeon's mind spiraled. Why the hell was an endgame boss wandering around the upper floors? But locking eyes with that hollow helm, the brutal truth hit him. This was the exact same monster that slaughtered his partner's little sister. The Death Knight of wrath and repentance. Eyes burning with fury, Sangyeon gripped his blade. Not in this timeline, he roared, launching a desperate counter-slash. A shockwave of pure destructive energy ripped through the air. The recoil was insane. Sangyeon's wrists screamed as his blade practically bounced off. Screw this, he groaned internally, feeling like every single parry was blocking a freight train. A Death Knight isn't just your standard zombie mob. It is the physical embodiment of carnage. Essentially a master swordsman's soul violently chained to an undead shell. The boss's passive aura was the Swamp of Silence, a brutal area of effect debuff that completely mutes the skills of anyone foolish enough to step into the pitch-black fog pooling at its feet. The Hunter Association totally miscalculated, assuming an A rank could solo this, scaling it off basic ghoul stats. So they lazily bumped the difficulty rating of the Silent Land dungeon to level 120. That was a colossal, fatal blunder. A Death Knight's actual cheat code isn't the silencing aura, it's the pure battle IQ of the warrior trap. Meaning if the original guy was a total beast with a sword, the undead version's power level skyrockets. The higher-ups figured this out way too late, eventually patching the dungeon's threat level. History proved this specific Death Knight was an absolute nightmare, pushing high A tier, maybe even S-class. The gap in stats was just too huge. A devastating strike shattered Sangyeon's guard. Agony ripped through him as he coughed up a terrifying amount of blood. His vision blurred. Okay, this is bad. Like, actually game over, he realized. The armored reaper slowly stalked closer. As the adrenaline flushed out the worst of the pain, Sangyeon let out a shaky breath. Man, this pisses me off so much, he muttered, using his cracked blade as a crutch to force himself up. Every damn time my back is against the wall, I whine about dying, he scoffed. I guess humans really don't change overnight. The second things get sketchy, my loser mindset kicks in. Pathetic. I'm exactly the same. Staring down the boss, he provoked it. What are you looking at, ugly? Bring it on. The undead giant just stood there in eerie silence, but a chilling, twisted grin leaked through its rusted visor. It aimed its massive greatsword, and Sang-Yun instantly dove off the ledge. The metallic clank confirmed it the boss took the bait. Sang-Yun smirked. Trading blows right now was a guaranteed death sentence. His HP was flashing red. He desperately needed to leech some life. Popping his detection skill, he locked onto a mob of ghouls and sprinted straight for them. With the alpha predator distracted, the trash mobs had swarmed the center room to hide. A heavy iron grate blocked his path. He kicked it off its hinges. The deafening crash triggered the ghoul's aggro, and the grotesque pack charged him blindly. Tunnel vision on. Sang-Yun unleashed a hurricane of slashes, carving through the rotting flesh without breaking his stride. He completely wiped the mob, just seconds before the boss crashed into the room. He wiped the blood from his mouth, grinning. That dimensional artifact I looted really spiked my agility, he realized, making it crazy easy to kite this slow-moving tank. If he just kept farming trash mobs to heal, he could make it to the boss room at full strength. Slicing through endless waves of cannon fodder, he finally breached the deepest chamber, and his jaw practically dropped. The massive cavern was absolutely packed with hundreds of ghouls. A dark smirk crept onto his face. You've got to be kidding. An all-you-can-eat buffet, he thought. This mega swarm was exactly what he needed to max out his health bar. He readied his stance to dive in, but a terrifying rumble shook the ground. The boss had closed the gap way too fast. Hearing the screech of dragging steel right behind his neck, Sang-Yun yelled, "Oh hell no," and backflipped out of the danger zone. The knight's completely obliterated dozens of ghouls in a single, devastating arc. Sticking the landing, Sang-Yun let out a string of curses. That slash wasn't aimed at him at all. The damn boss did it intentionally. The monster was smart enough to figure out he was farming health, so it was denying him the kills by slaughtering its own minions. Sang-Yun desperately dodged another earth-shattering strike, raising his blade to guard just as the system blared a critical warning. The Death Knight was literally winding up for a brutal counterattack, but Sang-Yun didn't even flinch. Bouncing back, he spotted a split-second opening. He mashed his own counter skill, but nope, the system flat-out denied it. He was totally locked down by the boss's AoE silence. Every single one of his abilities went completely dark. The horrific realization hit him like a truck, and a sharp gasp ripped through his lungs. Bam! The undead giant unleashed a devastating strike that launched him straight into the dungeon wall, dropping his HP bar to a literal sliver. Such a rookie mistake, he mentally kicked himself. He'd sworn up and down he wouldn't fall for that exact bait. Every ounce of healing he'd just popped was instantly wiped out. If he hadn't panic-blocked with his blade at the last millisecond, he'd be absolute toast right now. Panic started creeping in, but then the memories of his fallen squad flashed before his eyes. He absolutely refused to just tap out here. He remembered his bleeding partner collapsing into his arms, begging for one final favor. Just bury me right next to my sister, man. Shut up, don't say that, Sang-Yun had choked out, desperately gripping his friend. We're almost out of here. The extraction team is literally on their way. His buddy just gave him this weak, heartbreaking smile. For real, he whispered, his voice barely holding on as he breathed out Sang-Yun's name. Yeah, bro, it's true. So keep your damn eyes open, Sang-Yun screamed. But it was no use. The light completely faded from his best friend's eyes. An agonizing roar tore from his throat. Across the room, the Death Knight just stood there like a statue until that raw scream echoed out, making the boss instantly lock. Sang-Yun wiped his mouth, realizing he'd been playing this entirely wrong. Hoarding his stamina and potions for the final phase was a massive throw. Screw the late game, this was do or die. Right here, right now. His eyes glowed as his psychedelic passive ability kicked into overdrive. He exploded forward like a rocket, his mind laser-focused on one thought. My story does not end in this hellhole. He wasn't just clinging to the past, he had people left to protect. In a blink, both fighters vanished into thin air, moving way faster than the eye could track. Clash sparks rained down as their heavy blades collided in midair, kicking off a blindingly fast, high-speed duel across the entire arena. The recoil alone was tearing the skin straight off Sang-Yun's palms. Going toe-to-toe with pure brute strength was pure suicide. But the rhythm clicked. He finally realized his agility completely outclassed the boss. The undead warrior swung his greatsword again. This time, no parry. Sangyon's shadow stepped right behind him. The clunky boss whirled around, slashing at absolute nothingness. Sangyon was already vaulting over his blind spot, screaming, "All that massive damage doesn't mean jack if you can't land a hit." Slash. The golden flash of a massive critical hit completely lit up the... He shoved his weight into the hilt, launching the heavily armored freak straight backward. With his buffs maxed, his crit rate was sitting at a stupid 600%. The boss crashed into the rubble and went completely dead silent. Sangyon spat a mouthful of dark blood onto the floor, panting. Quit being a drama queen and get up. He knew damn well an elite boss wouldn't go down that easy. The monster's shattered helmet tumbled away, revealing a gruesome skull erupting in raging neon blue hellfire. Bing. The system. You. I glowed red. The Death Knight was burning its past life as a blood sacrifice. Every single one of its physical stats just skyrocketed off. Sangyon tightened his grip, adrenaline spiking. Phase 2 already, he muttered. Every single one of these undead generals had their own twisted gimmick, but they all shared one insanely toxic mechanic. The second their HP drops below 10%, it triggers a blaring siren echoed in his head. Warning, target will self-destruct in 10 seconds. The monstrous skeleton threw its arms wide open, ripping out a deafening screech as the blue hellfire swallowed its entire body like a living bomb. Sangyon's mind raced. With his health basically sitting at 1 HP, catching even the shockwave of this blast meant instant game over. He was literally trapped in a slaughterhouse. But he'd be damned if he just rolled over and accepted the wipe. Even cornered prey bites back. 10 seconds on the clock. Time to kite like a god. He explosive dashed forward, closing the massive gap in a heartbeat. He ducked under a wildly frantic swipe that carved blazing claw marks right into the stone, gritting his teeth against the searing heat. His stamina gauge was practically blinking red. He booked it across the arena, but the blazing boss was right on his heels, charging up a massive dark spell. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," he cursed. The flaming knight yanked its heavy blade back for a sweeping execution, but Sangyon ruthlessly yeeted his own weapon straight into the monster's grip, violently disarming it. 7 seconds remaining. The hulking beast paused for a microsecond, totally ignored its dropped weapon, and resumed its terrifying sprint. It started flailing its massive flaming arms, desperately trying to catch him, but pure RNG kept Sangyon dodging by millimeters. 6 seconds left. He coughed up another splatter of dark crimson. "This is insane," he gasped. 6 seconds felt like an eternity when every single muscle fiber was screaming in absolute. His lungs felt like they were literally dissolving in acid. Just a few more ticks, his shattered body just needed to hold together a fraction longer. Whipping his head back, he saw the boss lunging for a suicide grapple. Sangyon threw himself into a desperate sideways dive, just as a blast wave erupted from the impact. But his legs finally gave out. He botched the landing, crashing brutally onto his bad shoulder, with a sickening crunch. 4 seconds left. He locked eyes with the blazing skeleton. The walking nuke was right on top of him. He desperately tried to trigger his emergency escape dash, but a giant red error, the Death Knight's swamp of silence aura, stripped away every single buff. His brain went into overdrive, scrambling for a loophole. One wrong move meant game over. The boss's massive gauntlet was inches away, triggering a random flashback to his rookie days, slicing through a horde of ghouls and landing the final blow. Back then, he cheered hyped that he'd finally trashed those rotten mobs. His buddy jogged over, checking in. "We good?" He nodded, then got salty seeing his friend looking totally untouched. The guy just chuckled, flexing that it was a breeze, which absolutely triggered him. "Bro, was I the only one actually They kept spamming silence. "You gotta pop all your skills while my hotbar was totally locked out. Make it make sense. That's like telling a top-tier blade master to fight bare-handed." His friend rolled his eyes, reminding him that's exactly why he suggested packing. That weird guild-issued debuff cleanser. He told him to stop being so hard-headed. "I'm not being stubborn," he snapped back. "What's the point of hogging an item with a 2-hour cooldown? If they spam silence again, the thing becomes straight-up trash." His buddy sighed, explaining that's exactly why timing is everything, even when the mechanics are completely busted. You still get one clutch activation to roll the dice, right? A true pro adapts to the garbage they're handed. He stared at the item low-key stunned, then snatched it away. "Are you seriously trying to lecture me right now? If the game was actually that simple, I'd be top 10 by now. His friend got defensive, asking why he was acting so extra. I'm literally just stating facts, he yelled back. You want to catch hands in real life? Snapping back to reality, he let out a dry laugh. Guess he was in no position to be giving lectures either. He instantly popped the cleanse, shattered the silence debuff, and smashed his dash ability, catapulting himself backward to create some desperate breathing room. He launched into the air just as the Death Knight's blade cleaved the empty space. Seeing his target slip away, the boss let out a bone-chilling roar of absolute rage. 2 seconds on the clock. Sangyeon latched onto a massive chandelier dangling by his fingertips as he gritted his teeth. You are one seriously toxic boss, he hissed. That final dash had completely drained his mana pool. He was running on fumes. His tank was on 0. The Death Knight bolted straight for him, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Timing it perfectly, Sangyeon dropped from the chandelier. 1 second left. He hit the stone floor hard, jarring his spine, and reality instantly set in. He literally didn't have the stamina to twitch a single muscle. Was the timer up? The armored juggernaut materialized right above him. Panic flooded his veins as he swore under his breath, realizing this rusted metal visor was actually going to be his final view before the game over screen. Where did this run completely fall apart? It was just a brutal chain of massive fumbles. He heavily miscalculated the boss's scaling, right out of the gate eating ridiculous amounts of damage for 0 payoff. And instead of pivoting, he just kept repeating the exact same errors. But he refused to rage quit. He needed to make this second chance count. The knight's jagged gauntlet was literally inches from shredding his face. He braced for the final blow, but the timer hit 0. The boss's self-destruct sequence triggered. The monster froze in mid-strike. Its massive hands started dusting away into glowing embers, completely disintegrating along with the rest of its armor. Sangyeon burst into hysterical laughter, since he had already mentally accepted a one-way ticket back to the... It honestly felt like he'd just been handed a third life. The monster vanished without a trace, and the system window popped up hyping his victory. He was rewarded with an absolutely massive XP dump, unlike anything he'd ever farmed before. His level skyrocketed, triggering a massive wave of healing that instantly maxed out his HP bar. He let out a shaky breath, realizing he'd totally forgotten about the level up mechanic. That full HP reset just clutched the game for him. But here's the catch. HP and stamina are 2 entirely different stats. His health was full, but his stamina gauge was still completely bricked, and the brutal cooldown from his psychedelic buff was ticking away. He could push forward and just eat the penalties. But the final boss of the Silent Lands was notoriously cracked, as if there could possibly be anything more insanely overpowered than a literal Death Knight. Still trying to clear the dungeon in this state was a death wish. He only had one valid play left, manually tank the cooldown right now to fast-track his stamina regen. He hadn't actually landed any heavy DPS during the buff, so maybe the backlash penalty wouldn't be too bad. He killed the skill. Instantly, an agonizing shockwave shattered through his nerves. He collapsed, screaming his lungs out. A red system alert flashed, canceling psychedelic. Early triggers a state of critical physical collapse from all deferred damage. Warning. Accumulated damage has bypassed maximum safety thresholds. Exhaustion gauge maxing out. Warning. Prolonged critical exhaustion will result in permanent player death. Would have been nice to know that 5 minutes ago, he thought weakly. His eyes rolled back into his skull, and the world faded to black. Meanwhile, his party was still chilling at the dungeon entrance, totally clueless. Way too much time had slipped by leaving the association worker totally sketched out by the dead silence. According to their initial data, he was supposed to have completely wiped the dungeon and made his comeback. The rest of the squad shot anxious glances at their leader, low-key panicking as they asked if a total disaster had just gone down inside. Should they call it in? She scoffed in pure annoyance, snapping that he acted all high and mighty walking in, so he could deal with the heavy consequences alone. When the crew admitted the guilt was eating them alive, she aggressively ground her teeth together, screaming that this guy was officially getting on her last nerve, again. Seriously, what kind of absolute chaos